Welcome, everybody. It's really great to see you all here today at the Project A Knowledge Conference 2023. And I want to start with the motto, beyond the obvious. What a stupid motto for a conference. That makes absolutely no sense. We know that if you want to be smart, well, you have to learn. If you want to be healthy, you have to eat your vegetables, you have to do sports. If somebody promised you something else, I would be very skeptic about that. If you want to earn a lot of money, if you want to get really rich, most likely you will have to work a lot and get your hands dirty. And that's just how it is. And still in 2022, we were silly enough to have as a conference motto, beyond the obvious. And I feel a little bit sorry for that. And we got a lot of comments on that from all the speakers last year. Rightfully so. This year, we spent a lot of money on a new motto and a new design to come up with something fundamentally new. This year, the motto is the obvious. And that is what we want to talk about today. Before we get into that, PACON23 is the hashtag, and you're kindly not only allowed but requested to take a lot of photos, videos, and post on the social media of your choice. And I hope you enjoy that. So what is it about the obvious, and why don't we more often do what's obvious? Well, if we look at companies that we work with, sometimes it feels as if we don't see the forest for the trees. The things are obvious, but something makes us not do stuff. Some couple of obvious things that we see a lot in our industry. Product market fit. Companies don't have product market fit, but somehow they still spend a lot of money on marketing and they try to push it and they wonder why the companies are, why customers are not buying their product, but they don't fix that. They try to push it. Sales. A lot of companies come to the point where they see that their product just doesn't sell itself. You actually need somebody to do that. You might need a CRM, you might need actual people to do sales, you might need a process, might need revenue operations, etc. And I don't know, they don't want to do that because they just imagined it in a different way. Funding, big topic of the last years, like after the big party was over and when every company was getting funding easily all the time. But at some point, it became really crucial to make sure that you always have the money to run your operations. But then you have all your operations and there's so much to do, and you probably here and there forget that you need funding. Diversity, very interesting topic in the context of the obvious, because I thought we had agreed that diversity is something that we need for a lot of reasons, but one aspect here is clearly that it makes companies more successful. And here we are in a crisis, and you would be surprised how often we see that companies say, oh, this is a luxury. This is something that we can do when we have the time, the money, blah, blah, blah. But when things get really rough, diversity comes second. It's not. It's an obvious aspect of making a company successful. Brand. Big aspect of, or a big part of what startups are in our times is B2B companies. So here you are, you're a startup, nobody knows you, your solution is not proven, you didn't sell it yet to I don't know how many companies, so you don't have all the legacy and all the reference cases and all that, and you try to convince companies to buy your solution, right? And the buyer is in a big risk, right? They buy something that nobody has bought before. And you might, you don't need to spend millions, but you need to think about your brand. How do you position yourselves? Seems obvious. Surprising how many companies are actually not doing that. Understand your data. Similar to diversity, seems that when things get rough, a lot of companies treat that as a luxury, but it's just not. You will need to understand your data in order to be successful. And AI, that's actually, in my opinion, the funniest of it all, is that in 2023, still a lot of people, a lot of companies, as obvious as it is, seem to believe they can do without it, sneak around. And an interesting, understandable, but interesting aspect here is that it's very often people who are the most affected by AI, who should actually embrace it and work with it, are the most pushing back on that. And it's probably out of a certain level of fear because they believe that, well, it might kill their job. But it probably will kill their job if they don't embrace it and start to work with it. There's a second aspect to why the obvious is not picked up easily, in my opinion. And that is, we have this idea that things sometimes have to be complicated. They have to be beyond the obvious in order to be really true and valuable. And the question is, isn't it more important for success to keep things really simple or simple stupid? The KISS principle. There's this saying that probably some of us have heard before. For every complex problem, there is a solution that is simple, neat, and wrong. And that puts a lot of skepticism to everything that is just too simple. But then there are those who just go for the very simple, for the very obvious. And they're very successful with that. Tabloids, right? And if you go for these very simple, in-the-face messages that everybody understands, as wrong as they might be, that can give you success. You might even be able to make people believe in werewolves. I'm not saying this is a positive example. What I'm saying is that might help with the success. Might be a bad thing. But I believe there are also positive examples. I don't know how many of you are old enough to know how search engines looked before Google came and just made it simple. But it was really like all over the place with complicated catalogs to drill down, and you had to search on the search engine in order to find what you were actually searching for. And then those folks came and just made it very simple and obvious. I mean, you're searching for something, here's your field, enter your, and there you go. And that doesn't mean that it's a super simple solution or that there's nothing in it and that there's no value. But for the customer, it's simple and obvious. So my recommendation here is if you build products, make them so obvious that my mom would understand. That is my mom. Her name is Gisela. She's 80-something years old. And she's really smart, but she's also very old, and she is not a digital native, so she's probably watching this session now on YouTube, so hi, Mom. But I very often do the test with her when I'm testing something, like this very presentation. I'm testing it with her, and that doesn't mean that you don't take your audience or your customers serious, that you don't solve a problem. I think the most complex problems can be made simple for your customer or for your audience, and then it should actually work. And if you struggle with that, that might be an indication that your solution is not yet where it could or should be. A third aspect why we are not going for the obvious might be that sometimes we just don't want to see it. We're sitting there and everything's just fine, right? And there are just certain beliefs that we just want to have. Dependency on Russian energy. I mean, for how long did we have that? And yeah, we'll be okay somehow. Obviously a bad idea. Dependency on Chinese supply chain. Bad idea. Dependency on semiconductors from outside Europe, from countries you don't know how stable, for how long they will be, and no matter if you like them or not, but you know, it's not good to have such a dependency. Bad idea. Dependency on military protection by whoever in the world. Bad idea. Dependency on fossil fuels. Bad idea. All these ideas are obviously bad, but still we are sitting there. I mean, now it has a little bit started, but for a long time we're sitting there, just like living with it and just thought, we'll be fine. Because we always believe there will be some way out, there will be something, some magic solution, some silver bullet, we will just, you know, develop something that will get us easily out and then everything will be okay. But it's just not. We have to address these topics. That's why today we will talk about a few obvious things. We will talk a lot about ESG, about resilience tech, about automation, diversity, no-code, a lot about people and compensation, because without people and compensating them in a way that they come and work with us on the solutions for tomorrow, we will not have them. And I mean, we are usually not dealing with businesses and companies where it's all about like a big warehouse with a lot of raw materials or so, but it's more about people building something. And education as a path to the future and building up entrepreneurs of tomorrow. Obviously, AI will be one of the major topics of the day, and you will see a lot of talks on that particular topic. We will start now with the topic people and compensation. And for that, ESOP is a big, big topic. And the first talk here today, the first session, will be the initiative ESOP ASAP. And that, for a change, is a really good idea. And that's why I'm very happy to welcome Christian Miele, General Partner from Headline Ventures, and also the head of the German Startup Association, together with Johannes Janning from WIPOC, one of the partners of Project A Knowledge Conference, partner there, who will together talk about ESOP ASAP. Welcome.
Wow, Christian, great to have you here. Great to be with you. Before we dive into the topic of ESOP ASAP, I want to start a bit more generally. In your position as president of the German Startup Association, you speak quite frequently with politicians about all matters pertaining to the startup community. How is that? Do they understand the startup community in Germany? Do they speak our language?
So first of all, thank you very much, Project A, for hosting this conference. It's great to be on stage here. And yeah, so to answer your question, I think that over the last years, the dialogue has changed to the positive, I would say, which is also due to the efforts of everyone probably in this room. I think for the first time as a startup scene, as the startup community, we have been standing together very closely and voicing our opinions, voicing our demands, and this has significantly improved. So when I look back on like my first weeks and months in this role as the chairman of the Startup Association, I would say it was still a different time. And then today, it's quite it's quite good. And of course, it could be better, and we always want more. But for the moment, I do think that our voices got heard.
And would you say that unity of the community is key, sort of, getting together behind the Startup Association?
It's the number one ingredient, in my opinion, why our work has been successful. Because I think that if we would not stand together as a group, and if we would not join forces, it would be too easy for the politicians to say that these are like really individual requests that are being made here. And if you make the counter argument, by joining forces, by making sure that we tell the politicians the same things, no matter if Uwe Horstmann is sitting at the dinner with the politician, or if I'm sitting at the dinner with the politician, or you, and we are saying the same things, then we get hurt. Because I think it creates a lot of authenticity in a way that, we are not asking for stupid things as you had on this chart. Like there was this like good idea. So we had good ideas and we were all saying the same things. And I think this has helped tremendously.
Great. Turning to ESOP ASAP, maybe starting with quite an obvious question or more general question. I mean, you are a partner at Headline, you do a lot of investments in startups. Why are employee incentive schemes so important for startups? And
I mean, as Rainer said during his introduction, and I think that it's great that we are talking about people and compensation first. At the core of everything we do in venture capital or startups, it is about the people. And if we are just making a very blunt and rational analysis of the attractiveness of the German startup ecosystem compared to other startup ecosystems in the world, it is not difficult to find out that Germany is behind other ecosystems in this regard when we are talking ESOP. So when we have identified this, it was crystal clear to us that we need to identify a very clear language and articulate very clearly why we need stock options to incentivize talent from all over the world, but also from Germany, to join a startup and to use ESOP as part of the compensation. So it was just so clear that with this tool, we would enable and unleash a totally different way of looking at talent in this country.
Interesting. So today you're not just in Berlin for the PACON, but you're also here to go to the Finance Caucus of the German Bundestag to speak as an expert in your role as president of the German Startup Association. You had a very successful campaign with ESOP ASAP. Walk us through how we got to today, to sitting in front of the Finance Caucus with legislation on the table. What were the steps you took as an...
So it was it is really like almost a 4-year process now. But if we go back to the beginnings, it was really like a small group of representatives of this startup ecosystem who were sitting together, including probably many people from this room, who argued about the most important things that we need to do. And we came up with this idea that, first of all, let's focus on stock options, let's make this one of the major topics we want to fight for, and how do we best tackle it? And the idea that we had originally was, maybe we as the Startup Association, we're not important enough and not relevant enough, and maybe our voices are not being heard. So let's join forces with some people where we can certainly claim that we are working together with the best of the best, which is why we have joined forces with the Boston Consulting Group back in the days to work on a great report on the ESOP in the German startup ecosystem. And sorry for saying that, we also work together with Hengeler Müller as a fantastic law firm.
That's fine.
And together with Hengeler and BCG, we made sure that we would have the intellectual foundation of stock options available, so that if we approached politicians, nobody could tell us, hey guys, this is not really bulletproof, but we were bulletproof. And with this, we would start initiating a campaign, as you said, involving many people in this room to post on social media, involve the press, and just increase the pressure. And I think really one of the key ingredients was that a lot of representatives from the startup ecosystem would sit at lunches or dinners or hearings, wherever, and they would say the same things and would really repeat the messages. And if you take this intellectual foundation from 2020 until today, this has led us to really create new laws and make proposals on how we should deal with stock options going forward. And this is why I will be at the hearing later today.
So you mentioned sort of putting pressure on the politics. Was that for you like a first thing, or did you sort of take from business context or experience from other areas? I mean, to me, that's a very interesting point, right? Putting pressure on a politician as a head of the Startup Association and as an ecosystem as a whole. It sounds pretty difficult.
I mean, look, I am not a politician. The only thing that I always, when I'm alone in a room, the only thing I care about is making progress as an ecosystem. That's the only thing that matters to me. And I think I'm in a great position in that regard, because I'm not dependent upon politicians liking me. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to be an asshole on purpose, but I think that over the years we have learned different styles. And I would say, and I've did this like 2 times now. It's like the terms at the Startup Association are 2 years and 2 years. So I'm in my 4th year now, and I would say that in the first half of my of me like running the startup association, we've been a lot more aggressive, and we've been proving that we can put pressure on politicians. And yes, the sad truth is a lot of that is related to media. I very well remember a few situations where it wasn't moving fast enough, and then we would call up the ministries and the ministers and said, hey, we need to be faster, this is too slow. And then they will always tell, yeah, we're working on this and we are figuring out the details, but we need to do this and we need to do that. And to be frank, like, I don't care. Like, make sure this gets done. And sometimes we had to create like really noisy and loud campaigns to put pressure on these guys to really execute. And in the second half of my term, I think we have changed the style a little bit because we proved that in case we want to be loud, we can. Like we can create pressure. So if we call you, let's talk. I mean, nobody's interested in creating noise just for the purpose of creating noise. But we want to make progress. So pick up the phone and let's work on this. And I think these two styles, they have advantages and disadvantages. But for now, I'm quite happy and looking forward to see what's going to happen with this Zukunftsfinanzierungsgesetz.
Yeah, you're mentioning the Future Financing Act, which is on the table right now, the government proposal, which is, I think, largely, we can agree on that, considered to be a vast improvement for employee incentive schemes in Germany, especially from a tax perspective. Do you think we're there? Or do you think there's still things to be changed? I mean, today there's a hearing, so there might still be room for change.
So I would say that, either you hit or you don't. And there's a slight risk that this reform is going to end nowhere if there are not like very small technical twists and changes being made. So in one regard, we are almost there, but there's still a risk that this is not going to be successful. So that is why we are putting a ton of pressure to explain to the ministries and to the responsible politicians why we need to make these changes. And I'm very happy to talk about this in a little bit more detail. But I think the overall summary is we've made great advancements, great progress. Like, the campaigns have been highly successful, but now, in order to really make this an amazing reform, there's still like one very small element that we need to fix.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to go too much into detail. What we currently have on the market is, as we all know, virtual employee incentive schemes, ESOPs, which are essentially nothing else than a bonus program, right? I mean, it's wage tax, it's not very tax attractive. What the Future Financing Act changes is actual shares or actual participation in the company can be achieved without dry taxation issues, which sort of was always the underlying problem. Now, if the Future Financing Act comes, what does that mean for cap table? Will we see hundreds of employees now as actual shareholders and exploding cap tables? Or are there other solutions how this will be dealt with?
No, we will not have hundreds of employees in the cap table. I think, and this is something, luckily, which also the ministries understood from the very beginning, that we are talking about compensation here. Mm-hmm. So how is this going to be fixed going forward? There will be one more line item on a cap table, which is going to be the employee entity, and all of the employees will be shareholders of this employee entity, if you wish. And that's as close as it can get to real ownership in these companies. And much more security, much more advantages towards virtual stock option programs, which are today still like 80% of all option programs in Germany.
So it's a pooling vehicle, which I find quite interesting, right? Because I mean, what we as WIPOC are seeing more and more in the market is growing cap tables, because there's more business angels investing in rounds. So new pooling vehicles started, coming in, trust vehicles. I mean, we've always had sort of voting pools, but I think it will be very interesting also for the cap table dynamic. and might even lead to cleaner cap tables in the future, which I think is sort of in the interest of everybody, because German corporate governance tends to be quite strenuous.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely.
So now that ESOP SAP is hopefully close to an end, and everybody, I think, keeps their thumbs pressed for the hearing today, what's the next big thing? What's the next big thing we have to tackle as a startup community?
I think that there are a few things. I mean, first of all, we will actually now we're working on the succession in the Startup Association. So I'm not setting the agenda for the next term, but I think that there are a few things where everyone will agree that this is crucial for the success of the startup ecosystem long term. And this is all about like, how can we make sure that Germany is a really attractive place for talent to come here and to join the startup world. Secondly, it's still about financing options, like how can we make sure that there's enough capital available in all stages. In Germany, I would say that this capital crunch is still pretty much in the later stages as of today, and we are very dependent upon foreign forces of capital. Thirdly, it's for sure around competition. I mean, just yesterday, Thierry Breton has again like emphasized the importance of the Digital Services Act, and so there are elements of talent, financing, and competition that probably will still dominate the headlines within the startup scene. And then there are a lot of other important topics that Rainer also had on his chart that we as a startup ecosystem need to take care of long term. But I mean, my personal realization was that you have to focus, and you have to make sure that you don't work on too many things at the same time, but step by step.
Yeah. No, interesting. I mean, you mentioned that you will pass on the baton soon to Verena Pauster. Just very briefly to end the session, what was your highlight during your time?
My personal highlight, and this has never changed since the beginning, was that we as an ecosystem were standing together. I mean, the kind of support that I got from everyone and the honest intention to do something good for our ecosystem as a team, beyond the firms that we are working with, right? That was amazing, and I will be eternally grateful for that. It was just, I think it's very unique. If you think about it, which other industry has done something like that before, where everyone is joining forces and everyone is trying to do something good together? I've very rarely seen something like that. And that will always stay with me. And that was always my greatest motivation when I see that we are all doing this as a team, as friends, and trying to push it forward. So that was kind of flattering in many ways.
Sounds great. So I guess everybody in the audience who's not a member should become a member.
Absolutely.
To support you, right? Well, Christian, thanks a lot for stopping by on such an important day. I think, like I said before, everybody's thumbs are pressed. And I think this is your applause from PACON 2023 for all that you've done for ESOP SAP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, both of you. I think you know Uwe, right? Uwe Horstmann. Now on stage with an iconic talk that he is having every year since 1982, I think.
I assume so, yeah.
The ugly, yeah.
Awesome. Welcome, everyone. Really good to see you all. Once again, I have the great privilege to be talking to you early in the morning in this full hall here. The ugly truths of venture capital are obviously formulated in that way that makes my life very easy, because I only need to speak about problems, not really about solutions, because I'm here to, show some things that are running not so well in the industry, and then hopefully we can somehow find solutions to that. But this year, I have to admit, it's a bit harder and different to be standing here, because one thing I really have to say up front is that what I'm going to talk about today is my personal opinion. So this is my view on the world, and when we will be speaking about, or when you will be learning a little bit about what I'll be speaking about, you might come to the conclusion that you completely disagree with me, that you have a very, very different view of the world that you think, this is something completely wrong that I'm propagating here. And that is kind of the point. I think it's important. I'll get to that a little bit later. So that also means that I'm not speaking for Project A as an organization. Project A team members might have a very, very different view, and that is, of course, true. I'm also not speaking for any kind of official functions that I have, like, for example, being a part of the German military. I definitely do not speak for the German military either. I just speak for myself, and I would like to take you on like a 15-minute quick talk about what I think is a very, very important ugly truth these days and how we as an industry need to react to that. Because the first very fundamental ugly truth to me is that there was this concept of the end of history, that essentially after the Cold War had ended, the world had come to a steady state that was not fair for everyone around the world, but still, in a sense, good, because we were lifting people out of poverty, we had less people dying from wars. We closed our eyes probably to things that were happening around the world here and there, but because we thought overall, trade is going to save us. We had international airline travel to a degree that we had never seen before, so international exchange were happening, no open hostilities between states, at least in Europe, not anymore. And we thought, that's it. Now we are in a good, comfortable state, and humanity in the world is only getting better through that. And of course, latest, through the invasion of Ukraine, we realized that is just not the case. Economic ties alone didn't save us from the atrocities of war. People were getting killed, innocent people were getting killed, and it's a very ugly truth, a very unfortunate realization that, don't get me wrong, I would obviously wish that this would not be the case, but it is. And this concept of the end of history is not true. And that also means for us as Europeans, as Germans, as anyone basically, there's probably a new need for resilience. Resilience, of course, is the capability to be fighting against adversity that is put upon you, to be not put down, but to have some kind of chance to bounce back. So we definitely, I think, can all agree on that. This is not only, by the way, about fighting wars. This is also about things like supply chains. It is also about things like climate change. The security implications of climate change, we're probably only beginning to understand what kind of a factor it is for issues like migration, for conflicts over water and things like that. So all of those issues are probably very closely connected. And in fact, the realization how bad climate change really is probably also something that coincided time-wise with those realizations that we are not all of a sudden one peaceful humanity anymore. So that also means that the protection of innocent life is obviously something we have to care about. I mean, that sounds so obvious that when I spoke to Paola, who is heading all of our ESG and responsible investing efforts, and I was sparring a little bit about this talk with her, she said, yeah, you can say that, but you also have to make sure that it's not just a cliche. You have to make sure that you realize that there is a gray scale. And of course, I know a lot of those conflicts that we have around the world are very, very muddy. It's very hard to say, like, what was the initial trigger, or what happened when, and so on. But we can all agree that there are specific instances where we just need to be there for the people who are suffering, who are being attacked, who are being killed, who thought probably along with us that humanity has left us behind, but that little cover, that little coating on civilization is very, very thin. I think we realize that. Now, depending on your philosophical view of the world, you might think this is evil. There's evil in the world that needs to be fought, or you're more pragmatic, maybe, and not, you're probably more pragmatic and saying, like, this is just how human nature is, and we are in a constant situation that we need to be aware that this can happen, and then that the dignity of all humans is not guaranteed, as we would like everyone to believe, according to our constitution, but it is on a constant danger. That is, I think, the unfortunate realization. And if we come to that point, that you agree with me, which is probably easy to see if you just watch the news, if it's last weekend or the last years or other way around the world, probably it's been much more the case anyway, outside of our very European focus, that conflict and death and innocent life and danger is still happening. If you also think that if you have the option to play a role in favor of the ones that are suffering, then probably also you can agree with me that technology can play an important role in that sense. Here in Germany, that of course initially triggers a whole lot of difficult discussions, and I think those discussions are right and important when we think about deliveries of tanks or the role of artificial intelligence in in defense and things like that. Those are all very important questions. I don't mean to brush them aside, but I think it's important that we have those discussions and that we really try to understand how it can be helpful, because technology can play a role. Because the other side is using technology, so we don't really have an option. If we think we have the moral obligation to help, we also need to think about how can technology really help. Technology is obviously a very wide field. You know, we talked about AI, we will talk about AI, we talk about more mundane things, we talk about hardware, all kinds of things. But the basis of technology always is innovation. As we know, the clear definition, innovation is not just we invent funny things, but we also put them to customer success. We need to show that they have actual real-world implications that are measurable. And in order to achieve that, and this is now obviously the point where probably it gets pretty complicated, at least for a general German debate. If we believe that technology is an important tool to create more resilience, again, it doesn't need to be defense only. It can be supply chains, it can be climate change combating, it can be refocusing industries that we thought it is totally okay for us to let go of them, like, for example, semiconductors. As you know, semiconductors is basically one of the building blocks of everything that we do here. It's a massive, important building block also because it uses a lot of energy consumption. If we could significantly reduce that, we probably would take a big step towards combating climate change. But it's an industry that we as Europeans have basically given up on. And now we realize we probably can't get everything from China whenever we want, in whatever quantities we want, and basically for whatever price we want anymore. So we need to think about that. So that is also included in that whole aspect of resilience. It's not only about equipping our militaries. And if we believe in that, we also realize we have no better system, we have not found yet a better system to organize innovation than capitalism. And now I'm using those two terms, capitalism in defense, and that's probably where latest the discussion in Germany gets really complicated, because now all of a sudden we have monetary incentives tied into this whole group, and defense as well, where people think of tanks and weapons and so on, and rightfully so. I mean, obviously, we have a special responsibility in this discussion. I think it's right that we have tough, long, hard negotiations with each other as a society, should we engage in that. But if you follow my train of thought, you can probably see why I get to that point. That we together as capitalists, and I don't mean it in the cold-hearted interpretation, I mean it as believers in the free spirit of innovation, in equal opportunity for people, in the chance to start something creative, entrepreneurial. That's what I mean. I don't think we have a better obligation. We have a better method of organizing innovation. So as a consequence, I think the investment in resilience and the building of companies in resilience is something that is extremely important. It's something that we have basically a moral obligation to think about. Now, I mentioned before, I'm not sending you all off, build better weapons, because that's going to save us all. That's not what I mean. I think it's a much, much more complex situation. Many, many different crises around the world of different natures require probably technological change. And I do believe, and I hope I made clear why I think it's non-negotiable. Now, in the beginning I said, you might very much agree with me, or you might disagree with me, because I'm using capitalism to do things that are probably not as, unproblematic, like grocery delivery or stuff like that. I'm using capitalism to really start thinking about, for example, also defense. So we have investments, as you know, in, for example, drones that fly in Ukraine and in other places. They're not armed, but they are providing valuable information for militaries. We have invested in companies that provide better training and simulation for our soldiers, for the women and men who put their lives in danger in defense of freedom. You have to, of course, believe that the German state does good things with that stuff. Yes, you have to believe that. You have to have a certain level of trust into how we organize our government in order to be able to be on board with that idea. But we do have that. So it's a very, very wide field of different activities. And if you disagree with that, I'm really, and I mean this honestly, I'm really interested in a conversation. Because first, we would create space. If you have a very different view on that, I think it's very important that we have to debate, and I would like to create, as an honest offer, contact me. I would like to create space for you to share your view on why this is the opposite of what we should be doing. But also, the fact that we can have that discussion, whether that should be, is kind of the whole point. You know, that we were probably too sure that we can always have the discussion open freely. We probably were too sure because that freedom might not be as granted as we thought it would be. And that has something to do with the changed security situation on this continent, but also maybe with the emergence of populist parties that have a stricter crackdown on an actual voicing of free speech. What has to happen? Now I just outlined the problem, basically. The problem is, I apologize, probably a bit of a downer in the early morning, but I think it's a reality that we all have to face. From a privileged situation, we should be thinking about what we should do as individual entrepreneurs, as operators, as investors. I don't want to close this without saying maybe one or two things that really have to change also. And that has something to do with the role of state and governments and the private companies. Because at times of us as an industry pretending we live in an independent world from everything government. We are the free enterprise market. We do whatever we want. We organize ourselves. Yes, if somebody imposes some rules on us, we kind of have to deal with it, but basically we operate in a vacuum, in a bubble. Some of the very big tech companies still think that way. They say, we remain neutral to all things, we have nothing to do with that. I don't think that's an option anymore. I think that neutrality is intellectually lazy and maybe too opportunistic because it's only motivated by money. So I think that is not an option as a company anymore to behave that way. You have responsibilities, especially if you are a large platform. So I don't think that's going to fly anymore. What does it mean for smaller companies? It means the same thing, that this world that we were independent of the government, that probably never really existed, especially if we talk about high-tech stuff. If you really look at how Silicon Valley started, it had to do a lot with state-funded research. And we see that happening more and more. Some of you might have seen, and it's a good thing, and some of you might have seen the article that I can't possibly comment on, that one of the Project A portfolio companies has raised €500 million in funding, of which a big part comes from the European Union in order to re-emerge, or in order to reignite semiconductor research here in Germany. Stuff like that has to happen again. So we have to change also our view, how we think our pact as companies with society and with the state and governments works. I think we need new models of partnership also with those organizations that are state-funded. That's going to be a challenge. It's going to be interesting because research in itself then oftentimes has problems with that idea of resilience and defense. And I can understand why, because you want your research to be unpolitical. You want it to be open to humanity. You want it to be available for everyone. You don't want to take a political stance. But I think, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. That is still thinking that is connected to the old worldview where the world is just fine as it is. It will solve itself through trade and bilateral cooperation. It's just not happening. So we didn't pick that situation. That situation is put upon us. But I think it requires a change from all of us in how we think about responsibilities that we have with technology. So that is my little ask to all of you. You don't have to drop right now if you're building something else, obviously. We need a strong civil society. We need a strong economy for all kinds of challenges that are ahead. But if you are looking into something new, maybe give it a thought. Maybe think about the state as a potential customer. It doesn't need to be your only customer, but that change is needed. And I would really ask you all to either join us on this. It doesn't have to be about weapons. Weapons are excluded for us, but there's a lot of other things in the resilience space that make a lot of sense. Please consider it, or widely disagree with it, and then we can discuss it. Because the chance that we can discuss this is exactly the fact and exactly the freedom that we're trying to defend here. And with that, today only 15 minutes, very dense, hopefully some food for thought. I'm hoping for a great discussion on social media, wherever. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the day. If you're interested in that topic, we have a very interesting panel later on with people working in that space, representatives of NATO, representatives from the US intelligence communities. That talk cannot be streamed, so you have to be there in person if you want to learn more about this. Thank you so much. It's really good to see you all here, and I wish you a great rest of the day. And with that, to someone who has obviously a much more sophisticated view on this whole thing. I welcome David Fakkerslander from Deutsche Bank. Thanks so much, David. Thank you.
Good morning. As the chief economist of Europe's largest bank, I usually speak before groups that consist of middle-aged men in suits. So this is somewhat unusual for me. And they want to know about markets, inflation, interest rates, and central banks. I don't think this is probably high on your agenda right now. So on the way over here from London, I thought I'd rearrange it somewhat and tell you about what we think where the world is going to be 5 years from now in a broader sense than just market developments. We're actually quite good at that because we have 500 research people around the world that are global. We talk to governments and we cover some 1,200 big global companies, so we get to see their strategic planning, and it gives us a pretty good insight as to where those who have skin in the game think the world is going to go. We have relationships to the major think tanks. And the reason why you have to do that is because newspapers essentially are useless in terms of conveying objective information these days. That's one of the great failings of our press, but that's the way it is. Now, a lot of things are going on, a lot of things can happening. We have distilled this into 5 trends, 5 big developments that will dominate economic, political, societal life on our planet. The first one, and very fitting for here, and it's the most important trend, to me at least, is the accelerating growth of artificial intelligence. It really represents, to me, a discontinuity in human political, economic, and social development. We are simply moving on a different trajectory than where we've been before. If you go back to Geoffrey Hinton's 1986 paper on backpropagation, or the Google papers on transformer, and everything in between, in my mind, and I used to be a mathematician, in my mind, that is probably the greatest intellectual innovation that we have had since, I don't know, Archimedes or something. And we couldn't have done it 20 years ago because you need gobs of compute, you need gobs of data, and you need to understand, and the concept of a neural network all coming together just at the right time as we made a theoretical breakthrough to give us deep neural learning. So it'll reshape, I will make a flat statement. It'll reshape our economies, our societies, our firms, and our social life. But more precisely, our estimates sort of bottom up, looking at economic entities, firms and households and others. We expect that there will be a productivity increase of almost 20%. Now, that may seem a small number to you, but that is huge in terms of economic terms. It will raise, for those countries who are doing this successfully, it will raise growth, almost double it from 2 point something to 4% for the next 6 years, and we only look 5 years ahead. Again, these are very, very big numbers in terms of wealth accumulation, growth, income accumulation, and in terms of the power it gives countries to do things, good things and bad things. We've now reached a point where the innovative processes have become largely self-sustaining. If you look at what comes out on generative AI these days and who does it, you can sort of see it's building, it's growing, and it keeps on moving. But there are challenges, obviously, and some of them have been mentioned this morning in this very interesting speech. A gentleman preceded me. One is how to construct a governance system that will keep it away from bad actors. 2 is how to limit the power of the big platform tech firms. I'm almost on the verge of coming to the belief that they are no longer as benign as we thought of them 5 years ago. We need to avoid concentration in wealth and income. That'll come very easily with the adoption of AI, and such concentrations are very destabilizing, are very bad socially, is something that has to be avoided. There will be political dislocation in our democracy. I believe that next year, 2024, we're going to see the first AI-driven deepfake US elections. Unavoidable. All the principal actors getting ready for it now. And it'll be quite a spectacle to see. Finally, there'll be geopolitical destabilization because the proliferation of AI and the use of it for military purposes is inherently destabilizing. Autonomous military systems are just an awful thing to contemplate and very, very difficult to control. In an order of magnitude bigger than a nuclear proliferation. Okay, that's the first trend, AI, which pervades everything. The second one is that the US-China confrontation is going to escalate, it's going to continue. Don't listen to the press, don't watch TV. I will tell you, it'll get worse and worse and worse from here on out. It will impact trade, finance, investment, security policy, and everything else in between. And it has a real tail risk of escalation into a kinetic war. The ground is being laid for that. We have military buildups in China, strategic independence, trying to achieve strategic independence of supply lines, and we have restructuring the domestic economy, civil-military fusion to strategically get ready to assert itself. On the other hand, just as strongly, if not more strongly, we have the US taking a very aggressive stance towards this, justified or not justified, and building alliances, tight alliances around China, that if you were sitting in China, you're watching this, you walk away saying, it doesn't look too good. We have AUKUS, we have Indo-Pacific, we have bilaterals with Japan, with Korea, with the Philippines now, and the US does want to control the first island chain around China to keep control of the Pacific. Now, if you think the US is a well-intentioned actor, great, it shouldn't bother you. But has the US always been a well-intentioned actor over the last 40 years? I think there are some doubts about that, and one has to understand the Chinese paranoia about this. So that then also generates geopolitical uncertainty elsewhere. We just see it in the Middle East right now. It would never have happened if the US had been taking a stronger stand on many of these things. North Korea and Russia and Eastern Europe, of course. So once these actors pull back and the US is pivoting towards Asia, you can see all kinds of small conflicts springing up, destabilizing. Flashpoint is probably going to be Taiwan, but not necessarily. I mean, right now, of course, TSMC is the crown jewel. Everybody wants to make sure it keeps on functioning to get the top end of the chips, 4 nanometers or less. They're the only ones who can do it. And until that changes, because Samsung and others will pick up, Taiwan is probably a safe place. The third trend, and that was mentioned interestingly just a moment ago, and I was very keen to hear that, is the role of the state in the economy and society will become more dominant. We have gone from sort of a Reagan-esque, neoliberal, free market, free trade kind of world, where the government was here and we were here. We're now going to become much more intertwined. The US industrial policy is just one of the manifestations. US Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Act, together we're talking about 4 trillion of expenditure. Hugely impactful here in Europe. It siphons off green technology investments from Europe into the US. Our estimates probably as much as 50 billion per annum flows into the US. US construction growth of factories has shot up over the last 12 months because of these subsidies implied in this. So it's a big deal. China, of course, is supporting all its domestic companies. And we see now the EU potentially responding with tariffs on electric vehicles. So government policy, in fact, Europe is among the good guys in not doing that much of that sort of cross-subsidization. But the role of government in trade, in finance, in industry, in everything we do, including on the regulatory side, has taken a big leap forward, and it's more so. And I think what was said a moment ago, there's no point fighting it. The way to do it is to try to shape it to our advantage and to make it reasonable so that one can partner and work hand in hand. But this is a major intellectual pivot for those who are interested in political economic thought. This is a real pivot in terms of intellectual change. The fourth trend is national debt and deficits. Debt is almost out of control. US projects deficits ahead 6% per annum to 2030. It's going to drive debt to GDP ratio up to 150%, which, if you don't know the numbers, is wartime debt accumulation. What that means, that's of relevance to you, is that interest rates are going to remain high, capital will remain very expensive and very scarce from here on out. The fifth trend is societal discontent will increase around the world. The polarization, radicalization of the world, of societies, is likely to increase. You're all familiar with AfD success here in Germany. It's just appalling that that should be possible. And you look around the world, you see similar things happening. Eastern Europe, Italy. So there's a resurgence of right populism. That is something that is extremely dangerous. And the reason for that, to some extent, is we are, as societies, not very good in taking from the winners and compensating the losers. We exported manufacturing to China because of cheap labor. We put almost half the manufacturing workforce in the US out of work, but we never compensated them by taking away from those who won. We just don't know how to do that very well. So that's why you get these upheavals. The fifth development is that there'll be a historical realignment of economic security power during the rest of this decade. They're putting these five things together. So everything you sort of see today, China, Russia, Middle East, you will see a lot more in terms of realignment, the geopolitics from here on out. Now, who are the big winners? Who are the losers of all of this? The US is emerging rapidly as the big winner in all of this. In every dimension, the US is powering ahead of everybody else. And it's gathering speed, it's becoming exponential. Why? The US is an innovative superpower. And I don't know, those who are familiar with Eric Schmidt's and Kissinger's book and Eric Schmidt's subsequent writing. Basically, innovation power is what drives country forwards. If you have innovation power, you have a strong military, strong economy, strong companies, and you have real influence that you can project outside your own country. And the US is simply the world's greatest innovation superpower we have ever seen. It has large markets to allow product scaling, enormous managerial talent to take companies to maturity, elite education system to scout the weird and unwashed intellects who can actually come up with out-of-the-box ideas. And, as was mentioned in the first speaker this morning, it's important. It allows financial success. It has a culture that looks up to financial success. Now, we may not always like it, but it is a tremendous driver of keeping people up late at night to keep working and to just squeeze out that extra wrinkle on an idea to make it work. Interestingly enough, the US has something, for some reason, the culture, university system and whatnot, it gives an avenue for the really talented people to emerge. It doesn't suppress it somehow, it emerges to me. You think of Sam Altman, Peter Thiel, Gates and Jobs and Page and Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg, Eric Schmidt. I mean, all these guys, they came out of nowhere, dropped out of university. And what is it in the US that makes that possible? Why don't we see as much of that here? I believe that the talent in this room, I don't know most, of course I don't know you, but the talent in this room is equal to a similar gathering in Palo Alto. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. But the step from here to being a Musk or being a Peter Thiel is there's just an impossible large number of hurdles that one has to cross, and it prevents that from happening. Now, altogether, this sort of creates an innovation ecosystem. This enough has been talked about, so I don't want to repeat all of that. But the depth of talent, diversity, weirdness, it's a very unique phenomenon in the world, and the US has it in spades. And now with AI, generative AI coming up, DeepMind and other firms springing up and sort of growing, the number of firms just keeps growing. It's like a big glob that keeps on growing. And the US has it, and I do not detect it anywhere else, not even in China, compared to what's going on in the US. So, a final note, the US may appear to you politically totally chaotic, and it is. It is absolutely chaotic. But it is culturally innovative. That chaos in politics translates into not having a lot of wrong policies. It creates into kind of not being able to do much, getting much done. Every now and then there's a burst of legislation, and then it just shuts down again. But culturally, there's a huge amount going on. And the bad features of wokeism and free speech are awful. But ultimately, something good is going to emerge out of that, as it did in the Civil War, the Civil Rights War, the 1968 Vietnam unrest, and all of that. It produces, there is a flexibility and a chaos in society that generates an innovative conditions that lead to innovations, that lead to renewal and rejuvenation. That view, when I say this, I normally encounter a lot of resistance to that here in Europe, but that is my view. The second thing, so the first thing, US is going to win. The second item is that China has peaked. So in this race, US versus China, US is definitely pulling ahead. China has sufficient economic problems at home to deal with and is losing influence around the world, but it's still a very dominant regional power with global reach. But ultimately, the role of the state and the economic model, export-driven and domestic infrastructure investment-driven, it's very difficult to move that to a freestanding, private consumption, private investment-driven model with the state playing such a large role. Effectively, it is the incentive structure that led to this surge of Chinese innovativeness 10, 15 years ago is somewhat being, well, not somewhat, is being suppressed by very significant state intervention at all levels. And now comes the fourth, which is probably the most interesting to you, and in some ways the saddest. Europe is likely to continue to fail to exploit its vast potential. The potential in Europe is enormous. Population a third larger than the US. Average high level of average education, diverse cultural background, moderate climate. But Europe has not succeeded, the 27 states, in forming an economic political entity that can act as a federal one state. And as a result, a huge number of barriers between states exist in the service sector, for instance. There are like 16 different telecom companies. And we don't have a banking union, we don't have a capital markets union. So effectively, the ability for an individual country to veto important elements such as fiscal, military, and foreign policy issues means that it gets to be very, very difficult to hammer this together into one unit, which means that you don't quite have the markets to scale a product quickly, you don't quite have the finance to go there. So it's, excuse me, it's a very, very decentralized system still. This, I believe, and of course there's immigration issue, because Europe needs immigration to deal with demographics, we all know that, but we have difficulties in spending enough money to integrate immigrants into, essential immigrants into our societies. Immigration really is absolutely essential. Without that, we might as well sort of close the curtains and turn the lights off. So that's how important immigration is to me. Most importantly, the EU is just not a significant innovative power. Or you remember there was this Lisbon project in 2000 to become the leading information innovative power. By 2010, of course, it led nowhere. And the reason for that, with all due respect, the reason for that is not because we have to change one or two little rules here and there to get it done. It's the reason is we have to make much more profound, fundamental changes in the system. To give an example in terms of expenditure on research and development, the expenditure coming from the military, from the Defense Department here, we're talking about like $2 billion. In the US, that number is $150 billion. And DARPA has, as was pointed out, DARPA has financed some of the most path-breaking, foundational innovations in the last 40 years, including the internet. Doesn't exist here. Why not? There's a $100 billion pot out there. My proposal has been, and I've said so many times, why not take 50 of that to fund military research, which will then spill over into the rest of research, cybersecurity and things like that. Yeah, well, it's not going very far. So I think spending is important. I think the taxation issue is important too. But ultimately, there also has to be a mindset to break things. It's difficult for me to see how that can come about. I believe it can. I believe the talent is there. The environment is there, the culture is there, but somehow it doesn't quite gel. And I've often thought about this, and we've spent time trying to think what to do. But it's a very difficult topic. But it's a cultural topic, so it's deep-seated. But all the initial conditions are there. It's just a question of how to get from here to there. But without being an innovative power, Europe is going to lag behind. Now, European firms are very, very good, incredibly good at sucking in technology that they can use and need. And take Siemens, for instance, is a leader in industrial application of AI right now, well ahead of most American firms. But the first mover advantage is not there. For instance, we estimate that the growth of AI firms over the next 5 years will generate between 15 and 20 trillion of wealth in terms of market capitalization as it filters through the economy. That's 4 times the German GDP. It's missing, it's not there. So these things are highly consequential and they're not receiving enough attention in government circles. I believe that if I were directing policy, which I'm not, I would make innovation to be the absolute main policy focus going forward, because that's where strength comes from. It's not from military hardware expenditure. You have to do a little bit of that, but that's not it. It's about spending money on creating an innovative infrastructure that will get you at least halfway to where the Americans are. Let me conclude with some general remarks about AI. In fact, I would love to have this talk to be entirely on that, but I was asked to talk about the world. So I believe that deep neural networks embodied in large language models will get bigger and bigger. And we'll go from GPT-4 to GPT-8 pretty much linearly, and we will have the data and we will have the compute to get us there. Look at it the following way. GPT-4 has about 1.5 trillion parameters, right? Human brain has 100 billion neurons. Each neuron has roughly 7,000 synapses. Together, that gives you about 700 trillion parameters. That means GPT-4 is about 1/500th of what the brain can do. Plus, importantly, the brain only consumes 60 watts of electricity. GPT-4, the gobs of power to make it to train its net. Having said that, though, our estimate is that it will take not more than 2 years before a deep convolutional neural network will reach the size of the human brain. We have the data, we have the compute, and we will get there within 2 years. I believe that the ability of generative AI will scale easily from GPT-4 to GPT-8, or from Cloud 2 to Cloud 5. It's just a matter of, there's so much research going on now, there's so much money flowing into this, and we see this on a daily basis, that it's just an explosive situation, and it's truly exponential. So in my view, the models have the ability to manipulate and generate language at a level that will surpass the ability of the average human within 2 years. So it goes way beyond AlphaGo and AlphaFold, and we'll have AlphaLife or something like that. Let me be careful how I say this now. I believe that generative AI will quickly and easily become a silicon-based intelligence that is superior to our biological intelligence. And yes, I believe it will be sentient, and it will be conscious during my working life, which I hope will finish by 2030. To quote Geoffrey Hinton, it is likely that our biological intelligence is just an intermediate step in the development towards a much, much better silicon-based intelligence. And it took 4 billion years of biological life to emerge from some kind of carbon soup. Today, we truly have an intelligence that is emerging from gobs of data, compute, deep neural networks. It's done. There is no stopping it. Now, governance. I believe that governance of generative AI models through either government regulation or industry regulation is not going to work. Let me tell you why. I don't believe in a moment that the US government will resist weaponizing AI. It will view it as its obligation to its people to do so, to defend against the Chinese. I believe Beijing will think the same way. So you already have two important actors that will push ahead with AI research, doesn't matter what you and I say. So the best we can hope for is to somehow prevent bad actors from getting their hands on it. Now, that was easy with nuclear proliferation, right? Because you can't build a nuclear bomb in your backyard. But you bloody well can create, given all the open source content there is, you can create a reasonable size generative AI model that'll do some really bad stuff. And it's going to get better and better. It's going to become more micro, and we will find ways of training these models without having to do as large an effort as the foundational models do, by segmenting and various other ways of doing it. So this is out. The genie is out of the bottle. So there's no point worrying too much about governance. But I want to take this one step further. It is my view, sort of a personal view, that the fact that we have discovered an alien intelligence it's not artificial, because we don't know anymore what it does. We don't know anymore how it solves problems. We don't know how AlphaFold solved the protein folding problem. We just know it did it, okay? My view is that rather than take this sort of hostile approach that Yuval Noah Harari and sort of populist writers take as AI is going to dominate us and do bad things to us, my view is different. My view is that this is the absolute greatest opportunity that we have as Homo sapiens on this planet to right all the wrongs and to give us all the answers that we need to live in harmony and to achieve a higher cosmic awareness. Now, you may think that's a lot of bullshit, and I wouldn't blame you for that. But I tell you, why would we necessarily think that AGI, which I think we'll get in the early 2030s, that will be so totally harmful, devastating, and it'll be the end of humanity? It must be something within us that we view anything coming from the outside as being totally hostile to us. AGI is created by us. It has no incentive to destroy us. We're not competing for anything. By that time, we'll have figured out how to generate electricity easily enough through solar panels and whatnot. Energy is not going to be a problem. Why would it want to do that? It essentially has learned everything from us, our culture, for the last 3,000 years. It has absorbed everything. My view is that if I could retain all of that and take one look at it, connect the dots, I would say, yeah, I know what mistakes we made along the way and how we can achieve a better future. So I take the completely orthogonal view to people like Harari and say that this is a great thing. It's something that certainly your generation is extremely fortunate to have and to witness and to exploit. Let me stop there, and happy to take any questions if there are any. Perfect. Thank you.
We are a little bit short on time, but I would say one question.
All right.
One question. Anybody? Uwe?
David, thanks so much. That's obviously a very comprehensive view. My question would be, maybe not such a shining outlook on Europe's future. What's your suggestion for us as European entrepreneurs? Does it even make sense to kind of remain active here, especially in light of a potential weaker America on the world stage in terms of an ordinary power?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. If you take a very selfish view and what you want is to be successfully, quickly, you go to the US. You find a way of hooking yourself up in Silicon Valley, get funding there, do what you want to do there. If you take a somewhat mature, broader view and say, this continent has made me what I am, this is where my roots are, I would say you stay here and you try to work within the system to make it work. I believe that the politics is such that there is a dearth of ideas, that any well-put put together a program, and we do this all the time when we talk to government officials. We talk to them about things that can be done, cannot be done, and I find they listen because we provide outside advice that is unbiased and we don't have an axe to grind. That's what you got to do. Go in there, exert political power, and say, this is what we want. We want to have military spending going, good chunk going for AI research in military. We'll help you to think of cyber security, supply chain security, and things like that. So it depends on where you come from. My view would be, if I were your age and if I were running a startup, I would say I stay here and I make it work here. But I do so loud and I break things and I go out there. I'm not going to be polite and say, okay, you got to make this little change. No, I would say, come on, you guys, you have failed in keeping up with the US. Now it's our chance to have a go at it and to see whether we can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. And now the next session is a live podcast of Startup Insider, and I welcome to the stage Jan Thomas from Startup Insider, together with Philipp Werner, partner at Project A Ventures. And I think you are usually... Oh yeah, and this next session, this live podcast will be in German, so I will switch to German now, actually. Ihr behandelt in eurem Podcast normalerweise eher einzelne Startups, sehr spezielle Industrien, nicht so sehr den Macro-View, den wir jetzt eigentlich den ganzen Vormittag gehabt haben. Ich hoffe, dass wir trotzdem irgendwie die Brücke schlagen können und belasse es jetzt dabei. Und vielen Dank euch beiden und viel Spaß.
Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Cool. Philipp, einer meiner Lieblingsgäste im Podcast. Zum ersten Mal live und in Farbe, ne?
Ganz genau, wir haben uns noch nie persönlich getroffen vorher.
Nee, genau. Und vor allem noch nie auf der Bühne zusammengesessen. Und vielleicht für die jetzt auch, die nicht hier sind, mal kurz ein paar Sätze zu dir, vielleicht aber auch zum Ort, zum Anlass und vielleicht auch zum Veranstalter.
Ja, gerne. Ich versuche es kurz zu halten. Also erstmal, wir sind hier heute bei der Project A Knowledge Conference. Das ist ein Event, das wir einmal im Jahr machen, für diejenigen, die jetzt nicht hier sind, sondern beim Podcast zuhören, wo wir VCs, Operator und natürlich ganz viele Gründer zusammenbringen und viel über inhaltliche Themen sprechen wollen. Beim letzten Mal war das Thema Beyond the Obvious. Dieses Mal sprechen wir über die Obvious-Themen. Wir machen das, weil wir als Project A Early Stage VC sind, das wissen die Zuhörer des Podcasts auch, und nicht nur Kapital bereitstellen, sondern eben auch ein großes operatives Team haben, weil wir ganz fest daran glauben, dass es wichtig ist, für unsere Startups auf erfahrene Operator zugreifen zu können. Und wir wollen das Ganze hier so ein bisschen heute zum Leben erwecken und eben zeigen, dass wir uns in vielen Themen ganz gut auskennen und auch in diesen Themen eben das Gespräch mit Operatoren suchen. Ganz kurz zu mir, ich glaube, die Hörer kennen mich mittlerweile auch, weil ich auch einmal im Monat das Vergnügen habe, vorbeizuschauen. Ich bin Partner bei Project A, schon recht lange dabei, war früher selbst Operator und bin vor 2,5, 3 Jahren auf die Investmentseite gewechselt. Und das ist auch was ich heute hier thematisieren werde bei einem oder einem anderen Panel. Also freue mich sehr auf den Tag.
Super. Und ja, man hat so das Gefühl, also es gab schon mehrere Talks, wir sind, glaube ich, der 4. heute. Ne? Uwe Horstmann hat gesprochen, Christian Miele hat ganz am Anfang, wurde auch der Weg hierher gepflastert mit Plakaten, ESOP, ASAP. Ja? Also es klemmt noch ein bisschen hier und da. Ne? Da hatten wir gerade eben eine sehr, sehr, sehr gute Keynote, finde ich, jetzt muss ich, der Name ist so kompliziert, weil er fünf Namen hat. Von David Focke Inho Volkers Landau, dem Chefökonom der Deutschen Bank. Und ich glaube, sag mal, VCs und wahrscheinlich Entrepreneure eint ja so ein bisschen, glaube ich, so ein Grundoptimismus. Ne? Weil der Vortrag eben hatte sag mal, ein bisschen, weiß nicht, streitbaren Titel Europa, bald nur noch Regionalliga. Da war aber ein Fragezeichen hinten dran. Ich glaube, das Fragezeichen ist wichtig, ne?
Ganz genau, also ich glaube, der Outlook war relativ bleak eben, aber sehr aus der Makroperspektive und wirklich die globale Welt betreffend. Ich glaube, was wir beide jetzt vielleicht machen können, ist mal ein bisschen mehr so auf das europäische Ökosystem zu schauen, wo wir eigentlich tatsächlich stehen. Vielleicht auch ein bisschen mehr aus der Venture-Perspektive als jetzt aus der Deutschen Bank-Perspektive. Also ich glaube erstmal, man muss natürlich so aus der Makroperspektive kommen. Es passieren gerade sehr viele Sachen, über die wir heute schon viel gehört haben, die jetzt nicht gerade förderlich sind für die Startup-Ökosysteme in Europa. Aber ich glaube, um über Venture zu sprechen, muss man auch so ein bisschen erstmal von oben kommen, von den IPOs. Und ich glaube, da hatten wir so ein kleines Fünkchen Hoffnung vor kurzem mit Klaviyo und Instacart, die public
Du sagst
gegangen
jetzt
sind.
Birkenstock, weil die heute in die Börse gegangen sind.
Birkenstock ist jetzt ein bisschen weniger Tech als
genau.
das, was wir hoffentlich hier so machen. Aber wie gesagt, also zum ersten Mal wieder 2 relevante IPOs. Ich glaube, Klaviyo auch leicht positiv getrendet, danach Instacart ein bisschen weniger. Und dann ist jetzt eben die Israel-Situation passiert. Das heißt, ich glaube, so ein bisschen das Funkchen Hoffnung ist ein bisschen on hold und man wird jetzt erstmal abwarten müssen, wahrscheinlich bis Ende des Jahres, wie es weitergeht. Ich fange nur damit an, weil das halt runtertrickelt in Venture. Was wir jetzt über die letzten Monate seit der Craziness des Markts in 2021 gesehen haben, ist, dass vor allem im Growth-Bereich wenig passiert. Da gibt es heute auch spannende Panels zu. Ich glaube, das ist so die große Frage, was da in den nächsten Monaten passieren wird. Um auf Early Stage zu sprechen zu kommen, es sieht eigentlich gerade ganz verhalten positiv aus. Also wir haben jetzt sowohl in Deutschland als auch auf europäischer Ebene die ersten 3 Quartale in Folge gehabt, wo das Kapital, das investiert wurde, gestiegen ist. Das hatten wir relativ lange davor nicht. Von daher, das ist erstmal positiv. Gleichzeitig im ganz frühen Spektrum, ich glaube, das habt ihr auch berichtet, vergangene Woche, Angel Investments sind leicht rückläufig, ich glaube minus 14% im ersten Halbjahr. Also man merkt, das Ganze ist schon noch nicht wieder so gefestigt, wie es sein sollte. Was auch komplett fehlt, sind Exits. Also wir haben ganz wenig Exits gesehen. Ich weiß noch, vor 1,5 Jahren, als wir im Podcast sprachen, da konnten wir uns die Themen aussuchen, über die wir analysieren wollten.
Specs noch, ne? Das kam
genau, Specs, ja. Genau. Es gab jetzt den Lina-X-Exit an SAP, was, glaube ich, eine tolle Erfolgsgeschichte ist, aber das war es dann auch erstmal so in der Größenordnung. Es gab jetzt länger nichts. Das heißt, man wird so ein bisschen sehen. Vielleicht noch 1, 2 Sätze dazu. Im Dealflow hatte ich eigentlich erwartet, dass wir jetzt nach der Sommerpause deutlich mehr sehen. Einfach deshalb, weil viele Unternehmen, die 2021 geraced haben, irgendwann auch wieder raus müssen, auch wenn es vielleicht dann nicht die gleichen Valuations sind, die sie erzielen. Das ist so ein bisschen nicht ausgeblieben, aber die Welle ist weniger groß, als ich erwartet hatte. Seed und Pre-Seed immer noch sehr aktiv. Ich glaube, es gibt auch immer noch die Hype-Themen, können wir gleich ein bisschen drauf zu sprechen kommen. Aber generell doch alles noch etwas verhaltener. Und ich glaube, das wird jetzt wahrscheinlich sich ein bisschen bis Q1 24 hinauszögern.
Ja, ich hatte mich immer gefragt, ob nicht sogar dieser Weg zur Profitabilität das Venture-Business ein bisschen kaputt macht, weil man plötzlich gar nicht mehr auf externes Kapital angewiesen ist. Ne? Aber vielleicht kannst du mal die Rolle von Kapital oder von VC in diesem ganzen europäischen Kontext mal überhaupt, also welche Rolle spielt VC da überhaupt? Wichtig, nicht wichtig? Du bist wahrscheinlich ein bisschen biased, ne? Ja.
Ja, also ich komme natürlich aus der VC-Perspektive jetzt, aber ich glaube, das haben unsere Vorgänger hier auf der Bühne auch schon ganz gut angesprochen. Einerseits David Volkers-Landau, der gesagt hat, dass in Europa Innovation einfach hinterherhängt im Vergleich zu den USA, was eben auch am verfügbaren Kapital liegt. Und dann Uwe Horstmann, der auf Resilience Tech, Defense Tech eingegangen ist, hat auch nochmal den Case gemacht für Venture Capital, dass man Innovation eben mit Kapital fördern muss. Und wir sehen ja auch, wenn wir uns die europäischen Staaten anschauen oder die Regierungen, da wird die technische Innovation nicht unbedingt herkommen. Also wir können gleich auch noch mal auf ein paar Länder eingehen und wie unterschiedlich die Ökosysteme dann in Europa doch sind. Aber am Ende ist, glaube ich, Venture Capital schon ein Mittel, um Innovation zu fördern. Und wir brauchen die Innovation, um international mithalten zu können. Mit dem, was zum Beispiel in den USA passiert, im ganzen AI-Kontext, mit dem, was in China passiert. Also ich glaube, Venture Capital ist wichtiger denn je, um Innovation zu fördern und zum ersten Mal vielleicht auch mehr seit langer Zeit auf der Hardware-Seite. Wir haben ja sehr lange viel SaaS gemacht und Marketplaces und Grocery Delivery etc. Und jetzt sehen wir sehr viele spannende Themen, die sowohl Software als auch Hardware machen. Ich glaube, auch sowas, um sowas machen zu können und eben lange vorzufinanzieren, bevor es dann wirklich viable Geschäftsmodelle sind, braucht es eben Venture Capital.
Ja, wir hatten das gerade auch gehört, Deutschland fehlt noch so ein bisschen die einheitliche Stimme. Ne? Ich glaube, also vielleicht kannst du mal, du hast ja gerade die Regionen schon angesprochen, allein, dass es noch regionale Unterschiede gibt, das würde man in den USA wahrscheinlich so stark nicht sehen. Ne? Vielleicht können wir mal so durchgehen, also wenn wir überhaupt über Europa sprechen, was meinen wir da eigentlich genau?
Ja, ich glaube, das ist einer der großen Nachteile Europas, ist, dass wir extrem fragmentiert sind, was die Märkte angeht. Also für diejenigen, die sich vielleicht jetzt nicht tagtäglich damit beschäftigen, die Ökosysteme, wir sprechen zwar immer über den europäischen Venture-Markt, aber die Ökosysteme sind eigentlich doch an recht unterschiedlichen Sophistizierungsstellen. Also wenn wir vielleicht mal irgendwie in den Nordics anfangen, Da gab es, ich glaube, Spotify wurde 2006 gegründet, dann gibt es iSettle, Klarna, Krü, also da gibt es eine ganze Reihe an Unicorns, schon länger, die dann eben auch Vermögen kreiert haben und neue Unternehmer kreiert haben. Also ein bisschen so einen Knalleffekt, wo dann eben das Ökosystem verstanden hat, man kann hier erfolgreiche große Geschäfte aufbauen und eben auch Kapital freigemacht hat für Nachfolgeunternehmer. Und diesen Effekt gab es in einigen Ökosystemen noch nicht. Wenn man zum Beispiel mal in den Süden Europas schaut, Spanien, wo ich auch einiges an Zeit verbringe, da gab es das mit Glovo und Cabify, was so die 2 Aushängeschilder sind, fast 10 Jahre später. Das heißt, wir sind da noch nicht in der 2., 3. Welle von Unternehmern, die aus eben diesen Scale-Ups rauskommen. Und daher muss man da einfach sehen, dass die Maturity ist noch nicht dieselbe. Und dann kommen wir natürlich wahrscheinlich auch recht schnell auf die ganzen bürokratischen Unterschiede zu sprechen. Es gibt einfach Regierungen, die Innovationen dann nochmal anders fördern. Ich glaube, viele haben mitbekommen, was da in Frankreich passiert ist und wie groß das Thema Entrepreneurship für Macron ist. Ich glaube, die meisten kennen sich ganz gut aus, wie es hier ist. Wir haben eben gehört, dass Christian Miele hart für ESOP kämpfen muss. Was
Nicht erst seit gestern, ne?
Genau,
also,
schon lange
ja,
und was eigentlich selbstverständlich sein sollte. Also das ist, glaube ich, die große Challenge in Europa, dass wir am Ende die Summe von vielen kleinen verschiedenen Ökosystemen sind.
Und ESOP, vielleicht kannst du es ganz kurz mal einordnen, für die, denen ESOP nicht ganz so klar ist, was ESOP hinterher für eine Kraft hat, also warum das so wichtig ist.
Genau. Also ESOP ist im Grunde die Idee, Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen am Erfolg des Startups zu beteiligen, indem sie Anteile halten. Bisher regeln wir das über virtuelle Anteile, was einige Nachteile mit sich bringt. Und wenn man sich die anderen Ökosysteme anschaut, dann sieht man eben, das ist das, worauf ich angespielt habe, wenn man in Spotify, iSettle etc. sieht, dann kommen da eben sehr vermögende Leute raus, wenn so eine Company auf einmal einen großen Exit macht oder public geht, die einfach Mitarbeiter der frühen Art waren und dadurch sehr, sehr viel Geld verdient haben, dass sie früh dabei waren und diese Risiken mitgetragen haben, was dann wieder darin mündet, dass sie dieses Geld nutzen, um Angel Investments zu machen, um vielleicht selber zu bootstrappen und eine Company aufzubauen. Und das kann eben so ein Ökosystem dann schon massiv befeuern.
Gibt ja von Rio Reiser dieses schöne Lied, wenn ich König von Deutschland wäre. Ne? Wenn du jetzt König von Europa wärst und wir mal so vielleicht die Blockaden mal durchgehen könnten, auf welche Dinge würdest du dich jetzt konzentrieren? Was würdest du jetzt vielleicht dann ändern wollen?
Ja, ich bin froh, dass es keinen König von Europa gibt. Also ich glaube, es gibt ein paar sehr gute Vorbilder, wenn man nach Estland schaut oder auch nach Frankreich, wie angesprochen, wo viele gute Dinge passieren. In Frankreich zum Beispiel hat Macron ja nach Amtsantritt recht früh Entrepreneurship nach vorne gehoben hat. Es gibt da La French Tech, also im Grunde eine Government-Organisation, die nur dafür verantwortlich ist, Startups zu helfen. Die haben da nochmal 5 Milliarden freigemacht, die in Startups investiert werden sollen. Die haben Tax-Incentives geschaffen für Investments in Startups. Es wurde Migration erleichtert, insbesondere für hoch ausgebildete Tech-Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen. Das sind also Dinge, die wir eigentlich europaübergreifend haben müssten. Und Estland zum Beispiel, wissen sicher auch einige, dort ist es extrem einfach, ein Unternehmen zu gründen. Der administrative Aufwand dafür ist sehr gering. Es gibt ein Digital Nomad Visa, also es gibt ganz viele Sachen, die einfach dem Tech-Ökosystem extrem entgegenkommen. Und wenn wir dann mal hier hinschauen oder auch in ein paar andere Länder, dann sind wir soweit ehrlich gesagt noch nicht.
Ich habe es im Podcast bei uns schon ein paar Mal erzählt. Ich war so vor, 5, 6 Jahren mal in Estland, in Tallinn und habe mir das mal angeschaut. Und es ist wirklich krass, dieses Land auf der Blockchain. Und dann wünscht man sich, dass irgendwie die deutsche Politik da mal hinfährt und sich das anguckt. Und dann kriegst du dort aber als Antwort, ja, die waren alle schon da, die kennen das alle schon. So, aber es passiert halt nichts. Ne? Und heute jetzt so, das ist zwar jetzt kein Tech-Thema, aber du siehst an so einem Beispiel wie dem Deutschland-Ticket, wo dann irgendwie, also so eine vergleichsweise einfache Geschichte, die jeder will, dann doch nicht umgesetzt wird. Ne? Und deswegen, ich verstehe gar nicht, dass es immer so klemmt.
Ja, es ist schwer zu beantworten, ehrlich gesagt. Ich glaube, am Ende ist es politischer Wille. Und ich hoffe, dass der, auch wenn es gerade nicht so danach aussieht, weil alle sich wieder mehr nach innen besinnen und populistische Parteien Stimmen gewinnen etc., ich hoffe, dass sich das irgendwann durchsetzt und es gibt ein paar Treiber, die vielleicht uns hoffnungsvoll stimmen können. Also wenn man sieht, wie viele Facharbeiter in den nächsten Jahren aus ihren Jobs in die Rente gehen werden, dann müssen wir einfach einiges davon mit Technologie kompensieren. Und ich glaube, irgendwann werden wir das auch merken, auch bei den regierenden Parteien, und dann Innovation hoffentlich stärker fördern. Es ist nur einfach sehr schade, dass es relativ offensichtlich ist und noch zu wenig passiert. Aber das gilt ja für andere Bereiche auch, wenn man sich den Klimawandel anschaut.
Total, ja. Man fragt sich nur, wenn der Christian Miele spricht, wen hat er da eigentlich genau vor Augen? Ist das dann Scholz oder, ich weiß nicht, Lindner? Also, ne, warum funktioniert dieser Dialog nicht besser? Weil dieses Thema ist nicht neu. Ne? Lasst uns mal über die Chancen sprechen. Wir wollen jetzt hier nicht nur schimpfen, sondern die Chancen, wenn wir mal so durch die Bereiche gehen, was sind die Bereiche, auf die ihr gerade so guckt, wo ihr sagt, da passiert extrem viel oder kann auch vielleicht Europa, wenn wir jetzt das regulatorisch nicht kaputt machen, vielleicht dann doch noch ein Ausrufezeichen setzen?
Ja, also einige der Themen sind wahrscheinlich heute schon angeklungen und finden auch im Programm viel Platz. Also ich glaube, AI ist in aller Munde. Wir sehen auch viele Sachen im Energy- und ClimateTech, was mittlerweile auch offensichtlich klingt, was, glaube ich, vor 3 Jahren, 4 Jahren noch nicht der Fall war. Vor allem Energy galt immer so ein bisschen als nicht investierbar. Dann sehen wir einiges im Resilience, Defense Tech, hat Uwe Horstmann eben zugesprochen. Ich glaube, das galt auch lange als nicht investierbar und seitdem es das 100 Milliarden Sondervermögen für die Bundeswehr gibt, seitdem es auch einen neuen NATO-Fonds etc. gibt, kommt da, glaube ich, viel mehr Fokus drauf. Und dann gibt es natürlich noch mehr Zukunftsthemen wie Biotech, Space Tech etc. Also wir sehen Sachen, die wir, glaube ich, so vor einigen Jahren nicht gesehen haben. Natürlich gibt es trotzdem auch weiterhin sehr spannende Unternehmen in den, ich sag mal, eher klassischen Venture Capital Bereichen, wir sehen immer noch spannende SaaS-Companies, gute Marktplätze etc. Man muss jetzt nicht immer nur an der Intersection von Hardware und Software arbeiten in so riesigen Zukunftsthemen, aber dort sehen wir tatsächlich sehr viel.
Trotzdem, dieser Defense-Tech-Bereich ist natürlich total interessant. Wir haben ja auch in so einem letzten Gespräch, im letzten Interview, haben wir ja über euer neues Investment gesprochen. Uwe hat es auch gerade eben erwähnt. Ist das dann so, dass dann tatsächlich so eine Veränderung in Europa plötzlich dazu führt, dass so ein Bereich auf der Landkarte auftaucht bei den VCs? Und ist das dann auch vielleicht die Brücke zum ClimateTech-Bereich, wo man sagen könnte, das ist vielleicht ein Bereich, wo man noch viel mehr tun müsste, weil es vielleicht für Europa fast so ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal sein könnte?
Ja, also grundsätzlich, wie VCs arbeiten, ist natürlich ja schon, sich Deep Dives vorzunehmen und immer wieder zu schauen, wo gibt es noch Potenzial, um große Companies zu bauen. Und ich glaube, Defense liegt jetzt bei einigen auf dem Schreibtisch und das war vorher nicht unbedingt so. Natürlich getriggert durch die makroökonomische Situation, durch die Kriege, die wir leider auf globaler Ebene wieder sehen. Hinzu kommt auch so ein bisschen, dass gerade Defense auch bei vielen VCs, glaube ich, sehr schnell in die Waffenrichtung gedrückt wurde bisher. Also wirklich auch Angriff und nicht nur Verteidigung oder Dual Use. Und damit auch auf der Exclusion List war. Also die meisten VCs haben Exclusion Lists von Themen, die sie gar nicht investieren dürfen. Da zählen irgendwie Sachen wie Gambling dazu, aber eben auch Waffen. Und ich glaube, diese Auseinandersetzung damit, dass es eine freiheitliche, demokratische Gesellschaft, die wir in Europa haben wollen, nur geben kann, wenn man eben auch resilient ist, wenn man sich verteidigen kann. Und dass das nicht gleich bedeutet, dass man in Waffen investieren muss. Ich glaube, diese Diskussion ist noch recht frisch. Die hat ja Uwe auch eben angerissen. Von daher glaube ich, das ist auf jeden Fall ein Thema, was gerade erst emerging ist. Wir haben jetzt mit Helsing das erste Unicorn in dem Bereich, was glaube ich auch in Europa, was glaube ich auch ein super Zeichen ist. Es gibt auch tolle US-Companies in dem Bereich. Und es gibt jetzt eben Dual-Use-Companies, die hinterherkommen, wie Quantum Systems oder wir hatten im Podcast, glaube ich, über ARX gesprochen. Ich glaube, da werden wir noch sehr, sehr viel sehen.
Wobei Helsing finde ich dahingehend faszinierend, dass jetzt Militär und AI kommen da plötzlich zusammen. Also für mich ist das eine totale Blackbox. Zeitgleich zeigt es aber auch, also Blackbox auch dahingehend, ich weiß überhaupt noch nicht, ob ich das gut finden kann, ne? Weil ich es einfach nicht verstehe. Aber es zeigt, finde ich, der AI-Markt zeigt ganz gut, finde ich, wie viel Kapital notwendig ist gerade. Und wir haben ja, Later Stage ist ja immer noch das Problem in Europa. Und man sieht an so Runden wie Mistral zum Beispiel, ne? Oder vielleicht können wir auch mal die Brücke zum Space Tech noch kurz, das kann man da vielleicht mit reinpacken, weil auch das ist ja natürlich ein total kapitalintensiver Markt, der wichtig ist, aber da fehlt das Kapital, glaube ich, ne?
Ja, genau. Also vielleicht zu AI, ich glaube, da wird gerade viel drüber gesprochen, aber was extrem spannend ist, glaube ich, dass wir so ein bisschen so einen Plattform-Shift potenziell haben und es jetzt die Möglichkeit gibt, hier in Europa Companies zu bauen, die zukünftigen Tech-Giganten sind. Also wir haben, kann man darüber streiten, aber ja so ein bisschen vielleicht die letzte Welle verschlafen. Also wenn man sich anschaut, Facebook, Snapchat, das sind alles Companies, die wirklich aus den USA kommen und eigentlich auch nur dort gebaut werden konnten. Und wir haben jetzt die Chance, wenn wir eben auf der regulatorischen Seite einiges richtig machen und wenn wir das Kapital dafür zusammenbekommen, eben AI-Winner von morgen hier in Europa zu bauen. Das ist Mistral angesprochen, es gibt Poolside, es gibt Aleph Alpha, es gibt wirklich spannende Unternehmen hier. Die Schwierigkeit ist, dass wenn man Large Language Models trainieren will, einfach wirklich sehr viel Kapital braucht. Und das ist auch immer noch eine der Downsides in Europa, dass gerade so in diesen Dimensionen und auch den Growth-Dimensionen vielleicht das Kapital noch nicht so abundantly vorhanden ist wie in den USA. Aber man sieht ja, dass diese Runden passieren und unter anderem eben auch mit amerikanischen VCs, wie zum Beispiel in den genannten Fällen. Also ich bin da hoffnungsvoll. Es ist natürlich jetzt immer so ein bisschen die Frage aus VC-Sicht, will man in diesen großen Runden partizipieren, kann man diese Summen aufbringen, kann man diese Valuations rechtfertigen. Aber grundsätzlich erstmal super, dass das hier passiert und dass es eben auch Companies wie Poolside gibt, die dann nach Frankreich zurückkommen, weil sie sagen, wir wollen das eigentlich in Europa bauen und wir sehen, dass die Rahmenbedingungen dafür geschaffen werden.
Ich habe mir auf PitchBook angeguckt, es gab so eine Aufstellung, 23 Unicorns, AI-Unicorns in Europa. Und dann ist auf Platz 1 ist Content Square und auf Platz 3 Go Student, wo ich mich dann gefragt habe, okay, versucht man sich jetzt auch den Markt so ein bisschen schön zu reden, weißt du, also sind wir vielleicht weil wir reden ja auch über AI als Treiber von Innovationen oder umgekehrt, ne? Also dass der Markt vorankommt. Das wird ja durch solche Firmen jetzt nicht unbedingt belegt.
Ja, das kann man so sehen. Ich glaube, ich würde versuchen zu argumentieren, dass fast alle Companies, die wir in den nächsten Jahren sehen werden, irgendeine AI-Komponente haben werden. Ob man die dann gleich als AI-Startups bezeichnen muss, wie Go Student, kann man, glaube ich, lange darüber streiten. Ich glaube, wenn wir darüber sprechen, dann habe ich jetzt eher an die fundamentaleren Infrastrukturlayer gedacht, ne? Also wirklich an die Foundational Models etc., weil das AI eine Komponente sein muss, wenn man ein Business heute baut im Tech-Bereich. Ich glaube, das ist eine Binsenweisheit, aber die meisten werden das einfach machen. Und bei Go Student gibt es gute Use Cases dafür. Das wird für mich dann aber nicht gleich zu einer AI-First-Company, ist immer noch eine Educational Tech-Company.
Ich wollte damit auch nur sagen, man darf sich jetzt nicht beruhigen und sagen, wir sind ja eigentlich schon auf einem guten Weg, wenn solche Firmen dann hinterher die Aushängeschilder sind. Ne? Ich meine, du kommst aus Köln, DeepL, das ist eigentlich ein viel besseres Beispiel, finde ich, für eine AI-Vorreiter, oder?
Genau, ja, unser ganzer Stolz, das erste Kölner Unicorn. Das ist zum Beispiel für mich eine AI-Company, aber dass viele der etablierten und erfolgreichen Scale-Ups in Europa AI nutzen, ich glaube, das ist selbstverständlich. Wir sollten uns dann aber nicht schönreden, dass wir dann Leader im AI-Bereich sind. Also mir geht es wirklich um diejenigen, die Foundational Layer dafür bauen.
AI ist aber jetzt so ein bisschen hochgekommen in den letzten 1-2 Jahren, also eigentlich wahrscheinlich seit November letzten Jahres so richtig in dem Bewusstsein angekommen. Energy und Cleantech sind da schon länger und die passen irgendwie, also wir haben jetzt auch gar nicht über Mobility gesprochen, ist ja auch nochmal spannend, weil das ist ja eigentlich das, wo wir herkommen, zumindest aus Deutschland, vielleicht auch aus Europa. Spielt das eine Rolle oder könnte Cleantech quasi das neue Mobility werden?
Ja, spannende Frage. Also man würde ja argumentieren, wir als gerade deutsche Nation mit irgendwie tollen Autounternehmern müssten eigentlich ganz vorne sein, was Mobility angeht. Ich glaube, man kann den großen Konzernen vielleicht so ein bisschen vorwerfen, dass sie einiges in der Elektromobilität verschlafen haben. Und im Venture-Bereich gibt es tatsächlich sehr spannende Firmen. Also es gibt Companies wie Way zum Beispiel, die im Telefahren aktiv sind und im autonomen Fahren. Es gibt Companies, die elektrisch getriebene Flugzeuge bauen, wie Viridion. Es gibt Fernride. Es gibt so viele Companies in diesem Bereich, die aber alle noch vielleicht nicht den maximalen Durchbruch geschafft haben, weil eben auch die Entwicklungszyklen sehr lang sind. Also die sind, ich glaube, in der Venture-Welt relativ präsent, aber vielleicht draußen noch nicht so sehr, weil sie noch keine kommerziellen Anwendungsfälle haben. Ich denke, da müssen wir noch ein bisschen warten. Zu Cleantech und Energy, ich glaube, extrem spannend. Also da sehe ich wirklich die Chance, dass Europa Vorreiter ist. Wir haben sehr spannende Companies da. Ich glaube, Enpal und 1,5 kennen die meisten, dass das eben auch für Wärmepumpen und für Thermal Insulation etc. alles passieren muss, weil wir so viele sanierungsbedürftige Gebäude in Europa haben. Ich glaube, da werden wir noch richtig, richtig tolle Companies sehen.
Aber jetzt auch nichts gegen Enpal und 1,5 Grad und so. Aber das ist jetzt von der Innovationskraft auch noch nicht das Ende der Fahnenstange.
Ja, das ist immer so ein bisschen eine schwierige Thematik, finde ich, weil nur weil die jetzt nicht im Hardware-Sektor so ganz vorne dabei sind bei der Innovation, sind es ja trotzdem innovative Companies. Also wir haben Millionen von Dächern, die mit PV zugepflastert werden müssen. Und wenn man das ermöglicht in einer schnelleren, skalierbaren Art und Weise als bisher, dann würde ich das schon als sehr innovativ bezeichnen. Man muss ja nicht immer gleich dann den nächsten PV-Panel direkt selbst entwickeln.
Sondern mir geht es nur darum, nicht, dass wir immer zu früh zufrieden sind. Weißt du, das Gleiche eben mit der AI-Studie, ja? Sondern da geht halt noch viel mehr eigentlich. Der Anspruch muss ein anderer sein.
Ja, ich glaube, der Anspruch ist aber bei den Unternehmern in dem Bereich auf jeden Fall da. Am Ende ist halt die Frage so ein bisschen immer wieder die Regulierung. Was ist da möglich? Aber ich glaube, Anspruch würde ich den Gründern und Gründerinnen, die ich jeden Tag spreche, schon unterstellen.
Aber dann vielleicht Anspruch an die Regulierung, das nochmal als Brücke, kannst du mir vielleicht erklären? GovTech ist immer so das Thema, wo ich denke, also das größte Problem oder das Problem, unter dem jeder Unternehmer leidet, ist Bürokratie. Und das Thema, was jeder VC meidet, wie der Teufel das Weihwasser, ist GovTech. Wie geht denn das zusammen?
Ja, vielleicht erklärt sich das sogar mit sich selbst, weil du hast natürlich total recht. Wir meckern alle viel, dass mehr passieren muss. Und warum investieren wir da nicht in diesen Bereich?
Ihr sucht nach großen Problemen, ne? Ja.
Genau, das ist auf jeden Fall ein großes Problem. Ja. Ich glaube, was wir aber auch brauchen, ist eben eine gewisse Velocity, also Geschwindigkeit, mit der man wachsen kann. Und ich glaube, der Konsens ist, dass es schwierig ist, wenn man im Government-Bereich Software zum Beispiel bauen will, dass man entsprechend schnell wachsen kann. Einfach weil man es auf der anderen Seite mit Verwaltung zu tun hat, an die man, glaube ich, ungern verkauft, weil Sales-Zyklen lang sind, weil viel Abstimmung stattfinden muss, weil veraltete Infrastruktur vorliegt, mit der man integrieren muss. Ich glaube, da müsste mehr Geld reinfließen, aber ich kann auch verstehen, warum viele VCs vorsichtig sind, weil man eben vermutet, dass das Wachstum vielleicht nicht mit der Geschwindigkeit stattfinden kann, wenn man das Geld woanders platziert. Also am Ende ist es ein bisschen ein Opportunitätskostenthema.
Und ihr jetzt so, was sind so die großen Themen, auf die ihr euch jetzt gerade fokussiert? Also wir haben jetzt viele von den großen Themen schon besprochen. Haben wir da was vergessen, wo du sagst, da würden wir gerne mehr Startups sehen?
Ich glaube, wir haben die 4, 5 großen Themen angesprochen. Also Defense, AI, Climate und Energy, Space Tech, SynBio. Ich glaube, die sind alle sehr im Fokus bei uns. Nichtsdestotrotz, ich persönlich zum Beispiel schaue mir auch viel Construction an und Logistik, was vielleicht ein bisschen weniger sexy klingt, aber extrem große Märkte, komplett unterdigitalisiert. Wir haben schon die ersten Unicorns gesehen mit Zender und Forto im Logistikbereich, Forto auch später hier auf der Bühne. Aber wir werden da in so eine Labor Shortage reinlaufen in den nächsten Jahren, weil sehr viele Leute eben den Markt verlassen. Wir haben jetzt schon Probleme, genug Truckdriver zu finden, genug Leute, die in der Logistik arbeiten wollen. Da passiert so viel. Ich glaube, da werden wir nochmal eine richtige Welle an Companies sehen. Also auch diese Themen, die vielleicht nicht auf jeder Konferenz so thematisiert werden, sind für uns extrem spannend. Und wenn jemand da was baut, dann meldet euch gern.
Und SpaceTech haben wir jetzt nur am Rande gestreift, aber es ist wirklich, ich habe mit Lukas Leitner von Lakestar dazu eine ganze Reihe gemacht. War mir gar nicht klar, wie konkret das ganze Thema schon ist, also wie greifbar. Man denkt immer, SpaceTech ist so Science Fiction, aber das ist total da, wirklich hier und jetzt und hat auch viel mit Cleantech zu tun. Also da gibt es eine große Brücke, glaube ich, nochmal, die aber hinterher finanziert werden will. Ne?
Genau, und da haben wir auch tolle Companies mit ESA Aerospace zum Beispiel aus München. Es gibt auch noch eine Company in Freiburg, die spannende Sachen macht. Da kommt ganz viel und ich glaube, das war vielleicht nicht keines der Themen, die man sich so vor 2, 3 Jahren angeschaut hätte. Ich glaube, ein bisschen was Positives kann man dann auch über Elon Musk doch mal sagen, dass er halt gezeigt hat, dass sowas möglich ist, in diesem Bereich große Companies zu bauen. Und ich glaube, so langsam kommt das auch hier an. Wir haben die Ingenieure dafür, das muss man sagen. Also Deutschland insbesondere ist ein ganz toller Standort für Luft- und Raumfahrttechnik. Von daher finde ich gut, dass wir auch nach den Sternen greifen.
Total. Und vielleicht zum Schluss, also der Anspruch muss hoch sein, glaube ich. Ich glaube, das ist ganz wichtig. Und wenn der Wille eigentlich da ist oder das Verlangen, dann muss das auch ermöglicht werden. Ich glaube, weil wir haben ein wichtiges Thema für mich vergessen. Relevantes Thema ist Bildung bei der ganzen Geschichte. Ja?
Ja.
Darf man nicht vergessen. Das ist, glaube ich, der große Markt. Und ich glaube, da spielt das Thema Regulatorik auch eine große Rolle. Werden wir, glaube ich, gleich im nächsten Panel hören.
Ganz genau, da freue ich mich drauf. Ich glaube, wir sind auch schon am Ende unserer Zeit. Wir haben
nicht
alle Themen durchbekommen,
genau.
Aber es gibt ja noch viel im Laufe des Tages.
Hat großen Spaß gemacht. Lieben Dank.
Danke dir.
Philipp Werner.
Yeah, switching back to English. Thanks a lot, Jan. Thanks a lot, Philip. That was really interesting.
Thanks.
And as you said, we will now continue with the topic of education and entrepreneurship. Give us a second because we need to set up the stage because it's quite around. And as we are getting ready, I would like to welcome Yvonne Wende, CEO and founder of the Berlin Cosmopolitan School, on stage now with us here. Yvonne. Next one is René Mauer, Professor for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the ESCP Business School. Benedikt Kurz, the CEO and founder of No Unity, one of the fastest growing education tech solution in Europe. Hi, Benedikt.
Ich würde schon sagen, wohin wir gehen.
And last but not least, Verena Pauster, one of the biggest drivers of innovation and actually with a big heart for everything, all things education, and the future president of the German Startup Association. Welcome to the panel. Yeah, we heard a lot of things today here during the morning about things that are probably not going so well, and that is the truth. We have to face it. It's obvious. And one obvious way out of that misery can be education and build on the future. And Verena, I guess we agree the future of Germany as from an economical standpoint is probably not only subsidies for the car manufacturing industry.
No, definitely not. We're pretty good at subsidizing in this country. So the subsidies went up from 2022 to today by 20 billion. So this is something we got used to keep things alive that maybe will not be our future. And so I think we have to kind of shift our mindset more towards a future-orientated economy. And that would, in my eyes, mean, we're going to touch on education a lot, but educating also for entrepreneurship much earlier, not because everyone has to become an entrepreneur, but an entrepreneurial mindset, in my eyes, is this: I am in the driver's seat. I don't have to wait for the state. I don't have to wait for subsidies. I can do it. I can make it myself. The second thing is, if people come to this country, we take an awful long time to bring them into work. And this is something we can't afford as a nation which is very old, which doesn't get a lot of kids, and which has huge open spaces in the labor market. And we have visa processes that take over a year, although we know we need the people. And the third thing I would say is where we need a mindset shift is, in the past, we were always known for made in Germany. This was kind of like the stamp. It wasn't meant to at the time. It was more like a warning to the world, don't buy in Germany, but it turned out to be a quality stamp. Now I would like to shift that narrative into make it in Germany, so that you feel like you can make it here. We have innovations that come from here. We have people who can come into our country and start their careers, their ideas here. And you have the capital. Nobody will stop you. Because at the moment, the narrative is more the opposite of, Germany doesn't really have a great future. The economy is going down. People are leaving the country. And I think that can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that is something we should prevent.
Yeah. Thank you. Benedikt, you are the role model of a young founder who actually, as far as I know, you have started your company, and a very successful company, out of high school. So you usually we know a lot of entrepreneurs like coming from the same 3, 4, 5 universities, national, international, and you just did that out of high school. Do you feel like you're missing anything that you could have learned about entrepreneurship at university?
Good question. I mean, sometimes I feel like I miss a university on my LinkedIn profile or something, because that kind of in the early days was a bit of a bummer. Although when looking specifically at education, I wouldn't really say so. I mean, I don't know how education is taught in university because I never was in university, but just looking at lots of our great colleagues, I'm not sure, talking with them and speaking with them, that entrepreneurship really is something which is explicitly taught at universities, or at the universities that quite a lot of people in the startup scene go to. I mean, I can only talk about school in that sense, and in school it's definitely so kind of normal K-12 school, and there it's definitely not something which is taught, and definitely not something which is top of mind, such as Verena rightfully said. So we had quite some luck because of our background and everything, that we kind of got into this entrepreneurial somewhat of direction, because otherwise I don't think that we would have started that early.
Yeah. But now you are in this role, you are the CEO of your company, and you have started this whole thing. What would you have wished for to be taught in school that would have prepared you even better for the role that you're having today?
I'm not sure if that's really the sole role of school in order to prepare people in order to become a CEO right after school or something, because I guess that's not a super normal way. I think what definitely could have been taught better is that area of working together, working in teams in that sense. In school, you're extensively taught to basically just work towards an exam on your own, basically. There's not that many group work. There's not that many things where you work on together. It's a lot, okay, hey, you go ahead and grab best grades. And that's not something which happens in entrepreneurship and which kind of should work in a team when you're building up a team and when you're trying to collaborate and work together with the team for a common goal. I guess that's something which is extremely important in life in general, and which definitely isn't something which is taught in Germany with the heavily grade-focused school system and that pretty single-minded focus of school.
René, the didactics of entrepreneurship, that is a little bit like, as far as I understand, your topic. So how do you actually do that? How do you teach to be a founder? How do you teach to be an entrepreneur?
Yeah, and can we do it and should we do it, right? That's probably the question.
Fair.
It's a tough one, actually, and it saw quite some development, I have to say. So I kind of entered this whole field about 2005, kind of the academic side of entrepreneurship. And at that point, I think what we saw is that it was still very technical skills oriented, right? So know what a pitch deck is, what a business plan is, and if you want to do practical stuff, learn to write one, right, in that sense. And I think it has moved quite a bit since then. So yes, we're still focusing a lot on skills, a lot around making, as we just learned, right? So the kind of tools, the methods that we know that are out there that help us make and help us also teach the making actively. And there's a huge ton of them, and they're coming from very different angles and different directions. And it's kind of important to kind of tease them apart and also say what some do, what some do not do. But then we do have a second important focus to us, which is personal reflection, personal development in that sense, figuring out for yourself if it's something for you, what kind of entrepreneurship could be something for you. And then we kind of combine all of that by giving some overarching frameworks where we are talking a lot about risk, uncertainty, where we help people to experience uncertainty as much as we can do that in classroom settings. But then we're trying to make the interventions that we do getting as close as possible, to what we may be calling entrepreneurial experiences, right? Because this is what we really believe is really important to help people kind of feel it in a way, but then also understand what kind of path they would go through once they chose this path. Yeah.
I think it's actually an interesting differentiation because we do have a lot of institutions, education institutions, I think mostly private, that really try to prepare young people for working in the digital industry, and you learn coding and being product manager and marketing and these things. But being an entrepreneur, there's this other aspect, and I would like to go a little bit deeper, and that's exactly what you mentioned, this dealing with uncertainty. Like if you get employed by a startup to be a backend developer, you work in this economy, but it's still different from a role as an entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur, a big aspect of that is dealing with uncertainty. So how do you teach that? How could that look in practice?
Yeah, we're spending quite some time on trying to figure that out. So first of all, we're trying to figure out what that actually is, uncertainty, right? And we are using obviously lots of words to describe that, but to us it comes down to the question, do you know right now what you exactly have to do to be successful with your project, with your endeavor tomorrow, right? And then we can look at projects, and probably we do it in most cases at business schools, and ESCP obviously is a business school, that we kind of assume that we just have to do our homework, everything is laid out there in terms of information, we just have to stack it together, do our analysis, do our homework, and then we have the results and know our path forward. And what we see is the more innovative you become in entrepreneurship. And obviously, if we think about entrepreneurship as starting businesses and starting companies, we can also do copycats. We can also do open up franchise businesses, right? A lot of information is already there. But when we're talking about new businesses, innovative businesses, then the uncertainty coming with this is much higher. And we do not know what we need to do now to be successful with it tomorrow. And I think I'm spending most of my time in classrooms both kind of in the consecutive classrooms where the students do not have that much work experience, but then also in executive classrooms where people are coming with lots of work experience to discuss what is this notion behind living through situations of uncertainty. And a lot of that is connected to making, again, in the sense of being open to let things emerge. To let things emerge out of situations of high uncertainty, where the puzzle pieces are not already laid out, but where we need to kind of let them come up, and then we need to combine them and connect them and co-create something that becomes that new invention, that new innovation, as we heard before, in terms of something that can be successfully solving someone's problems.
By listening and being married to a founder myself, and we've been doing this for quite a while, I'm super interested that you're teaching it, but I think you can't really go through it until you go through it, would be my feeling, because it gets so tough, and I just imagined myself sitting in this room being taught how to go through uncertainty. That's like a Trockenübung. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be doing it, but I just thought, like, I don't know if anyone could have ever prepared us for what we went through. Yeah.
So our students, I mean, we just have them again now because we're starting with the fall, right? And a very early thing they do is they go through an art thinking exercise. So it's basically a blank canvas or an empty socket or whatever, right? And they are supposed to create something, right? And I'm agreeing, in some ways it's a Trockenübung, right? It's a dry run on that. But if the option is not to go into that direction, I much more prefer working on my Trockenübung, right?
Yeah, it's not enough, but it helps halfway.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, if I may add that, we're always trying to add in something that I think we heard in the talks before, to try to get close to skin in the game. We try to make them experience what it means to actually have authentic skin in the game when they're when they're going through their projects that we invite them to do to a certain point in time, to a certain development stage, right? And that skin in the game is also making it personally relevant for them, and then we're kind of at least getting closer.
Yvonne, you are actually doing all that in practice. You founded the Berlin Cosmopolitan School. As I recently learned, you also founded the Berlin Metropolitan School. These are two different institutions. And from what I see, you're putting entrepreneurship very high on the agenda. Now, BCS is a school that basically goes from year one kindergarten to what we call Abitur in Germany. What would you say is the right age to start creating an entrepreneurial spark or teaching anything in that direction or create this mindset? And what can you do at such a young age?
As young as possible, of course. I mean, I really believe that education and entrepreneurship are linked, very much linked, and they can drive positive change in our world. And how we do it is the question. I mean, and what we're doing. We develop the ideas, the skills, and the attitudes in school that helps the students to change their life. And it's not about only gaining knowledge. It's about really having these attitudes. But the keyword number one is interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary learning. We do this in primary school already, so learning that transcends traditional boundaries of subjects. And students learn to connect different areas of knowledge. So how we do it? And we say stay critical thinker and stay creative. Of course, we have a lot of offering to learn arts and music and dance. But what do I mean? Let's take an example of second grade. A second grader has a topic oceans. So they learn a lot of the plants and the animals there. They found out that there is pollution in the ocean, and then they draft or they create from papier-mâché a fish, and then they have an exhibition, and of course they collect the waste of 1 week, a plastic garbage, and then they show it. And with Sway on an iPad, they present the results they found out through primary literature. And that shows that we take this opportunity to start already early in primary school, and look what then comes. they found out, oh, there is not only garbage and waste in ocean, it is around the corner in our Wunschgarten. So let's go and take this garbage out of the Wunschgarten. So we start very early, and finally in 6th and 7th grade, we have a lot of founders. So, for instance, we founded affordable barbecue with photovoltaic, or we had panda stores. That means from Brandenburg, we have bamboo and have individualized straws. Or we had, of course, a lipstick, a sustainable one, or individual chocolate makers. But the most important was one company we founded, not we, that were some boys. They really didn't like learning so much and writing. But then they had an idea to found a company. They love sneakers, and you know sneakers are really expensive, or can be. So they had the idea to take all the sneakers they get and then refresh them and resell them, and for a smaller price. And they were so into it that they drafted so many things and talked about it and wrote. So those students probably never wrote so much in that some weeks before. So that is really having an idea how we nurture the entrepreneurship. And you know how we start and help this as well? We go into the nature, because nature and real life experience, those are the key points to say, yeah, we take this curiosity the children were born with. So the school usually was deleting all this curiosity. We try to keep it up. We go into the nature, we go into the forest, and the students by themselves find out how interesting the life is. And they want to do something. And that is what we want.
I think you're actually putting up a definition of an entrepreneur that is actually interesting and probably not like the common opinion, at least in Germany. Maybe that's different in other cultures, because we very much have this picture that an entrepreneur is an owner of a company. It's somebody who wants to earn a lot of money and wants to own something. And here we are more talking about take ownership of a given situation. And when you refer to this, like waste collection or so, it's like you see something, you say, okay, I will go and do something about it and develop that spirit. And I think this actually refers to a lot of topics that we also have seen here in the morning, and I think this is the definition of entrepreneurship that we have and that we also see.
I think one point that you're making, Ran, is quite important, because you just said, hey, in Germany you always have that picture of a typical entrepreneur being someone who just wants to earn a lot of money and who's just there for the ownership. And I guess that's a huge point to kind of somewhat put this more into schools and more into education, and somewhat teach more about what great entrepreneurs are actually doing at the end of the day. Because in Germany, we to a certain extent lack great role models, which definitely is one of the reasons why there isn't that many students coming out of school saying, hey, I want to start a company, I want to found a company. Because what you kind of get taught in school is rather, when you finish school, I don't know, there is someone from the Agentur für Arbeit or from a big corporate coming into your class and telling you about your potential job options there. But there's no one really kind of coming into it with that way of, hey, we could actually also do it different. There's great company to be found, there's a problem to be solved. And I guess having more of that openness in high school already is a huge driver to then also kind of keep up that curiosity that you mentioned, to kind of keep up that drive and that can-do attitude also for your further steps in life.
And I think we're profiting from the fact that we're broadening that understanding of what entrepreneurship is, right? I have an example, it's from the States again, but it's Drexel University. They actually, they also have a business school, like ESOP is, but they have other faculties, so they have humanities and they have engineering, but they now also have an entrepreneurship school. They have it next to the business school, which is already kind of interesting. And their main idea is that they actually want to empower all other students at the other schools at the university to take the courses there, because their conviction is that you already have to be, or you already want to be equipped with entrepreneurial methods and tools and mindset when you're thinking about your own workforce. Right, because it's not, it's not the times by far anymore, right, where you can enter a company that is advertising to you, and then you're in a job and you're staying there until the end, right? It's much more this. Think about, it's your life, it's your workforce. What do you want to do with it? And start being entrepreneurial already with your working hours.
Now, the average investment by an average VC in an average startup is there's a founder or there's a founder team. The founders come from one of the elite universities or have successfully done in a company before. And Verena, I think I'm allowed to say that actually Project A and you, we are together invested in Unity. And there was Benedict and the team, and there was not all this legacy. Why did you do that? And weren't you any concerned that you might, go too much risk here?
Well, it was in the middle of Corona, so it was 2020. You couldn't really travel. I lived in Berlin, you lived in Karlsruhe. And so it was already a journey to get from Karlsruhe to Berlin. And I said, Benedict, are you in Berlin at some point? And he was like, I'll try. And then he was there, and we walked through Volkspark Friedrichshain for, I think, 1.5 or 2 hours, because you weren't allowed to meet inside. And you were 19?
Yep.
And I thought like, okay, I'm going to give my download of all my experience and all my knowledge to this 19-year-old. And then it was exactly not like that. It was like he had it all figured out. He could have become a tennis pro, but Corona kind of destroyed that dream. So he said, I'm going for the entrepreneurial road. And the clarity, the punch, the boldness of you wanted to build a big company, and the modesty of he didn't think he was going to run the world. He knew it would be one step at a time. Beats every business school, beats every I've done it before, beats every those and those VCs are already invested in me. And I mean, this is now an easy example because obviously it proved me right. And I have invested in companies that didn't work out, but when I met Benedict, I was pretty sure this is a winner.
Yeah, I agree on that. Sliding a little bit over, a lot of the institutions that we are talking about here, Berlin Cosmopolitan School, the different universities that usually bring up a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of them are private sector. What's your view on that, Verena? Do you think only the private education sector can pull that off? And kids going to the public institutions are left behind, or how can that be changed, or what's necessary here?
Well, that's definitely not the picture we should have, or what we should be doing in Germany. But to say that first, I have huge respect for Yvonne Wende and to build a school, because it is tougher, I would say, than building a startup, because you have parents. Yeah.
We are two of the parents.
We are two of the parents. Yeah, we're the nice ones. Yeah. But no, you have parents, you have teachers. They have their own kind of view on how things should work. You have kids. They're very sweet, but they're very chaotic. And you've been doing this for 20 years. It's a marathon without an end. You can't say one day, okay, I will not run this school anymore. You can obviously step down from certain roles, but you're always in this. So we need more entrepreneurs founding in the education space like Yvonne. And then this das muss Schule machen in the state system. Mm-hmm. We have to stop looking at private schools as this anomaly which we want to kind of hide and get rid of because that's not the real world. We have to kind of look at what do they do, also with little money, which we can easily transfer to the state schools. And in the state schools, we have to stop doing these huge state programs like a Digitalpakt, which we talk about for 6 years, which in the end is purchase of hardware. That's not very inspirational. And start teaching the teachers, introducing software into the schools, and kind of wanting to do all that what we just discussed, making kids creators of the world of tomorrow, and not these knowledge bingers who are totally ignoring ChatGPT and everything because they're not allowed to use it. That's not the real world we're going to let them into after they finish school. And so that's Germany's #1 thing to do, fix the educational system, because it's the only resource we have in this country.
You are an ambassador of the TUMO project. Can you say a few words about that? Because I think that builds this bridge actually quite nicely.
Absolutely, and I can make it short. In Armenia, of all places, it's a small country, they put 5 billion, the state put 5 billion into extracurricular schools, so afternoon schools where they teach digital photography, coding, robotics, 3D printing, animation film, everything, digital music. they didn't buy hardware. They put 5 billion, same amount as we put in hardware, which is going to be old in 1 year. They put into these schools, and they franchised it to the whole world. There's now a TUMO center in Berlin, and for everyone in the room who has 13 to 19-year-olds, children, anything, it's for free. You choose from a curriculum of these 12 topics. You learn with others, and it's an amazing concept. It's now going to be rolled out all through Germany, and I think we need this. In the mornings, the school sparks something, and in the afternoon, there are places, libraries of the future, TUMO centers that keep it going. Otherwise, our kids will be full-time consumers of digital media and not create anything once they leave the school.
So turn from consumer to creator.
Absolutely. They learn the consumption part by themselves. We don't have to teach them how to swipe, but we have to teach them what else you can do in that world of tomorrow.
René, is it true what I said earlier, that most entrepreneurs come out of these specific universities or so? What's the educational background of founders in Germany?
Well, I mean, obviously, it depends a bit upon who are we talking about, right? I mean, there are a lot of companies created every year and also closed in the country. I mean, we just had the Deutsche Startup Monitor coming out 2023, and they are producing some nice numbers there. I think they're looking at about, was it 16 or 1800 companies, and they show that the people behind it, something like 4,000 or 5,000 people in the 1,800 or 1,600 companies, that they, by majority, have an academic background, right? So there you have, I don't know, more than 80% bachelor's or master's or higher degree. And then you can see that, again, half of the ones obtaining a master's degree, I think, come from STEM areas, and then another close to that, maybe 40% come from business background. That includes then business schools, and yes, that includes then also private business schools. That come with other kind of benefits, with networks, with all the important things that Yvonne is triggering, right? Early kind of, even earlier in your case, preparation for the task, but then also, very importantly, showing the role models, right? Showing the ones that have just been doing it before them. Yes, showing them the big, cool, unicorn, whatever cases, but also showing them the ones that just are in front of them and already are doing it, right? So that they can see and make a relation to them. If these people can do it, I also believe that I can do it, driving their self-efficacy towards entrepreneurial activity.
Yvonne, if you think about cooperations, I bet your school has a lot of cooperations, probably also with universities or business schools in other areas, other organizations. Is that the case? And how important is that, or how much further should that go, probably?
Yeah, we have a lot of cooperation, first, by the way, with parents. So parents allow our children to go into companies and have an internship already in 6th grade. 1 day, and in 7th grade, 1 week internship. And we have a lot of cooperation, that's why, with companies, and they let the students come in 8th grade for 1 week and 9th grade for 2 weeks. So our students not only learn that an influencer is the future, but they go into real companies, startups, for instance, and find out how they work, and they are inspired so much about it. And didn't you know that you can't found a state school? So that's why we have to have all these free and independent schools. And yes, that's true. We invite students to our clubs, even from state schools, to take part. So we open up to the community, and that is the first step, to open up as an independent school and invite everybody to come in. And we invite our alumni, of course, to come to our students and to talk about it. What does it mean to be in a company or to go to a university? And that is the most important part. And I think that the school is the church of today. Usually we had one church in one village. Now we have one school in a village and different churches. So to combine the community, we need the schools. And that's why I invite everybody here, go to your neighbor's school and talk about your work and talk about the future you think of. And this could be the first step and call for action to do for our students and for our children.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe similar final words from the other three. what do you think needs to happen in Europe if we want to really support entrepreneurship so that the darker scenarios of what David Volkers-Landau has explained earlier do not happen, but that we basically develop this country and this continent further and become successful, Benedikt?
I think we need to create strong role models of great entrepreneurs in that sense, which we teach early on in school, and that doesn't necessarily need to be a huge unicorn founder, because that always looks huge for a child or for someone starting out. It could also just be someone who locally created 30 to 40 jobs. It's also heavily important for the economy. I guess that's point one. And point two, for me, is a lot about teachers' development, and in that sense, teachers' education, because we can do a lot what we discussed about here, but we can't do that without teachers being open for it. And I guess that's the two key things I'd bring up.
René?
Yeah, I'm immediately connecting and then the teacher's just one element. I think we need a much more systemic approach to the same things, to these developments, because just buying the hardware isn't solving the digital education thing. Similarly, right, educating the teachers will be one element, and just thinking about more systemically. And I think the basis for that is also to broaden up that definition. So it's not only about creating startups and owning a business, or even only creating a unicorn startup or a high growth startup, but it's much more broadly, and by that it's also much more important for us as an entire society. And from that commitment, I think a lot of choices and a lot of decisions can come.
Yeah, so +1 to everything that's been said. Plus, if you say what is Europe's big ingredient, is the late stage capital for deep tech. Because Marvel Fusion, Exploration Company, ESA Aerospace, all the others, if we fund the risky start phase, and we're doing well there, till Series A, Series B, we don't really have the problem anymore. And then we lose these companies to non-European VCs and non-European capital when they become big, then the innovation goes, the people go, the IP goes. And so I think this is really something where Europe can work together. I mean, France is doing a very good job, and why not copy France in this aspect? And I think that will be one of the things that I will look into at the German Startup Association very strongly. There are the elections next year in Europe. We always feel that these European elections don't really affect our everyday lives as much, so they have a low interest in compared to the national elections. And I think where you can put out a narrative is how can we foster entrepreneurship education here in Europe, and actually not only plant the seeds, but also see the plants grow. And I think that would be one factor we're still missing.
And
Thank
fostering,
you. Yep.
and fostering entrepreneurship among female
Yes.
students. That is the most important part.
Yes.
So, yeah, and help female students to become entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time and your contribution.
Thank you.
Thanks to you for being here. We will now on the stage take approximately half an hour break, so please, you can just hang around here, or you can go out, eat something, drink something, or check out the talks on the other stages, because the lunch break's actually not the same on each stage. That helps with the food trucks probably, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break, hopefully some food and drinks, in order to digest some of the next topics, because it's getting very serious. We will talk in the course of the afternoon a lot about topics that we really need to solve in order for this planet actually to keep existing as an environment that really cuts us for us. And I'm very happy to start with an interview on how or if climate tech is the future of investment. And for that, I would like to welcome to the stage Miele Cesarelli, a principal at Project A Ventures and also a Two Hearts founding member. Hey. And she will be talking together with Lubomila Jordanova, and the list of the titles is probably a little long. Founder and CEO of Plan A, an Obama leader, an MIT under 35 innovator, LinkedIn top voice, and in general, just a very inspiring person. Welcome to the stage.
All right, Lubo.
Hi.
How are you?
Really good. Always a pleasure to be with you.
I know. So for everyone who doesn't know, Lubo and I actually go way back. We've known each other for a while. Before Lubo flew away with Plan A, we actually came together and wanted to organize a sustainability hackathon here in Berlin. But then, obviously, things got busy with Plan A, and for me with Project A. So now we're in this setting together, and I feel really honored to have you here on stage today. Obviously, you've been doing just amazing stuff in the last couple of years, not only with Plan A, but also kind of, you know, being Obama leader with the Obama Foundation, sitting on multiple different advisory boards on climate. You were one of the first people that kind of built in Berlin a ClimateTech, or actually in Europe even, a ClimateTech business that's VC-backed. And by now, you've raised over $40 million in investment. And for whoever has not heard it, she actually raised announced in the last 2 or 3 weeks her Series A, it was, right, of 27 million with Lightspeed Ventures and with obviously Holzbring also as an investor. So congratulations on that one, first of all. Really, really happy to have you here. And Lubo's actually joining us for 2 sessions, so really, really appreciating that. But to start off with, Lubo, tell us about your journey. So obviously the idea behind Plan A started a long time ago. What has been your journey so far? And how did you come up with Plan A, the idea, in the first place?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I think it's no coincidence that we go a long way back, because there's been a lot of stepping stones and milestones that we have been able also to unfold together. As you know, you have reference points related to investments, I to building a company. Plan A was founded in 2017. We're now 150 people sitting between Berlin, London, Munich, and Paris, and we have over 1,500 companies that we work with. The truth about the journey is that probably from the outside it could look very glorious from today's perspective, 5 years down the line, but the amount of hours and hustling and mainly explanation of what climate change is has been hidden somewhere in the back and has probably not allowed for many people to understand that building a climate tech company is a truly combination between building a university and a technology business, plus also working on understanding how hardware works. And what I mean by this is that if you take 2016, when I started going on this journey, the truth about climate was as it is today, just not as bad technically, based on the fact that we've not done too much to fix it yet. But there was very little understanding on the business side whether this was an actual problem that can also make money for businesses. And why I say it like this is because it really matters for us to understand that this is the biggest economic opportunity that we ever had, and unfortunately, the biggest challenge ahead of us if we decide to postpone our actions. 3 years of no funding, a lot of lack of resources also meant lack of people, just volunteers and people like you that would allow for coffee to sob over the fact that climate exists and there's no funding for it. From today's perspective, I'm incredibly hopeful, and it gives me a chance to believe based on our clients, but it certainly has been quite of a wild journey.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure the audience would also love to hear a little bit more about kind of what you're building exactly, what problem you're trying to solve, and how you came up with the idea of taking that approach. And obviously, I know that you have quite a big scientific team also within Plan A, so maybe a bit more on how you decided to kind of also give it a scientific approach rather than just kind of the business approach.
Science is at the core of everything that we do in Plan A. A quarter of the Plan A team is climate data scientists. And this has been a decision that I made on day one, because the year before launching the company, I spent all my time after quitting my job on learning about climate change, but not through documentaries, really through the scientific papers out there. Why? Because the facts get more dramatic when you go into the data, but ultimately the outcome is that you develop the real picture that quite often, if you watch a movie or a short article that is visualized in a video by WEF, you quite often don't grasp the totality of the problem that you need to be solving. The product that we have is a software as a service platform for decarbonization of businesses and their value chains. The 1,500 companies that we have of the likes of BMW, Chloe, N26, Sorare, and many others, from fashion through to automotive, banking, We have developed an algorithm that for some of our clients processes 20 million data points a month. And by using all these data points, we're able to have a very clear view on the actions that businesses need to take in order to decarbonize. But not only with, oh, you need to invest in this topic and now think of all these budgets that you need to prepare. It really is about the return on investment on sustainability. What are the caveats for that? We also have an ESG reporting component, but why I'm allowing myself to say it as a second thought is because the ultimate support that we give to our clients is really giving them the pathway of them being able to go out and decarbonize and allow the value chains to stay relevant.
Mm-hmm. And what I was wondering is obviously kind of you have a wide range of your go-to market, the types of companies that you work with. What is pushing them actually now? Because it used to be kind of, they didn't really understand the product, I guess, at the start when you initially started to try to sell to them. They probably didn't understand the urgency as much or what that actually meant. And maybe did it more of like a, I don't know, was it like from a marketing perspective or like a branding perspective, and now understanding more that it's actually like a financial incentive and financial importance of using a product like this. Have you noticed a shift like that, or do you still need to explain to them how important that is?
I've seen the shift across the board, from the investment side up until the corporate side. On the investment side, it definitely has been a time when I would get on a call with a VC and I would be asking myself, is this a call where I'm going to be teaching someone something so that I prepare the thesis of the fund, or is this actually an opportunity for someone to fund me? Thank God I can say, and that also with a cap table which includes Lightspeed, Visa, Deutsche Bank, BNP Paribas, HV, Capital, also Demeter, it is not anymore the case. There's a lot of VCs, also traditional ones, that have developed an utter understanding of why sustainability matters and why climate is a big problem. On the client side, that has been really interesting because there, of course, you have the unifying element of legislation. There's been 160 different frameworks related to ESG that popped up only in the EU. And what these legislations have done is create a lot of panic, but also pushed for companies and their boards to educate themselves. Is sustainability a problem that we're solving to save money, to become compliant, or actually to stay competitive because we're going to be challenged? Just one legislation that I would like to point out is related to a pinpointing industry that I think we quite often talk about when we consider climate is fashion. Mm-hmm. Fashion companies who need to report on their overstock in the coming years, which means that they would be penalized if they're producing too much. Yep. And this is interesting developments that show you that it's about the investors, it's about the clients, it's about the boards of these businesses. So why businesses are doing it is for many different reasons, but they're pushed on many sides.
Yep. And I was actually going to go there as well, like from a fundraising journey from yours, how that's actually changed over time. Because I remember when we initially started talking about Plan A, there wasn't many, first of all, not many ClimateTech, like actual ClimateTech funds in the market actively just yet, and also not many kind of people at generalist funds that were focusing all of their time on ClimateTech. So how have you felt that journey evolve? And would you say kind of first of all, I guess also kind of just an overview on what your fundraising journey has been, and has it become easier to raise now than when you initially started?
I remember the first 2.5 years of Plan A, where there was literally months when I didn't know if I was able to pay the bills for the team. And I think there's a lot of founders here, and we need to be quite honest with ourselves. Like, the glorious story that, VC funding is going to fix it is probably only true once you've gone through this patch of uncertainty. That is the moment when you are reconfirmed if you believe in your idea. And if anyone is considering giving up, don't, because that's why VCs are there. There's a lot of ways in which you can make a company survive. What we ended up doing in the beginning was I pitched my life away. I probably have pitched at 150 competitions. We won quite a lot of them, at all of the tech conferences, people knew us, but it was this hustling mentality that I've had based on the sense of urgency that I've had about climate. And what ended up happening 2.5 years down the line, educating a lot of investors, pitching, going to conferences, explaining to people, hey, hi, do you want to chat? I was able to get the support, and I'm incredibly grateful, first of all, to Demeter and Coparian, these are the two funds that supported us first. And after that, HV came, and also the existing investors supported. We now have also SoftBank on the cap table, and the last one that was announced, which is with Lightspeed 2 weeks ago, also includes corporates. And I'm happy to explain what the logic behind that has been, but ultimately this is the support of Deutsche Bank, Visa, and BNP Paribas. It has not been easy, but I think the biggest learning has been educate yourself about how VCs think before you go out and ask for money.
Yeah.
Because VCs are smart and they have a short attention time span, and probably a lot of willingness to get involved with what's hyped, but also maybe what can make money.
Yeah, that's a question that I'm a bit scared of, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Has there been any difference from your perspective in the conversations that you have with European investors versus US investors? Because you obviously have kind of both on the cap table. Are there any apparent differences in the willingness to take the leap?
It has been interesting to consider how the approach of the conversations is. Like, Europe is a lot more, I would say, risk averse, whereas the US is a lot more risk seeking. In the US, you look at experimentation first, do it, break things, move around, and then you see what comes out. In the EU, it's a lot more about systemic thinking about problems that need to be solved based on a thesis that is well developed, similar to how you did also the work on climate within Project A with your team. And I am battling in my mind between the truth about what is more valid. Is it the European or the US perspective? For the time span that we have ahead of us to be able to fix climate and the deadlines that we have within the next 7 years, I do know we need to experiment a lot. But the European perspective gives us a view also that consumerism is not going to save us. So like investing in more and just doing more is not the way to go about it. We don't need more inventions. We need actually, on some of the activities that we have in the economy, to stop. So the VCs are a reflection of this mentality. And I think where we have a little bit of a pinch of the salt perspective about US VCs is that Lightspeed invested from the European fund, which was set up just a few months ago before the funding. And we have people like Paul and Julie that have been out there working for US companies, selling to US companies, and also investing. So they have a well-rounded perspective on how they think about that. And I don't think we're being penalized on being European and maybe, thinking also about this problem of we have to also reduce some of the activities that we have for the clients that we work with.
Okay. Thank you for that. Maybe moving on into kind of bigger picture of kind of the trends within investment. So what I'm debating a lot with myself is within climate investing, how much can actually be done with software only versus actually having to invest in hardware and biotech and, like moonshotier type of investments. What's your perspective on that? Obviously, Plan A is building software. What would you say is kind of the percentage that you would say is down to software in saving the climate versus how much of it is going to be hardware? You don't have to say a specific number. We're not going to stress test you or fact check you on this one, by the way.
I love facts and science. So
just give me numbers. But yeah, what would you say kind of from your perspective is going to be down to software versus hardware?
In the beginning, I said that Plan A is a university software and hardware company. What does this mean? We are at the core of what we do, offering to our clients a software place where they can log in or through the white label products that we have, enablement for the clients of our clients like BMW to empower their stakeholders and value chains to become decarbonized. But if you look into the problem that we're solving, when you take a fashion company, when you take a utilities company, it is a hardware company. They're using materials to create products. And the approach that we've had in this mentality also has been based on like the science behind climate, because we need to understand that what is happening at the moment is a decluttering of an economy that has become overly excited to produce, test, and do funny experiments with resources that we have that are now becoming scarce. Only last year, Overshoot Day, we had For those of you that might not know this concept, this is the idea that every single country is given a budget, so to say, of resources that they can use based on the land that they have, the water that they have, and the nature reserves that they have. Last year, Bangladesh consumed 0.3 Earths. Germany consumed 5. I think the US was 10 or something along these lines. So when you look into this and you think, okay, now we're redrawing the map of how we're using resources on the planet, we really have to think about a lot of improvements of hardware and infrastructure, improvements of bad old water systems that are now leaking in many cities and like often losing even up to 30%. We also need to build new tech, like electric vehicles, but also refurbish old vehicles. And all of this basically means thinking a little bit more bigger picture. And if there's someone working here on climate, and I hope it's all of you, there's a big necessity to think of your software business as one that is embedded into an ecosystem that has a lot of reliance on hardware.
Yep, thank you. And do you feel like, obviously you're also involved in the Bundesministerium für Forschung und Bildung. I'm just saying it straight up in German. Apologies for that. But would you say that you're getting enough support from policymakers and kind of in terms of funding or, you know, pushing corporates to do more from on a German level, I guess, and also like wider European level or global level, for that matter?
I think we still, unfortunately, have a battlefield between different stakeholders about how they think about climate. Because I remember in 2016, one of the first experiments that I did before starting to do experiments to build Plan A was actually going and interviewing different stakeholders, including policymakers, businesses, academia people, also entrepreneurs, and even children, to see what people thought about climate change. Yep. And the outcome was obviously a big mess because everyone had an opinion and an allowance to blame someone else.
Yep.
People were saying that policymakers needed to do more, policymakers were saying business needed to do more. And we're kind of still there because when you speak and work with businesses, you see that they are ultimately working towards their goal of making sure that they stay relevant to the world, they are building their business further, and they're also allowing for their employees to align further to their values. When you talk about a company like BMW, these are hundreds of thousands of families that are reliant on this company, and this is heavy lifting. They're decarbonizing super fast, and they're from an industry that was not. So, yep. You know, they're in the process. The policymakers are setting the frameworks, but quite often they're not sitting down beforehand with the corporates to ask enough questions of what will be implementable fast enough.
Okay.
And then when you look into the employees, that to me are a critical element of any entity, be it a public or a private one, there's no thinking about the fact that sustainability is in all of our minds. And it doesn't matter if you're an engineer, it doesn't matter if you're an investment professional or a founder, you are always thinking about this important topic because it is somehow in the back of your mind, be it at your purchasing choices, be it with other things that you do. And ultimately, these opinions also matter because we're the totality of what is known about this topic, and these opinions can actually shape policy a lot better. Yep. I love a concept called citizen science, and what it essentially explains is that all of us can be scientists by contributing with data collection and so on. Small example of something that could be useful for policymakers to allow for all of us to be part of this decarbonization of the economy.
Yeah, and obviously AI has been top of mind of every investor in the globe. How do you think about it, and do you think about incorporating AI tooling into your product at all?
Who doesn't? I think there's no allowance to go without AI these days. I'm really lucky to have experts in my team on the topic that sometimes have applied this hat on, sometimes not. The truth is that our technology is already conceptually built for that because, as I was saying earlier, we have thousands of data points per client. The product is used by some companies like KFC, by hundreds of sustainability professionals on a monthly basis. So you really are looking into a lot of touch points of how all of this data can be actually translatable into a model that speaks for itself and is able to decarbonize maybe the same type of company in a similar manner. Where I see a lot of hope in this technology is that if we apply a good value system behind all the applications that it has, the energy consumptions that is associated to it, which we know is a negative repercussion to it, can actually be used for good. Because there's always going to be this chicken egg problem, which is blockchain good? It consumes so much energy, but then it creates a lot of opportunities. Is AI good? Like, it consumes a lot of energy, but it creates opportunities. Like any technology, it just needs to be applied with the right values. And we're now at a time where if we don't use our values to decide what kind of businesses we're building, we are going to be screwed because we just have 7 years left of tangible action that can be taken until all of these goals that have been set for the last few years by thousands of companies, but also by governments, need to be achieved. And we don't have allowance to skip them.
Yeah. And I mean, the whole industry is in panic looking at numbers, right? So from kind of the future of the industry now, I mean, we at Project A, and we're going to speak about this a bit later, but in terms of like the different industries, obviously there's carbon accounting, there's the carbon credit markets, there's energy, renewable energy, there's all these like recycling topics in the market. What, from a potential kind of founder of Green Tech Alliance in the first place, and potentially also an angel investor in the industry, what would you wish for people like us to invest in more? Is there any trends that you see that you find super interesting that us VCs should look at more to give us some air, basically, in these 7 years?
It's quite beautiful that you mentioned give us some air as a metaphor, because there is definitely 3 topics. One is air, air quality. We actually forget about the fact that if our lungs function better, we're able to function better as humans. It might sound a little bit philosophical and poetic, but the truth is there is science behind like levels of productivity associated to how people breathe, and how cities also are decluttered from pollution. The second one that is particularly exciting for me is waste management, but in the hardware space. We work with companies and their clients, but also partners like Grey Parrot and also other companies like Recup, where I'm using examples that come from totally different sides of the story. Is you have one technology that is AI tool that is able to identify different waste products and then be able to recycle in a more efficient manner. On the other hand, you have like Recup that is basically changing the way we think about our consumption patterns. The third topic that is really exciting is about collaboration, and it might sound a little bit too unique, too ununique, given we're all users of social media. There's already a lot of communities, but I think specific focus on aligning interests and activities of people, removing ourselves from the thousands of Slack channels where maybe we try to find help for a particular project, or try to find work on climate and other topics, is incredibly important, because we need specific tooling that allows us to think following science and following the scaling that is needed for climate and climate tech.
Thank you so much. That was my last question for you, Lubo, from my side, because I'm going to be letting you sit here right now, and introducing Paula Kompes-Tatai from our ESG team to the stage, together with Hannah Leach. They're going to be taking over and bombarding me with even more questions today. So thank you so much for listening, everyone, and we're going to have more of Lubo now.
Welcome, everyone. I want to start with a story about how I started preparing for this presentation. As you might have seen, we have different categories that you can search. So you can say, I'm interested in learning about people or investing or technology. And I was asked, as I also prepared this panel, where should ESG live? And the first thing that they gave me was purpose. And I don't really blame them, because that's how we always see purpose. And when I think about it, how many reports have I seen that have this little seed coming in between 2 hands? That was definitely the first thing I told our design team, please don't use that image. because it gives an idea that ESG is just maybe a nice to have, a luxury for companies when they have it all figured out. So actually, quite boldly, I wanted to put it as strategy. And this is what we will be discussing today. Is actually ESG a catalyst for growth? And for this, I have two amazing speakers representing two perspectives. So we have Lubomila, who you have already heard from, but I will repeat in case we have new people in the room. She's the CEO and co-founder of Plan A, and also founder of the Green Tech Alliance, bringing together over 2,000 companies. And then we have also Hannah Leach, who is the general partner at Houghton Street Ventures, and also a founder and co-director of Venture ESG, which is a non-profit initiative that brings together the ESG community for venture capital, and also exchanges with our own LPs, so our own investors. So really setting the future and what this could look like for us. Now, I know that here in the audience, and hopefully this is what we have as an audience, we have people that are already bought into the topic. You understand ESG, maybe you work on ESG and you go to every single conference, even though there's not much maybe new to learn. But then I also think that there might be here people that want to learn about the topic because you might have heard about the three-letter acronym over and over. And I hope that also we have some skepticals on it. I met yesterday one of a dinner, and I hope that he's here, although I doubt it. But in any case, if you're skeptical here, please keep your mind open. I hope that there's something to learn for everyone here or to challenge. So please come and find us at the end and tell us in what category you fall and where you are now. So with that, let's get started. And Hannah, I'm going to start with you. Because before we go into the discussion on strategic decisions, we need to understand what is ESG. And actually, I would also like to ask you, why it is so often conflated with impact and also with purpose.
Yeah, so I mean, it's funny how often that conversation comes up, the difference between ESG and impact. I think I must have had 3 of those conversations this morning already. And when we do our training, we train VC funds. At the end of 2 days of training, we ask people what the biggest takeaway is, and they often say learning about the difference between ESG and impact, which is kind of bizarre. So very simply put, ESG is not about investing in sustainable startups or climate tech, which people often think it is. ESG, the way that we at Venture ESG define it, is ESG is all around how you operate as a business. So all of your internal practices, processes, and principles, compared to impact, which is all about the external outcomes that you're driving through your product or service as a business. They're not mutually exclusive. They need different measurement processes, different KPIs, and really you should integrate two alongside each other. But it is very realistic, and it happens that you can have an impact business that has terrible ESG practice. So, an example might be Tesla. They're having a very positive impact, but questions around their internal governance, and vice versa. So you take the example of PepsiCo, which arguably isn't having the best impact on the world, but has impeccable ESG practices internally. So for us, it's about educating people around what ESG is and means to begin with, to give them an understanding of what steps they can take to change it.
I think something really interesting, and how I like to describe it to people at Project Day, is to talk about the front end and the back end. So the front end being really your product and what you're trying to solve, and the back end as how you actually run your company. So are you being efficient in how you're using the resources that you have? How do you treat your people? We've talked about that, Lubomila. And also how your governance looks like, right? It could be how you're organizing your cap table, how you arrange your own board, but also what practices you have in terms of payments and multiple things as well. So I want to turn to you. So we already heard that you raised 27 million recently, and you founded your company in 2017. So the question for this audience would be, why is it important to think about ESG early on? Because when we were hearing about the types of clients that you have, people might think this is the end customer that should be thinking about ESG, but not me as an early stage funder. So what do you think about that? What has been your own experience?
I think we need to become unapologetic about embedding values at every single decision that we make as founders, as individuals, because the world at the moment as it looks is a reflection of the bad choices that we've made one after another. And It is the climate crisis, is a war, is a lot of energy-related issues, and this makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And the chance that we have sitting in a privileged setup in Berlin is to allow ourselves to be these active players in the shift that we're going to see. So for me, ESG is a set of KPIs, but also a set of principles that need to be a guiding decision-making structure that allows for anyone at the get-go of their company or of their fund to be prepared for the change that they want to introduce to the world. Because I always use an example of the tote bags that we all have and we all use all the time when we go shopping. It takes 170 times for you to use one of those bags for it to actually compensate for its CO2 emissions. It is also consuming a lot of water, and actually takes a lot more water than a plastic bag. So there, the decision is really like which KPI is guiding you when you're deciding to put out a product out there that is allowing for people to be feeling better, to be using the technology in a more efficient manner and so on. So I think ESG makes sense and it is a necessity because of the state of the world.
Yeah, and I think that many founders that might be here, when they are building now the solutions that they have in mind, they are doing ESG without knowing how. So I would like to give an example of one of our portfolio companies that is trying to disrupt the way that distribution of the DHL package that you get comes in. So the company is Relay, and I don't know if the founder is here, but it was very interesting to discuss with him how the whole conception of the business was to remove the inefficiencies that DHL has, which at the same time, it has a huge impact on the ease, is exactly how they run their business. So it was a very happy moment because for him, it made sense as a very early stage funder, and then saw the value in ESG. And I think that takes me to the next point, which is to focus on the material things. And Lubomila mentioned before, I think there was 106 different methodologies in the EU, and this was the skeptical person. They said, I think that there's too much out there. I really don't think we have any clarity, so maybe we should just stop thinking about it. But that is when the concept of materiality comes in. And Hannah, I would love to turn to you so you can explain to the audience what is materiality and why companies also should start there.
I think it's a really interesting point because obviously, Lubomila, you talked about values, and we talk about values a lot, but not many or not all founders are driven by the idea of having values, or values can come in slightly further down the line. But when you talk about materiality and financial materiality, which is looking at the ESG factors that are really going to drive financial performance, that's what founders really care about at the beginning. You need to have those conversations to say, if you don't do this, it may be a big risk, you might lose out on that big client, or if you don't handle data properly, there could be a data breach. Those things are going to really affect your bottom line. So those are the things that we try and focus on with founders because it helps the conversation. But I think, to your point, there are so many frameworks out there that have 140 questions on them or more. And if we were doing Ask the Audience, I'd ask how many founders get sent these long ESG questionnaires by their investors. Maybe it's a good thing we're not doing Ask the Audience. But they see these and they're like, well, that's totally irrelevant to my business. Why am I being asked about DEI and founder diversity when I'm a team of 3? So actually being able to narrow those factors down to say, you're a fintech in Europe compared to a climate tech company in Africa, very different issues. If you can really hone in and understand the things that are going to have a material difference to the business, that's where you should start the conversation.
Yes, those are really the strategic discussions, and you need to have them early on so the founders can think about it from the beginning as they're building the company. And I think this brings me to the next question, Lubomila, for you. And this is broken down in 2 parts. So if you forget the second part, that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to repeat it. But first, I would like to see how you have thought about materiality for your own business. You are right now raised a Series A, so we could say that you are still at a very early stage, but I think seeing how you have built your companies is something that really mattered to you from day one. So I would like to hear how that thought process was. So that is part number 1. And part number 2 is, I find very interesting that you work with companies such as BMW or Chloe, you are in there, you're advising them. What I try to understand is, for them, this is like unscrambling a scrambled egg, right? It's extremely difficult to do that. So I'm just wondering if there's a point where businesses are no longer able to really backtrack so much, and then they can think, I wish I had done this much earlier.
I remembered both of the questions. I'm going to combine the answer in one. The truth is that we as a business have, since day one, put it as a principle of existence to walk the talk. And what this means is that we have certain values within the company, like not buying meat, for example, or not having plastic bottles in the office, things that might seem minuscule to how a business is managed, but they're ultimately a really good reference point of the potential success that the company might have. The other thing that we have been doing was also to go through the process of validating our methodology. We're the only certified company on the market. We have our own science-based targets that are actually a lot more ambitious, because by 2028 we need to hit 55% reduction in our emissions, and that is after 43 million of funding, after scaling the company to 150 people. We obviously have our investors that are asking about all these ESG questionnaires that we actually have set as a to-do list. We have the use of our platform, and we essentially have our decarbonization plan that is set out there, but also ESG improvement plan related to diversity. Why does this matter? Because I think, we go a long way with you, and I think we've seen a big difference in the industry. Probably a few years back, there was allowance to build a tech company with the climate angle without getting the science, by just making bold statements, and also by thinking that you have allowance because you have built another company. The truth is that this is not anymore possible, and I think it even goes beyond that. There's certain ESG factors that are now a demand for any type of tech company, because investors have understood that they're going to lose money if the companies are not aligned across these criteria.
A really good example of that is that we often talk to SaaS investors who say, my SaaS companies have barely any carbon footprint. Why am I asking them to spend money on a carbon accounting platform now? Makes no sense to me or them. And then you say, well, actually, CSRD, which is some potentially boring European regulation that's coming in and will mandate that all corporates need to report on this. If any small SaaS company is selling to one of these companies or hoping to sell to one of them, as part of their procurement process, they're going to have to report their carbon footprint. So suddenly that becomes a really key material factor. So to Lubomila's point, it's really for every type of company to start thinking about this.
Yes, and this brings us to the point and to the topic of today's PACON, which is the obvious. It seems like this should be obvious to everyone and should not be so much of a purpose-only discussion, right? So I would like to ask you, why do you think that we're still seeing ESG as a nice to have? Maybe not so much the big corporates that are already feeling the heat for a few years, but I would say for an industry at large of entrepreneurs. And maybe, Lubomila, I can start with you there.
I don't allow myself to say that ESG is a nice to have, because the 1,500 companies that we work with, yes, they're of large magnitude in terms of their economic contributions, but they don't have allowance anymore to not follow this framework, because they have their investors to report to, they have their employees to align with, and they also have a whole value chain that they need to unpack. I would say probably if we look at legislation, and we mentioned the 160 frameworks out there, there's probably a bit of a confusion in people's minds which KPIs actually fit within the whole ESG bill. And we do have clients from the private equity sector that have 300 questions for a tiny company that has gotten, 50 million, but still unattainable for their staff to be able to be an expert in bird migration or something along these lines. On the other hand, you have obviously a lot of companies that are looking into ESG from 10 KPI perspective, and this is probably where we need to start the discussion. What exactly are we meaning when we say nice to have? Is it the 300 KPIs? Is it the 10 do we need to boil it down to like 1 or 2? We have an expert here that can probably share what all the VCs think, but in my view, this is where the challenge is. It's not to do whether the framework should exist or not.
So I'm obviously speaking from the perspective of VC funds and portfolio companies and early stage startups, but ESG's got a really terrible rep. When you're talking to a founder, if you use the word ESG, they'll, their eyes will glaze over and they'll probably go, ugh, and groan. So I think, we need to reframe the conversation, really break down what ESG means. Once you start actually talking to founders about what you mean by ESG, they tend to listen and tend to be pretty engaged. And when you say you can actually help them, they're kind of interested. So I think, reframing ESG, putting it in terms of financial materiality, how it's going to drive the bottom line. Also moving away from ESG as a tick box compliance exercise, which still a lot of people think it is. And when it comes to early stage companies, we have no data. Everyone wants to see the data. Tell me why I should bring on board a diverse, underrepresented person into my board, or tell me why I should start, thinking about ethical principles to my product design process. We don't have the data to say to funds and companies that this is the reason they should do it because it will drive X, Y, and Z. It will, but we know anecdotally that people now want to join businesses that are more value-driven and care about this stuff. Investors are increasingly looking at this. That helps, BD opportunities, securing clients. We know these things, but there's no data telling that story. So I think once we start building up that data, people will start to take notice. But obviously, that's probably not going to happen for some years.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, isn't it? And I would like to also ask you, Lubomila. I was speaking with one of our portfolio founders, and he said something to me that kind of left me speechless. So I'm hoping that you have an answer here. He was very engaged to listen about ESG and learn about it, but he said that the reality of being a founder, especially at early stage, is that you can think a lot about long-term value creation, but at that point in time, it's all of times about surviving, it's about profitability, it's about making your investors happy and proving that your business is going to move forward. So I just wanted to ask you, for those founders that sometimes feel like ESG might not be that great or that helpful for the short term and rather a long-term project, how should they think about it? Have you encountered that type of challenge before?
I'm going to go back to the topic of values, where I think if you set out on a journey to build a company and you have your values at the straight line as ducks in a row, you have the possibility to probably align circumstances coming your way, investors coming your way that would have the same mindset. For us, bringing on board these VCs that we have has only been because these people have seen the possibilities of supporting really large software transition and a whole industry that is working now on decarbonizing. For someone that is working early stage on their company, they need to think about time in a different manner, because let's be honest, we've all been there, like the first probably 1 to 2 years, they're a little bit of a stretch in time because you're working long hours, because you have a crazy idea. Some nights turn into days because everything is so exciting. And maybe this has been heavily my mentality in the beginning, but I do know a lot of founders, and I think this is, this hustling element definitely helps a lot. When you are in this stage, you need to take in the most sustainable manner, which is minimalism. Don't waste resources that you have, don't raise too early until you don't prove like product market fit, or at least some sort of a validation that your product should exist. And also allow people to collaborate with you before you commit to them becoming team members, because they can maybe give you a useful reference point, but they don't need to be part of the journey immediately. I spent close to a year in the beginning of Plan A by myself. Just, it sounds really dramatic, but like, I did have a lot of friends, I can confirm. But I spent a lot of time just thinking. And I think this is what we've not allowed ourselves for a long time in the tech industry, just to develop fundamental ideas for the systemic problems that we want to change. If this is the approach, at least for the company that you're aiming on building, take the time. That already makes it a more sustainable company than any other.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And with this, I think this is a really nice bridge to you, Hannah. as a co-director in Venture ESG, I would love to hear your take on where do you think the venture industry is going, starting with venture capital, obviously after our portfolio companies feel it as well. And most importantly, how do you think this is going to be different between geographies? In the US, the skepticism is to the point where some politicians have talked about ESG as part of a woke agenda, quote unquote. So what is your view on this?
I mean, I don't think ESG is going anywhere in a hurry. I think it's here to stay. You know, if you look at how much venture ESG has grown in the last 2.5 years, we've gone from 0 to about 450 VC fund members in that time frame. So that's pretty illustrative of the interest in ESG, and that's driven by a number of things, right? Like regulation, European regulation, the SFDR, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations, if I've got that right. That's being mandated, so any VC fund who is fundraising in Europe or is marketing themselves to Europe will have to align themselves with a level of ESG integration. So there's no escape from that. LPs are asking for ESG information as part of their due diligence process. Talent increasingly cares. So in Europe, it's not going anywhere. And I think in the US, ESG has become, as you say, a bit of a political weapon. And I think that's a bit of a distraction from actually the reality and issues that we're talking about when it comes to ESG. We were recently there 2 weeks ago for Climate Week and doing training for VC funds. And it seems that lots of them are actually really engaged in this topic and are doing things. They're just not talking about it. You know, and this is a whole, we've had greenwashing and now we've got green hushing. So you do integrate ESG, you change your practices, and then you just don't talk about it because you're scared that the Texas, pension fund will want to invest in you. So I think ESG is moving forward. There are definitely going to be complications along the way, but I think we all need to get on board.
And I would like to ask you, Lubomila, I read somewhere, and I'm sorry I cannot quote the person that said this, that we might be in a moment such as 1929, after the Great Depression, when standardized KPIs for financial metrics started to become more and more important. And I'm just wondering, do you think we are in the moment now in history where financial metrics will not be enough, but actually we will see at large an expectation for non-financial metrics? I think in Europe, we have the regulation being clear, but what do you think worldwide? I know that you keep on top of everything, since I learned everything about sustainability from your LinkedIn.
I must say, I am not yet in the mind that this shift is going to happen that fast until we don't understand really what true value means, because we've been overly optimistic about setting a framework for KPIs. We now have the ideas and also data points that we need to gather. Once we do the assessment, someone is going to take action. I would twist it around a little bit and think about the fact that we need to just sit down and think about what true value is. Because if I go back to the example of this bag that I was mentioning, this 170 times not the KPI that you should have in your mind. It should be, I don't need another bag. And that's where this discussion maybe becomes a little bit more still philosophical to become also a KPI-driven one. It will come to a point when we have this unification of standards, and there will be a lot of different metrics that will fall out of the assessment from investors, but there's still some work to do until then.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we still have a lot to see.
I was going to say, I think there definitely needs to be some standard setting at some point, especially as it relates to early stage investment. But to Lubomila's point, like, we're all investing in vastly different businesses, different regions, different sectors, different business models. So the things that we focus on in those ventures are going to be different, and they need to be different. And I think we need to move away from the preoccupation with standardization and reporting and actually get back to basics about what ESG issues are relevant to your company and how can you integrate them into the fabric of your operations as you grow. And I think the conversation about standards and reporting is just hugely distracting.
And maybe then the final question for both of you. I can start with you, Lubomila. I would like to know if there's something that you find particularly exciting in this space, or something that you're looking forward to see. Maybe we are repeating a bit things like standardization, wider acceptance, more understanding of the term. But I'm wondering if something comes to mind.
In the context of us being at Project A's conference and assuming that there's a lot of founders here, My wish is that any company that we see out there, be it one that is just kicking off or one that already has existed for quite a while, finds the time to think about the value that they're bringing to the world and actually works on solving a big problem. We have a massive family of issues that we're trying to resolve at the moment, and with Plan A, we focused our efforts on decarbonizing large businesses, but there is enough problems of other types that need to be solved. And the beauty of old businesses is that they know how to do their business, but the angle maybe of ESG has not been always there. For someone that is just kicking off their journey, there's a lot of opportunity to sit in front of a palette of news pieces where they can learn what exactly is good for the economy and also what's good for the investors, but also good for the planet.
Hannah, would you like to add to that?
I guess I'm really excited about the community that's rallied around this, I don't want to call it an industry, but this topic. You know, it's a really open, collaborative group of investors and startups, and I think that's how we really move forward, is by sharing best practice, supporting each other, being open to troubleshoot, because ultimately, you know, ESG isn't going to be a differentiator for us. It's going to be something that we should all do. It should be a hygiene factor, license to operate. But I would also be really excited to have less conversations around the difference between ESG and impact. If I could only have one of those conversations a day for the next couple of years, that would be improvement.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. We will be also outside, happy to take any questions. We'd like to hear, obviously, if you learned something new. And please don't ask Hannah anymore, what is the difference between ESG and impact, as she cannot take it anymore. And with that, I would like to introduce the next panel. So we are going to have back on stage May, whom already we've heard from, but also Siobhan Brewster, partner at ANU, and Agatha Freeman, General Partner at Norsken, talking to us about accelerating Europe's climate tech revolution. Thank you.
What? Sit in the middle? I mean,
Siobhan, we have
to split up the leather pants. Somebody didn't get the memo.
Yeah, we had to make Siobhan sit in the middle because she didn't get the outfit memo today. So apologies for that,
Worth
Siobhan.
clarifying the vegan leather point at this stage, right?
Opposite of an Oreo now. Well, we're back on ClimateTech, and I'm super grateful to have both of you on the panel today. So we're talking about the climate revolution in Europe and kind of the most interesting areas to invest in going forward. On the panel, as Paolo already introduced, we have Agatha Freeman, who's one of the founding partners of Norsken VC based in Stockholm, one of kind of the leading climate investors in Europe at the moment. She has a finance background and also an operator background, has done various investments in the space that we're also going to be speaking about. And Siobhan Brewster, who's been early stage investing since 2016 with Amplifier first, and now at ANU, also focusing on climate tech. Recent investment include Hometree, Agrina, so really kind of pioneers in the climate tech investment space. So I'm really happy to have you here today. First question, I guess, to you, Agatha. I guess your journey a little bit to climate tech. What made you decide to be an investor within climate tech in Europe? What kind of opportunities do you see in the ecosystem here to invest in? To start off with, very general.
No, I mean, generally, it's almost like, what is there not to be excited about in a way with climate tech? I mean, to make that a little bit more tangible, the climate tech space as a whole has 10x'd in 4 years, which is huge. And another reason that makes me super excited about climate tech as a theme is that I think the next 10 years will be very different to the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, some of the most successful tech stories were the likes of, I don't know, Airbnb or Uber. It was all about creating new market segments, versus with climate tech, the opportunity is just so vast because it's less about creating new pockets of the market. It's about changing already existing markets. And it's very clear as night and day that, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of industries have to go through the sustainability journey, and that I would say that climate tech will, in a couple of years, probably be even one of the dominant investment themes in general.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that, and that's why I also spend most of my time on it. What about you, Siobhan? Obviously, you started off being more of a generalist or like a supply chain and procurement investor. What made you decide to kind of shift gears and go into the climate space instead?
Look, I think for many people, like as you grow older and you become more aware of the climate crisis that we're facing, it becomes a little bit more pertinent to use the skills that you've been blessed with and devote it to a more worthy cause. So after years of looking at the supply chain and working with some really experienced investors in that space and seeing how passionate they were, I realized that I did not share that passion for everything in the supply chain, and it was only the future positive investment cases that were really exciting to me. So over the course of the pandemic, I decided I wanted to dedicate myself fully to climate. But again, to what Agathe is saying, it really is misleading to say it's a sector, right? It's a theme that sits above so many sectors. And where I thought I might have been more specialized in this space, the reality is it's huge, it's complex, and it touches all old industry, which makes it super intellectually fascinating, but also really difficult to kind of pick certain themes to focus on at any given time.
Yeah, and I guess the fact that so much money was also raised in you, like ClimateTech focused funds, just kind of proves that point again, that there's just so much vast opportunity to continue investing in a space that's literally just getting started, in my opinion. Obviously, difference between your funds and ours is that you have kind of a climate and impact focus. Is there any kind of KPIs that you track, or how do you kind of manage the tracking of impact in the investments that you make? And is there areas that, I guess, because of that, you cannot invest in, even though it's under the label of ClimateTech at all?
For us, there are a couple of filters that we use to understand whether that's kind of a company that fits our DNA or not. And the first one is that we want to see one-to-one correlation between your top sales line as well as your impact KPIs, which basically means that for every single company that we invest in, we want to be able to really pinpoint what is the impact KPI that we're going to measure here. And if we're struggling to answer that question, there's probably some kind of truth in that thought process that, maybe not quite our kind of company if the answer is not super obvious to us. Yeah, so first one is one-to-one correlation. Second one is, would you kill the business if you kill the impact? In other words, it means that we want the business at the very core be impact. So if you would try to take the impact out of the business, you would basically end up killing the business. And that's kind of the third interlinked question is like, could you ever pivot out of being an impact company? And we also really want to make sure that in 99.99% of the cases, it would be almost impossible for you to suddenly become a non-impact company, even if you pivot your business model.
Interesting. What about you?
Yeah, maybe to supplement that. So we call that interlock within our kind of impact methodology framework. So we have like a 6-part impact methodology framework that's been built up in-house, and we share it online. We believe in trying to kind of improve best practices across the industry. And this is one of my favorites, is interlock. Like, does the business stand alone without that impact piece? Can the founder find something that's a little more commercially oriented and change the business at any given point? And the bit that also supplements that is one of the other pieces of the framework, which is founder intentionality. Do they care about the problem they're solving? Are they driven by the impact? Or are they one of these people that thought, okay, I got climate here, I got generative AI here, I'm gonna go climate. There seems to be a lot of money there, right? Like, we really want to see that they care about what they're doing. And then, like, on a company by company basis, we're usually at the fund level, we're looking at CO2 reduced over the fund life, CO2 or CO2 equivalents. And then also, I think we share this with you guys, like, we're an impact fund, so we also have millions of lives improved, which is a little bit more difficult on the social impact side, because it does get a little gray. And I think on the previous panel, there's lots of discussions on how do you measure impact? How do you standardize it, right? I think we get a lot of questions from our LPs, like, could you guys just kind of align on a framework? The reality is it's a difficult balance between trying to make yourself accountable to your investors, but also not stifling innovation at the early stage for founders, right? So these are the best metrics that we have. I think we try and track biodiversity in certain ones, and then also water saved or improved in terms of quality. But it's by no means a science, right? And I'd like to see it move towards standardization, but it's a tough subject for all that are operating in the space.
And I actually wanted to build on one of the points that you mentioned about the founder intention. And we've now been investing for 6 years. And the honest truth is that in the very beginning, it wasn't one of our requirements. In the early days when we started to invest, we would reach out to some impact tech entrepreneurs and say, hey, we really want to invest. And they would turn around and say, I'm not an impact entrepreneur, I just want to make money. And we said, well, your business has that interlock, that for every unit of sales, there is a unit of impact. So we still want to back you. But actually, very, very recently, we came across a really interesting research, which basically said, you know, there are known risks and then there are unknown risks, and quite a few times, you know, there are public PR disasters that something didn't go according to the plan, and then the big corporates would turn around and say, we could not have known. Like, this was the unknown that kind of backfired. And there's actually research out there that now tells that if you kind of dig into all the big public PR disasters, if you dig deep in companies' internal documents, someone somewhere flagged the risk that, hey, there is a positive, negative externality to what you're trying to do. And what the corporates ended up doing was, you know, trying to bury down and kind of trying to think, you know, kind of if we put this into the light, it's going to cost us a lot, you know, let's just double down on the profitability and all of that. And it really opened up our minds that, yes, you actually do have to really look at founder intention, because the reality is that if you think about your journey as 5, 10, and, you know, some cases 20-year journey, from time to time, you are going to be faced with dilemmas. Do I do the right or sustainable thing, or do I do the thing that maximizes my profit margins? And again, we're an investor that really does not want to dissect the two. You know, we truly also believe in that interlock. But what we believe is that, yeah, in the long term, you want to make the right choices. That's going to be the right sustainable choice, but also the right company longevity choice. So yes, so the founder intention is actually really, really important. And that's one of our latest twists to our framework.
That's super interesting, because I'm wondering, how do you measure that? Like, is there any specific questions that you then ask founders? Is there anything in their background that they need to kind of prove that they've spent so and so many years within the climate space, or like studied something in the space? Or is there any kind of tangible way to be able to measure that?
It's a good question, right? I mean, so if you were even to take my own personal journey, right, I'd say that I've only been focusing on climate for the last few years.
Yeah.
And it's been an evolution. If you look backwards, as you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing. You can see the kind of the telltale signs throughout my professional career. But when it comes to the founders, I mean, I think that becomes quite a qualitative assessment. And one of my very first questions on the very first call is, you know, tell us about the evolution of the idea and your journey towards this, because you're trying to assess, like, when the going gets tough and they can choose the commercially driven route, are they going to stick to their North Star and delivering impact and kind of doing the right thing? And it does often come down to that kind of gut instincts, right? I mean, and again, right, you've spoken to many founders, you can tell which ones are in it for the money and which ones really care. There are grey cases where, you know, you've got a founder that maybe started with a business that was more commercially oriented and then is moving in the direction of the opportunity. And there it's a discussion and very direct discussion, right? And obviously, we don't always make all the right calls, but I think you can tell fairly quickly if the founder is guided towards that and if their team shares that sentiment.
Yeah, maybe just like asking, do you recycle, do you fly? Like,
yeah, and I always think, like, I don't know, I'm a big believer actually in that the truth lies in the unprompted questions. Actually, so I usually, my approach is that if there is really something that I'm fishing for, I would wait until the very, very last minute to see whether it came up unprompted. And if it came up unprompted, like one example could be, let's say, AI, you know, super hot space. There is also application areas for impact. Yes, there are different kind of risks and doomsday scenario risks. So if throughout the conversations, the founder has never brought up that, hey, I'm really thinking about AI responsibly, and I know I'm a super early stage, you know, startup, so I'm not going to have everything in place one day, but it's really important for me that we do it right and so on. And if that comes out unprompted, I kind of know that, hey, this founder probably has the right intentions because he or she did not have to mention that. Like, I didn't ask about it, and the business case is not dependent on that. But if it came out unprompted, then I truly believe that it's somewhere embedded a little bit deeper. Because the reality is that, you know, founders are really good at giving you the answers that you want. So, so I'm always the one, I always try to read more in the in-between rather than direct kind of Q&A.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Thank you so much for sharing that so transparently. obviously both of you, you've invested in anything from like energy to biodiversity to carbon markets. We spoke about carbon accounting, etc. What do you think are, or what do you spend most of your time on now? Like in terms of areas within climate tech, like what interests you the most? Maybe starting with you, Siobhan.
So within NU, we tend to approach the market with deep dives. So we try and, let's say, spend 70% of our time on thesis-driven investing.
Yep.
I think it goes back to the original point of it. It is so broad, and we've got this social component, this climate component. We're dealing with very complex technologies. We do invest in hardware. We believe that you need to be able to invest in hardware in order to shift the needle. Otherwise, you're sort of shifting inaccurate pieces of data and very beautiful software interfaces, but you're not really getting to the root of the problem.
Yep.
But in order to build up any conviction in these spaces, you have to spend some time going into the whole industry, speaking to the industry incumbents. I think there's a whole new role for CVCs, right, who already have those deep connections with these incumbent businesses.
Yep.
Speaking to them, speaking to sector specialist funds, speaking to academics and scientists, and pulling together like what is the area of interest for us, and we do this on like a 4 to 6 month basis. And for myself, like I'm deeply interested right now in everything related to the built environment. That kind of spins out from my background, which was in private equity, energy, and real assets, and these kind of big, huge capex-intensive projects, right? And then maybe closer to my heart, on a more personal level, is biodiversity and nature, and how do we protect that? Because I think it's an area that's getting increasing attention. Obviously, hugely complex, right? Yeah. How do we build the systems to be able to manage biodiversity loss? And then hold parties accountable. I mean, we've made one investment in this space. It's still very early. I think we need to start thinking about this within the grander kind of climate crisis. And then across the team, we have other spaces. I know one of the ones we've discussed is, the climate upskilling and reskilling. One of the things we see a lot when we're talking to companies is that there's just not enough talent to roll out these technologies, right? So how do we go back to the beginning and make sure that there's enough technicians and installers, and that's another space that sort of straddles social and climate for us. But yeah, my attention gets captivated by new ideas every week, right? Nice. So these are the areas of interest for now.
Yeah. Definitely agree with all of that, and maybe additions. It's actually interesting. We're very data-driven, and we really love tracking data, including our pipeline. And the clear outlier in the pipeline is energy, where energy was kind of tracking at pretty consistent levels from year to year. What kind of share of the deal flow is energy related? And then war broke out, and it's just skyrocketed. So it's very clear that like energy takes up outsized proportion of the pipeline. That's where the need is, but also that's where currently the founder supply is. Like that's really if there are founders who are thinking about what's my next big thing, and if they have this kind of white, I call it the white board approach, is it's like, hey, what can I innovate in this space? And another one also is like kind of big industrial sectors, because in the end of the day, it's the big industries that account for almost half of our global emissions. So we definitely need to decarbonize pretty quickly, and that opens up a lot of interesting opportunities.
Something, and I'm picking up something that you mentioned just now, you invest in hardware as well. Obviously, kind of in terms of how these companies are built and the traction and how much capital they need at which point in time, the path to kind of commercialization is a different one. Do you have different KPIs that you judge these companies on versus kind of your typical software investments, or is it kind of the same level, or like is there like a different lens that you take when it's about biotech or hardware companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I think first of all, on the hardware side of things, we're generally looking for those that are TRL level 8 or above. We're trying to avoid some of the very early stage stuff right now. Yeah. Partly because when we look at our portfolio, we all already have some exposure, and I think many investors in the room are aware that money is not as cheap as it used to be. Yep. And so when you're thinking about building something very capex intensive, I think you need to work out how you're getting across the valley of death, as we call it, and how are you going to cross-pollinate like early stage venture funding with other types of funding that's maybe got better risk return profile and or risk appetite, and a lot of that is going forward, when we look at the industry as it develops, we just need to have more cross-pollination of asset classes, right? I think I've seen several investments within early stage VC by VC investors on things that are fairly project development heavy, and I have fears that they may not go the way we want them to. So I think it's really important that we start kind of understanding those pieces better. But yes, without a doubt, you have to analyze hardware investments through a different lens, and I think track them in a different way, and just be conscious that the complexity is just multiplied when you're dealing with so many different stakeholders and supply chains and everything else. But as I say, it's necessary if you really want to have an impact to invest in some of these cases.
For sure. And I feel like there's also more and more coming up in that space, you know, like I feel like a lot of founders also that used to, you know, come from like a a software background, you know, have sometimes even built a company there before. They're also like the barrier of then entering into a biotech in a hardware company and building something in that space. I think the barrier has lowered as well. So you see more and more kind of serial entrepreneurs in the ecosystem going in that direction, which I find quite hopeful. But it's obviously kind of a bit more complex in terms of, you know, your typical VC investor to then take that leap. And maybe a question to you, Agathe, which I'm also wondering about a lot. Obviously, you've also invested into kind of companies that are built in or around the carbon markets. And there's obviously been like a lot of talk about, you know, the viability of that. You have huge like corporates pledging net zero, and obviously there's a path to that, which includes carbon credits quite a bit. How do you see that space? Do you think it's growing? Do you think are you investing into the infrastructure around carbon credits? And what's your view on that area of the market?
Yeah, it's kind of answering the question in a long way. Like I think actually carbon credits is one of the segments where sometimes you say journalists invest in impact and then impact investors invest in same companies. What's your edge? And I think carbon credits is a really good market to explain what's your edge as an impact investor. Yep. As an impact investor, you know, where you spend your days is talking to the end user, which in most of the cases is the corporates that need to decarbonize, that need to meet the net zero targets. Yep. And when it comes to carbon credits, you know, all research out there in the market kind of paints very, very clear picture. Yes, we need to decarbonize with, you know, efficiency, but we're not going to ever get to net zero without carbon credits. And there are some of those unavoidable missions that we just unfortunately can't get rid of in any other way than carbon credits. And kind of I see that a lot of generalists look at the carbon credits market today, do their TAM analysis and go like, hey, it's just not big enough, we're not going to invest. But it's growing so fast. And whenever you speak to any of the end customers, you just feel the pulse of the market, and you have no doubt that this is a market that will 10x and beyond over the next 10 years. So when you look at investing in that segment, you really can't look at the market size today. You kind of have to take that leap of faith that, hey, what is going to be the market size at the time when I'm actually looking to exit the investment? So yes, but in short, very, very bullish on that, and we think that it's not going to go away because or let's put it that like the only way it's going to go away is if net zero targets are going to go away. But as long as net zero is a thing, like carbon credits will have to play part in that equation.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I guess with Caesar, you also have like a shining star in Berlin in the portfolio as well. So congrats on that. And maybe kind of on the topic of energy a little bit. Obviously, it's been like a very, very trendy topic. A lot of founders going in that direction. You've had like the NPAL models, which are going kind of in the solar and the heat pump space. What areas within energy interest you, both of you, nowadays? Is there any specific kind of models that you're looking for?
I mean, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. It's a mixture of both. I actually think that energy is, you know, as an impact investor, again, like it's easy to default into the hardware. Actually, energy lends itself really, really well for, there's a ton of software that still needs to happen so that we have efficient grids and that we can really have that transition. So I would say generally energy grid balancing and a lot of the software applications in that, energy storage, renewable energy. So we see opportunities literally across the whole value stack. And I think another thing is that in 10 years from now, energy as we know it, or the energy infrastructure and the markets, it's just going to be completely different. Like it almost feels like in the next 10 years, everything that we know today in a way will to a large extent become obsolete. And it's just one of the biggest transitions that we have to make over the next decade.
For sure. Do you have a similar opinion on that, Siobhan?
I mean, yeah, going back to the fact that I think energy sits across so many different problems that we're trying to address, right? So I don't know if you've done the exercise of trying to create the mutually exclusive sectors for your investors, but you quickly realize they all overlap and energy obviously touches most. I think with energy, I fully agree with everything you've said. I think also it's going to be really interesting to see how we decarbonize buildings and how we also deal with kind of more distributed energy resources.
Yep.
And there's going to be a kind of infrastructure component to that, and infrastructure and energy like project development component. And then on top of that, building the software to be able to manage more effectively and being more maybe rational in how we apply renewable energy sources. So there's a company we've been looking at in the UK that is how do we optimize the roof space of commercial buildings?
Yep.
You know, we've got all these warehouses; they could all be kind of self-fulfilling energy units, and I think that's where we have to start getting more creative, being more efficient in how we use energy and where we get our energy from. And I think there's lots of interesting opportunities out there that are cutting out the middleman and going directly from the project developers to the end consumer and creating some IP through the legal structuring in the middle and like utilizing PPAs. There's lots of ways about how we can reduce the fat within the kind of traditional energy system, and I think there's many great minds working on it. So it's an exciting space.
That's for sure. That's definitely true. I would say also like when I look at it, probably at this point like 60-70% of my deal flow within ClimateTech is probably within energy. So totally kind of match your thoughts there. I'd love to kind of hear, I guess, one kind of success case in your portfolio that you're like extremely proud of, maybe like their fundraising journey that you're happy to share. I mean, you have Northvolt in the portfolio, 1,5, etc., etc. If there's like one that you particularly stands out for you in terms of maybe like a bit of a different type, maybe it's hardware, maybe it's a different type of fundraising that they went through over time. Is there one thing that you can share particularly?
So difficult. Whenever you're asked to pick one, you feel like you're doing
your favorite child.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe I can pick out a cluster. Like I think one theme that we have played really well, and I love how all of them interact in the portfolio on a synergetic basis, is the electrification theme. Yep. We were lucky to invest really early in Northvolt, which today is going to be the biggest battery manufacturer in Europe. Einride is another Swedish unicorn in the electric trucking space, which again is nice, and even they collaborate, which is fantastic. And then the third one on that cluster is Heart Aerospace, which is a team that's come furthest globally in terms of commercializing electric passenger airplanes. And it's been wonderful that it sort of, we did all of those investments roughly around the same time, and that was also when kind of the electrification was just really taking off, and it's just been great to see that it was, of course, it was the right bet on the trend, but then also kind of cherry picking the right companies in that space. But the most beautiful thing has been amazing that all those three are Swedish, and they're kind of three Swedish, even European kind of electric success stories.
For sure, that's really, really good. What about you, Siobhan?
So we're like a little earlier in our journey, and I think one of the things that I'd also maybe pose to the question is like, what do we consider success, right? To the audience, whether it's success in terms of, okay, you managed to get someone to take an up round at, good multiples for your LPs. Is it you managed to decarbonize a certain industry to a significant degree? Is it you've taken it to IPO? I mean, it really differs depending on who you're speaking to. I think one of the companies that we're super excited about right now is Alchemy, also a Berlin-based company. They have, you can see their software at work in the edge building, where they've managed to reduce the consumption of their of carbon dioxide within this construction of this large building in Berlin by over 50%. Nice. And that's really cool to see in practice, right? You can walk by the building, you can be like, cool, that's our portfolio company. But I mean, otherwise, we've still got a lot of interesting companies in the portfolio, and let's touch base again in 5 years.
We'll talk again next PackCon. Thank you so much. Time's up. I probably could ask you another 10 questions, but we're not allowed anymore. So with that, thank you so much for answering all those questions. And I'll hand over to a break, I think, right? Yes. So thank you so much. Thanks for coming, and thanks for listening.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here, and a warm welcome to the guests of our next panel. Next, we want to talk about why culturally diverse tech scene is crucial for the success of developing tech and technology. And I'm thrilled that, again, I think we already had the pleasure already last year. We have friends here from the Two Hearts community, and I would like to welcome to the stage Farisa Magazieva, Gülsa Wilke, Min Sung Sean Kim, and Paola Kompes-Tatay. Welcome.
Okay. As Rainer mentioned, second year here, and very lucky to have you again. Since last year, we heard about the origins of Two Hearts, some of the stories of the founders as well that brought them to put this great community together. Actually, this year we're going to tackle a different question, which is why we need a diverse tech scene. And to do that, of course, I've got not only one, but two of the founders of Two Hearts. So we will start with superwoman Gülsa Wilke, who is an entrepreneur, advisor, investor, and obviously founder of Two Hearts. Welcome.
Thank you.
Then we have also Min Sung Kim. Welcome to the stage. Managing Director of Digital Health Ventures and co-founder of Two Hearts. And last but not least, we have Farisa Magazieva, also with extensive experience in tech and startups like Amazon, Choco, and now an investor at B2 Ventures. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you.
Great to be here. Hi, everyone.
Now let's first set the scene and hear a bit more about Two Hearts. So who are you? What is this community about? What is its mission? And importantly, who is the audience of the community?
Great question, and very happy to introduce Two Hearts. Before I start, in the audience, I would like to ask a question. Who of you in the audience actually has two or more hearts, a migration background? Please raise your hand. Amazing. So as far as I can see, there's a lot of light. It's at least half of the audience. So I think what we are doing is super relevant, and I hope you will get a lot of insights out of today's conversation. So basically, Two Hearts is for you. Two Hearts is Europe's largest platform and community for culturally diverse talent in tech. And our target group are founders, entrepreneurs, young talent in the tech scene that have two or more hearts and that want to connect with each other and share their wisdom and grow together. And our mission is to build tomorrow's tech society with cultural diversity.
Lovely. But I think a big question is, I think we can all agree diversity is needed across many industries. Why is the focus on tech? So Min Sung, why is the Two Hearts community very much working in the tech space?
I think that there is a very interesting statistic that I would like to begin with, and it's from Kleiner Perkins, KPCB, back in the days, and they said that 60% of the unicorns are founded by first and second generation immigrants, yeah, or with migration background. So we are looking actually into Europe or into Germany and see, like, can we unlock this potential? Yeah, and I know a lot of you, your parents came from a different country, showed you how to hustle, or you're coming from a foreign country, you want to build up a better life here in Germany. And I think technology is the best way to go, because technology or startups, they favor merit. Yeah? So if you work hard, you can get somewhere there. In big corporates, I mean, I worked for corporate venture capital funds like Allianz X and Samsung. It's very much political sometimes. Yeah? And one friend of mine, he asked me when I wanted to hire him as an analyst or as an associate, he asked me like, okay, so do you have board members who are also Indian? And I'm like, why do you ask that question? And he was like, yeah, well, I want to make a career. And I was like, what do you mean by that? Yeah, it's like, hey, if I have good projection, basically, or if I have somebody like a mentor who has the same ethnicity, it's more likely that I make a career within a corporate. But in technology, you don't have that. And then I'm done talking, of course. My last remark here is the following. With innovation is such an important part. This is where we can contribute as first and second generation for the society, for the economy here in Germany and in Europe. Why? Because with innovation creates
better productivity. With productivity, the GDP rises. So if you think about it, your parents who came after the Second World War, they helped to rebuild Germany, yeah, and helped with the Wirtschaftswunder, what we'd call it. I think now we are needed again. We are the ones who can drive this, yeah, who have a lot of hunger, that we got taught by our parents all the circumstances why we came to this country here.
Mm-hmm. That is very true. I think representation is incredibly important when you're choosing who you want to work with and what are the opportunities that you might get out of the experience. And I think this will take us to Silicon Valley as the example, and we have discussed already a bit about it, but many founders had this background. And I was wondering, Farisa, maybe with you, what do you think that it is that people with two hearts bring to the table, and what do we see in Silicon Valley to just take that as an example and replicate it here in Europe?
Yes, very happy to, thank you. So I think you already mentioned it, right? In Germany, around 60% of unicorn founder teams have at least one founder with a diverse background. And in the United States, it's actually also every second unicorn that has like a diverse founding team. And I think what we can take from that, and maybe this is very personal, but what I think, if you grow up with a background from an underrepresented community, there's very certain strengths that you maybe learn from, being a child and like growing up that you might otherwise not learn. For example, I feel like you learn how to adapt to like change very quickly. You're maybe thrown like certain curveballs that you otherwise wouldn't have had to experience. And you also learn to navigate your career and school without having a support system or a guiding network from your parents maybe. And I think it leads to like certain strengths such as resilience and being incredibly resourceful. But then also, I feel like nowadays we have like this great advantage of communities like Two Hearts existing, of people wanting to support young founders, young students who have a diverse background and who would, who would need the help and who just ask for it. I think you also have, next to the strengths, you also have this incredible momentum of people wanting to help you, which leads.
If I may add to that, right, this is exactly why we founded Two Hearts. My father, for instance, he had a small shop. He could not give me good internships at PwC or at Goldman or BCG McKinsey. He could not make the introductions. And so there are a lot of, I think we founded Two Hearts with around 30 people, very senior enough. And
now we are more than 3,000. So.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But thank you. But we have that access now. So, everybody who has like two cultures here in that room, I urge you, or I offer you to join our platform, because we are here. We want to help you. We want to help you with our access. Why? Because we know that you have the drive, that you have that hunger, but this hunger needs to be placed. This needs to be utilized in the right positions. It does not make sense if you run from internship to internship, or write to the info address of the startup and ask for a job or an internship. I think it needs to be different. And like I said, my parents, I'm not quite sure how it was with you, but they could not help me. But we're here to help you, to give you that access. Also to capital, of course.
So these are some interesting challenges that you're trying to address, and I would love to hear a bit more on the detail of how this works. So I would love to hear about the mentorship program that we have. And today, I think that something that is very special is that Min-Sung, you are the mastermind and a really key force behind it. Also with May, I know that we just heard about. But also very interesting to have the experience of Farisa. You were at the other end of receiving that mentorship. So I would love to hear a bit more about that. And then Gülsa, you can also talk about other initiatives that...
Please jump in. First of all, I'm not the mastermind. I think it's always a team effort. We do it besides our main job. And I think we have in our first line here, we have incredible helpers, volunteers that help the community to grow further and also reach the next step. So what we are doing, basically, we tried several things. So what we are doing now, we have a mentorship program where we accept around 30 to 50 people. And then we pair them selectively. We go through their CVs and also to their application letters, and we are looking like, does this person need help? Because there are a lot of good guys of you that went to the best schools, the best employers, etc. Sometimes you don't need help that much. We are looking for people that are really ambitious and really show us that they need that help, that need that access. And so we're picking them out, and we're looking into their background a little bit, and then we find a matching pair. There was one person from Russia. He was I think he was working at Celonis and was wanted to start his own company. Then I met at some point for coffee the managing director of the Early Bird Vision Lab, and he told me that he was working in Russia for quite some time, and that he understands that culture, and that he has now an accelerator program with a lot of and looking for migrant founders. So I was like, oh, you should get to know each other, and you should be his mentor, and it was quite a good match. And these are things that we're trying to find. So ethnicity or history that bonds them together. It should not be like just a 2-week program or so, or that they meet once or twice, but like 6 months, and then have that understanding also. When there is another one with the both mentor and mentee, they both have Turkish background. They understand the heritage. They understand how they were raised, what kind of challenges they had, etc. So this is, please jump in. This is like the mentorship.
Definitely. And probably also to add on that, beyond I think the logical part of it, to say, okay, you both have a Turkish background, so connect, or you are looking for a co-founder, so talk to this mentor. It's what makes the Two Hearts community unique, and I want to underline this, and you cannot really understand it if you're not part of it. And as we learned in the front row, there are some members, and you should definitely talk to them. It's the emotional part. So if you meet people that went through the same challenges like you, that probably came as kids here without speaking the language, without understanding the culture, or if you have a different religion, it just changes your perception, it just changes your upbringing, and also fortifies and strengthens your personality. And meeting like-minded people, it's almost like coming home and finding a community that you have been looking for your entire life. And this is exactly what we're trying to do with Two Hearts, and probably Fariza can also tell more about that and how she perceived that from a mentee perspective.
Yes, very happy to. It's my favorite story to talk about. I'll try to keep it short, but basically the way I joined Two Hearts, and who Gülşah was actually my mentor at Two Hearts ever since 2021. And maybe 2 words on my background. I was born in Chechnya. I grew up in France and in Germany as a refugee, and naturally didn't really have this like supporting network that other people might have, and kind of had to like navigate my school journey and career on my own. And towards the end of my studies at European Business School, I read a post about Gülşah and about Two Hearts, which was this new initiative they had founded. I read about it. It sounded like something I needed my entire life. So I decided to reach out to her, and long story short, I became part of Two Hearts, and then Gülşah became my mentor. And maybe 2 words and how it shaped my life, because I feel like she shaped my career very significantly. Ever since I met her, I kind of had this guiding person that I could always ask whenever there were like big transitions happening in my life or big decisions that needed to be made. And I had so much trust into whatever she would suggest me, that I kind of just listened, even though maybe sometimes it's things that I didn't necessarily want to do, like another internship or something.
Did you try to ask your parents as well?
I did, but in a different way, more of like emotional support. But I feel like with Gülşah, I really trusted like her experience and knowing how to navigate the landscape of startups and investors and all of that, that it was very different advice, I feel like. And yeah, I'm very happy that this developed so nicely, and I just hope that everyone at Two Hearts is able to find their one go-to mentor that they can always go back to, because I feel like that's what she is for me.
It's not only only about mentorship. I think it's also about the community, and Gülşah mentioned already that there are already like over 3,000 people there. All the applications, we are reading them, and you slowly will get in there. It's a long waiting list. Sorry for that, but
we're going through each and every application manually, and not because we can't automate it. I worked in a scale-up. We all have this experience, but it's more about we really care about who's coming into the community, and the community is what each and every person makes out of it. So that's why it may take a bit longer.
But it's also not. It's not. Thank you. It's not only about mentorship. It's also about peer-to-peer coaching. So there are a lot of people there in our Slack community, and it's all about you and helping. It also tries to give you the understanding that that you look different, and maybe you have an accent, or maybe you speak perfectly German, but you don't typically look like German. That this is not a handicap. That this is actually an asset. And this is what we're trying to teach you, or try to also deliver that message to you when you meet people that are coming from different cultures but feel home here in Germany and want to contribute. I think this is something what this community is about.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think it's very, very special for me to just be hearing this story because I can really feel the respect, trust, and support you have for each other as a community. So it's very, very special to just be in a conference, and normally it's a lot about knowledge and maybe learning more rational things. But I think there's so much beauty behind all these stories, and something obviously very proud to be a part of, I imagine. But I would love to hear, Gülşah, maybe starting with you as a founder, what are you very proud of this year? And also maybe give us a hint of what's coming next for Two Hearts.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously a lot of exciting things happening. I'm personally most proud of about each and every individual that we're influencing in a positive way, where we can also change their life in a very positive way. I mean, you might know that there are studies suggesting that only one mentor in the life of a person can change the direction entirely. And hearing these personal stories that we heard some of are the things that I'm personally most proud of. And secondly, Two Hearts is growing. We learned that we scaled from 30 to 3,000. And we are now also going more internationally. We already have members all over Europe, but are launching now explicitly in France with partners. The launch event will be on November 7. So if you happen to be in Paris, reach out to us. And this just shows that our ambition to become the go-to place and the home for culturally diverse talent in tech globally is something that we actually can achieve all together, and that makes me very, very proud.
I can only second that. Also that, we managed to build up a community that are all have migrant background, talented, and entrepreneurial driven. I think having this kind of community is it has a lot of potential. Also, it has the potential to strengthen the muscle of Germany's economy, especially when it comes to digitalization. And I was very proud of our achievement. We have internship programs. I mean, with B2V, with Cherry, also with GA. It's a private equity fund, and they were looking to hire also with us an intern, and we were trying really hard, and we found one. His name, he's from Bremen, has Turkish parents, and he told me that he's coming from a very bad neighborhood where some of his friends are in jail, but he actually managed to do his Abitur, then went to Mannheim, and now in investment banking, etc. And now he is at one of the most famous private equity funds in Munich, working their ass off. And so this is also a very nice career. Yeah,
we all do.
But you all have to do that at some point. Yeah, but you know how to do it. Yeah, because your parents told you already that you need to go the extra mile, and this is something that you should be very proud of, that you have that asset inside of yourself, and that you can always tap into that energy source. Yeah.
So you have already mentioned that you have a bit of a waiting list, and also that you review your applications manually. But I am seeing a lot of engaged faces here, even though it's very, very bright. So Farisa, maybe it would be great to share with the audience, how can they learn more about Two Hearts? how can they find you, and so on.
Sounds good. Yes, so you can apply on twoheartscommunity.com, and obviously Gülşah and Minzung are still going to be around at the conference. You can speak to them and everyone else.
Maybe you
can
stand up.
quickly.
Maybe stand up a little
Everyone
bit.
who is a Two Hearts member, just quickly stand up.
Yeah.
Sija, I see you.
And then
don't be
also
embarrassed.
on LinkedIn, we're very local, and you'll find everyone there and can always reach out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have one final question for all of you. And I would like to ask you whether you have a final message for this audience to take home today with as we close this panel. And maybe now I can start again with you, Farisa, and then we just can go down to Gülşah.
Sounds good. Yes, so for me, just very briefly, it's that I hope everyone is able to find their go-to mentor through the community, but then also able to experience the community, because I feel like you find your best friends, you find your colleagues, and it's just this great support network that you become part of, and I hope everyone is able to benefit from that and become a real member of the community.
Yeah, what I would like to say is basically, don't wait for miracles to happen. Don't wait that suddenly someone discovers you for this very special job, and dare also to go into the tech scene, into roles that are probably sound very challenging, where you think, okay, I will not get a funding from this fund. Be courageous and take the extra mile. And we at Two Hearts, as Minzung said, as Farisa said, are here to support you on that, because only together, by being active and supporting the change, we can also make sure that the tech scene of tomorrow is more inclusive and does not only look the way it looks today, because I think it's a also responsibility we all have together. And I would love all of you with Two Hearts to support our mission and to drive the change collectively.
And I think, like, just closing remark, always think about it, diversity always drives innovation. Innovation drives productivity, and productivity drives GDP. And so if you are working on your startup, if you're innovative, we can help this country to be in a better place than it is today. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you to all of you for being here today.
Thank you.
We are going to give...
Thanks.
We are going to give the audience a little break, but we see you here in 5 minutes on a very interesting panel on European resilience and security. So see you in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, welcome back. Good to see you all again, even though, as Florian rightly mentioned, I can't really see much because it's really blinded by the light. As mentioned, we have two Matts today. Please welcome Matt Miller from Sequoia and Matt Turk from First Mark Capital. Welcome on stage. So there might be a lot of confusion, obviously, when I ask Matt to answer a question, but I'm sure.
It's a great name to have. Yeah,
it is a great name. I mean, let me tell you, I'd be happy for that name at any Starbucks in the world because Uwe is not exactly the thing that works well mostly. Thanks so much for coming. You just mentioned there's a Frenchman in New York and an American in London.
That's right.
I was confused.
Yeah, extremely confusing. Maybe we start with quick backgrounds on you individually. People probably know you both very well, but it still would be cool to get the recap. On you personally, maybe background.
You want me to start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Turk. I'm a partner at First Mark. First Mark is a New York-based venture firm that does early stage, so that means we do seed and Series A. We have about 4 billion under management. We're currently investing out of a $1 billion pair of funds. And I'm one of the 4 investing partners, and I do B2B enterprise software in general, with a particular interest for the world of data, machine learning, and AI. So I'm very enthusiastically invest in the space, and for what it's worth, I create a lot of content around it. So is that the part where I plug my stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Please feel free to do so. Yeah, plug away.
So like every VC needs to have a market map. So like I've been doing a market map for 11 years. So if you go to mad.firstmark.com, you'll see the interactive version of mine. And of course, because I'm a VC, I have to have a podcast. So if you search for my name, Matt Turk, you'll find my podcast. So every week I interview people in that general machine learning, AI, and data. It's basically called MAD, very clever for machine learning, AI, and data. And if you're ever in New York, I run Data Driven NYC, which is the largest data and AI meetup in the US.
Yeah, I would say if you're an entrepreneur in AI,
yes,
and you have managed to stay clear from your content, you're probably doing something wrong.
Yes.
So very good content. I really can recommend.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, yeah, but it definitely is a lot, and a lot of good stuff for sure. Over to you, Matt.
Yeah, so I'm Matt Miller. I'm a partner at Sequoia. We're a global venture capital firm. Recently, though, downsized a little bit to U.S. and Europe and Israel as a focus area. Some of you may have heard we parted ways with some of our partners, international partners, recently. And we invest all the way from very small pre-seed investments of $250,000 as a firm, all the way up to large late-stage investments of $1 billion at a time. And I specifically focus on growth stage investing, which is once a company has revenue and momentum and is selling to customers. So a Series B and beyond is where I spend most of my time. I also have a emphasis on data and infrastructure, and AI and machine learning is an area where I've enjoyed spending time making investments. I also led Sequoia's effort to build a business plan for opening operations here in Europe, and moved over here 2.5 years ago to London, and have been working with my partner Luciana and building up our business here in Europe, having investors here on the ground, which has been exciting and a lot of fun.
And how did that happen, actually? I always meant to ask Luciana before.
Yeah, so basically, I lived in Europe when I was younger for 2 years in Sweden. And I just fell in love with the place, and I realized how quality the education was here and how quality the engineering talent was. And when I got to Sequoia years later, 12 years ago now, I was surprised that at the time Sequoia had investors on the ground in China, in Israel, in India, in Southeast Asia, in the US, but not in Europe. And the gentleman leading Sequoia at the time was European, and I think because Michael Moritz. And I think because he was European, he was like a little harder on like his home turf, and kind of had this mentality that Europe wasn't ready yet for the innovation. And I think that was, in hindsight, that was obviously a mistake. But I started leading trips over here and coming over and meeting companies and bringing my partners over here. And we were occasionally making an investment. We had invested in Klarna, we had invested in Unity, both at the Series B and Series A respectively, and had seen some companies start to do well in our portfolio. So about 4.5 years ago, I just wrote a memo and said, okay, now this is the time, we need to be here. I was working on a board with Luciana at the time at this company called Tessian in the UK, and we recruited her, and I moved over, and we launched it. So Excellent. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're very thankful you proved Michael Moritz wrong. It's probably not something that a lot of people
not yet. We need to make some massive returns. But I think that the thesis that that Europe was not going to be this great place from 20 years or 10, 15 years ago has proven out to be absolutely wrong. It's a fabulous place to build great companies. I think it's only getting better and better.
Great. And Matt, you figured out exactly the opposite. You realized nothing to be done in Europe. I need to leave and go to the US at some point, or like what informed that journey?
That was pretty much that. Like I moved to the US at a time when there was actually not that many opportunities in Europe, and when I moved to the US, and especially in New York, that was America, like everything is possible. It's like this magic moment, and never left. But it's been the very pleasant surprise for me over the last few years that all of a sudden, what seems like all of a sudden, of course, many years in the making, there was actual reasons to go back to Europe to invest and work with entrepreneurs, and I'm a huge fan of that model where you have European companies with global ambitions from day one that have a foot in Europe, typically for product and tech, and a foot in the US, typically for go-to-market. That just works super well, and that's very aligned with me, personally and professionally. So I just love it.
Got it. No, I mean, we had the great privilege, obviously, to co-invest with both of your firms already, and it's good to see because on the one side there is, for European entrepreneurs, often, hey, we want to go to the US and maybe speak to New York first, and then, oh wow, there's a European, and that is obviously very great for them because they feel like a bit more understood and loved, I guess. And now at the same time, we have also Sequoia with a local presence, obviously one of the big blue chip names in the industry. So I think that's fantastic. And with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about AI specifically. We just chatted that
I hear it's going to be big.
Yeah, I also heard it could be massive, honestly. But maybe leading with that, because you also already mentioned, lots of panels already been had about that, and we'll see where this one will take us. But maybe just to set the stage a little bit for both of you. When did you start investing in AI? And of course, where I'm leading with that question is, didn't you do it much earlier? How did we call it before? Or how do you see the continuation of AI as an investment theme, as an ingredient in companies, and so on? Whoever wants to go first.
I can start. So look, I've been interested in AI for a very long time. Like as you mentioned, I had a startup back in the day that was doing pre-deep learning AI, so we were using Bayesian techniques to do enterprise search and knowledge management. And actually remember, Vivi, at the time, when we would go to VCs, we learned very quickly to not say that we were doing AI, because it was like people are looking at us and it's like, kid, did you not get the memo? Like AI is dead. And our CTO actually had a PhD in machine learning and AI, but that we learned to not say that and tell VCs that he had a PhD in computer science, which was technically true, but forgot to mention what exactly he specialized in. So been doing this for a very long time, and look, we're going to talk about generative AI. I'm super excited about generative AI. I love generative AI. I think generative AI is amazing. Having said that, in my 10 years at Firstmark, it's my third hype cycle around AI. There was one in 2013, 2014 around the rise of deep learning. There was another one around 2015, 16, 17 around AI chatbots and TensorFlow. And there was always crypto in between, so AI, crypto. And now we're back into AI, I think it's amazing, but it's a little bit yet another hype cycle with the same characteristics, and we can talk about this.
So is that official investment advice to buy crypto now?
Yes. Yes. Especially if at the intersection of AI.
Yeah, the Firstmark coin.
Yeah. The way we think about it is AI is this destination that we may actually never reach, because we constantly are redefining what it means to be AI. Like if you take a step back 10 years ago and said, 10 years from now, we'll have self-driving cars on roads that are working. We have emails that can write themselves, things that auto-integrate and respond on their own and make decisions on their own as part of everyday applications. You would say that was AI. But now that's not AI. We have this generative AI as kind of this next area that we're going for. But then there's this whole concept of fully autonomous AI. And so there's all these thoughts about what AI will be. And I think it's this destination we may actually never reach. But we've been investing in the themes of machines getting smarter for a long time, and building infrastructure to make data available, make data ready, be able to build data-driven applications, and then to be able to make those applications smarter over time, learn from that data, leverage machine learning to operate from that. And so, it has been an investment theme for well over a decade or decades in the rawest form, and kind of we're headed towards this same thing. I just think right now we're at this hype cycle moment, probably driven a lot by the rise of ChatGPT and the excitement for this whole wave of LLMs and generative models that have people very excited, which is wonderful. But we're still kind of just that same level of advancing forward.
And how does it translate into like the day-to-day in your firm, for example? Like understanding that, does it mean the team goes out and says, okay, today we find more AI stuff? Or how does that work?
So there's two components. There's what do we do with the existing investments and what do we do with new investments. With the existing investments, we have this narrative and discussion inside Sequoia that we have to be talking to every single company and make sure every company is thinking through how they want to be an AI-first company. Because the wave of LLMs and the amount of machine learning that's happening and the generative AI boom, if you're not aware of it and planning for it or thinking about it carefully, it could be just as disruptive to you as the mobile wave was or as the internet wave was. And so we spend a lot of time with our existing portfolio companies to make sure they're connected, make sure they're learning, make sure they're adapting. For those that were already, very forward leaning on this trend. The second is with new investments. We don't go look for AI companies. We look for great businesses, and the great businesses will likely leverage some form of machine learning or AI in the future. And so it's not like, oh, this isn't an AI company, so it's not interesting. This is a great business, and as part of that, it may include some sort of machine learning or AI component that makes it even better than the companies in the past generation.
But what about the fact that, oh, it's an AI company, so it's 3 times worth as much at seed?
Those are the rules.
Yeah, we don't make them.
100 million pre. That's
Where does that rule come from, though? Like, why is that?
Lots of thoughts. One key thought is this not that much to be excited about right now. The theme of the conference is the obvious and back to normal and all the things. So, I think there's a lot of VCs, and I'm not saying this in a critical way, but I've been sitting on their hands for a long time and trying to find something to get excited about. And it so happened that that moment in time coincided with this major explosion of generative AI. So, lots of money chasing not that many companies results in higher prices. And there's also a little bit of a perception that the big companies of tomorrow are going to be started today. So there's a lot of new companies, but one of them will be the next big thing. So it's a ultimately a pretty irrational set of thinking that leads collectively into somewhat irrational behavior. But look, it's always the same thing, right? I think we probably all feel that to some extent, but the explosive phase of the hype cycle around generative AI, which really started in November 22 when ChatGPT was released, it's already on the towards the trough of disillusionment. We see it everywhere, which is inevitable. And probably a good thing because the actual work starts now, and it's always like Omar's law. People overestimate what's going to happen in the short term, but underestimate the long-term effect of technology. I think we're heading towards that moment, which I think from an operator perspective and an investor perspective is a really interesting, meaty time to do real work.
And speaking about that real work, one thing I'd be curious about to get your perspective on is, I could argue that we don't even know yet if the current or general trend or whatever of wave of AI is actually a good hunting ground for startups. So it's probably obviously digital technology is impressive, right? We see that here and there, and probably we don't even see what's currently possible. But are we actually sure that new companies will have a really good role to play in that? What I mean is that if I look at past waves of startup revolutions, you could see that the incumbents kind of suck. For whatever reason, they have innovators' dilemma, they're too slow, they're not attractive to talent. Whatever reason, they just fall behind. It doesn't seem to me like the established large companies are falling behind much on AI. And what does that mean for me as an entrepreneur who wants to embark on a journey in that field?
I think it's still an excellent time to start companies. And The way I agree with you in the sense that there is a massive advantage in this AI wave to companies that have a data advantage and companies that have an infrastructure advantage, access to GPUs at an affordable price. And that infrastructure, that might be a limited time thing because that might become more widely available, but there is an enduring advantage to having large amounts of proprietary data. But that doesn't mean that there's not a great opportunity for startups, because the thing that startups have is this ability to specialize and focus in a way that the big companies just can't. And so there's going to be all sorts of applications of AI that the big companies are not going to be able to do. Like one of the companies we work with is this company called Harvey that focuses on replacing the work of a first-year law associate and working with contracts. You know, that's a whole area where there's so much expertise to be had and so much expertise required that a Microsoft or a Google it's just good. By the time they get to it, it's going to take forever, and it's probably never going to be a focus area. But that's a massive market if you think about all the revenue and all the opportunity out there across all the contracts being negotiated across different companies around the world. And so there's many examples like that where I think that there's this specialization advantage that the startups have by having a unique insight and being able to focus on a specific problem. And some of these advantages the big incumbents may have may end up being like cloud services like AWS, that they're just made available and they fuel everybody. So if you think about a lot of the things that AWS provide, there's this whole thesis when they came out that they're going to kill all infrastructure, but they actually made the market cap of infrastructure larger because they were able to provide these resources to everybody to build their businesses, and they were able to build them at a much larger scale than they could before in the pre-cloud world. And so I think that might be the same, but we're just in the early innings of it within AI.
Can I simplify that to, a heuristic for new entrepreneurs? Try to go vertical instead of horizontal when thinking about AI. Is that a fair summary, or is that too simplistic?
I mean, for what I was saying, I think that's probably too. I mean, I think that there's an advantage if you want to go vertical, that you can focus. That doesn't mean you can't go horizontal, but it might just be in a different area. Like, look, for example, at Character AI, which is a great company with these automated communications with these personal assistants or personal characters that you want to interact with on a daily basis. That business has like captured a whole community and grown really rapidly. It's not an area that the big incumbents are focused on, but yet it's a very like horizontal, anybody can access a consumer application that lots of people are engaging with on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And so I think that there's horizontal areas where focus is just going to be a different focus than what Google or Facebook or Meta or Amazon are focused on. Where you can have a unique insight and build something interesting. It doesn't have to be vertical; it can be horizontal as well.
You share that view?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like the sort of paradigm or way of thinking about the space that everybody uses is that you got the foundation model layer, then you have the sort of middle layer of like orchestration kind of thing, and then you have the applications on top. So if I use that framework. I think that middle layer is very interesting in terms of like horizontal, and there's companies like LangChain and Llama Index, but there's like a whole emerging generation of companies that do that kind of like tooling at the middle layer, which I think is interesting, because I don't think that the end game is OpenAI wins everything or Anthropic or whatever. I think the rise of open source, Llama 2, Falcon, like all those models, I think especially as the cost of using OpenAI and others is still kind of unclear. It seems to be going down, but it's kind of unclear. I think a lot of people are going to want to have some OpenAI and some of their own open source models. So all of this creates an opportunity to build tooling, to integrate and orchestrate all of this, which I think is very interesting. So that's one broad horizontal layer. And then in terms of vertical layer, I think there's just tons of stuff. And certainly vertical per industry, but also vertical per discrete problem. You just don't want to do like the obviously dangerous thing like you're trying to do, compete with like Microsoft Word or something. That's just going to be harder. But like for the vertical stuff, like I actually think there's like this whole thing around sort of against wrappers. And wrappers is almost the regulatory term that has been used to talk about companies that basically have OpenAI or Anthropic and just like a very thin layer on top of it. I actually think that those get a bad rep. I think a lot of those companies just haven't been around for a very long time, and they need time to build stuff on top of the model. I think the right way to think about them is as SaaS companies rather than AI companies, but AI-powered SaaS companies. I think there's plenty to do there. But having said that, for a vertical approach, my personal preference is full stack, meaning people that build applications that touch the business user, but ultimately also do a lot of work at the model layer. I think that creates an interesting sort of paradigm for defensibility, some level of defensibility.
And that whole discussion that we just had about like big incumbent startups and so on is obviously amplified against the backdrop of Europe, United States, transatlantic, competitive situations, yes, no, and so on. And we've seen like a lot of people building stuff that is Europe specific, because obviously AI is also a political topic, has something to do with data governance and ethics and so on. What do you think about that? People trying to build the European X. And sorry, X is a bad word now because X is now Twitter. Is that the European AI company that exists in the States?
Yeah, I personally find that less interesting because I feel that they're in. As a generalization, I find it less interesting because you should be building the global leader, and you can build the global leader from Europe, and you can build the global leader from the US. And there might be some nuances in data governance and how data should be treated, but I think that the global companies will figure that out for Europe and for the US. And increasingly, they're becoming a more singular Western market from Tel Aviv to San Francisco. And there's nuances and cultures and different laws and regulations, but increasingly people want to have access to the best products and the same products, whether they live anywhere across that matrix. And so I think that the aspiration should be to build the best global company and maybe be thoughtful about the nuances in Europe versus building the AI-specific company for Europe. I think that you'll find yourself left behind because let me tell you, the ones in the United States, they want to build the global leaders. They don't want to build the open AI of the US.
They don't have that problem.
They're all opening European offices. They're all hiring European engineers. They're all coming here, aggressively. And so, don't make a mistake hide about I'm going to be the European one. You need to be the global winner. It's a global competitive market, and go for that.
Yeah, well said. I agree with that. If it's like a wedge into a global market, you start with Europe and you build defensibility there, and then you expand. Then yes, otherwise, Europe is like massive amounts of AI talent. Especially my native France, it's sort of ridiculous. And there's lots of reasons for that, including the fact that I think people never got the memo that AI was dead and continued doing AI in the 90s. But absolutely, you can build a global category leader as an AI company from Europe with all the talent here. So, why would you constrain yourself to just Europe?
Got it. So that's one good piece, I think, of actionable advice for aspiring AI entrepreneurs. What else should they keep in mind when building their companies? And maybe also, to kind of wrap this up, when and how should they get in touch with you, respectively, to figure out if they could be the next FirstMark/Sequoia?
They should reach out to me before they reach out to Sequoia.
So Matt before Matt, get it? Yeah.
I think you use the term building good businesses. I think that's exactly right. When I think about the best AI companies that I see, ultimately everybody's trying to solve it sounds super corny when you say it, but doing it in practice is different. But everybody's trying to solve an actual business problem rather than building an AI company. And I mentioned 3 hype cycles. It's always the same thing. There's always a moment early in the hype cycle where you as a vendor, you offer AI, and as a buyer, your board told you to do something around AI, so you want to buy AI, and that lasts about 6 months to a year, and then that goes away, and then everybody talks about business and ROI and all the things. So, one, I would be very ambitious on the technical front and full stack approach, work at the model level, all of the things, but ultimately be very pragmatic about what problem you're trying to solve. So, because I'm a VC, I need to plug my portfolio companies. So one great example would be Synthesia, which is relevant here because it's a UK-based company. But they do tons of stuff in terms of core technology. 2 of the 4 co-founders are university professors, so it's as technical as it gets. Yet they turn their kind of whiz bang technology into something that's super pragmatic, and they've gone after some of the most boring parts of the enterprise. So specifically, and no insult to anyone, but like learning, onboarding, training, like all the things where the bar to be 10x better than the alternative is much easier to clear. And that's a perfect paradigm. So do a lot of work at the core level, but then try to just like solve that business problem.
Miller at sequoiacap.com, because we're out of time.
Yeah, Matt at firstmark.com.
We will share the contact details some more. Thanks so much, guys. That's been very helpful. I think really great to get the perspective of some of the most important investors in that field. I'm sure very helpful to all of you in the audience. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
We are taking yet another 5-minute break. Again, please stay here. I think it's going to be fascinating. Florian, my partner Florian, will take up the topic of IPOs and exits. Once you start your company, obviously at some point, you also want to think about exits. So back here in 5 minutes.
850, ja.
We're getting to the second last session on this stage, and the topic is an important one. As a VC, you invest in companies and then at some point you hope to cash in, right? No matter how much purpose and good is about the company, in the end, a VC is there to make money and to have good returns. And there are a number of exit channels, and obviously one important one and one that is very promising often is an IPO. I mean, who wouldn't want to have like some nice, very successful IPOs? Just that IPOs over the last years have probably been like not as often as big as they have been in the years before. And I'm super happy that we have some real experts on that on the stage now to give us the outlook and to give us their view on the trends, challenges, and opportunities on the European IPO market. We have the panel hosted by our very own Florian Heinemann. Some people call him the Peter Scholl-Latour of the internet. The older ones among you know who that is.
Thanks.
He loves that. And we have Stefan Maaßen from the Deutsche Börse. Warm welcome.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Mirko Kaspar, the CEO of Mr. Specs. Thanks.
Yeah, there you can see the average age of our industry if at the age of 47, which I am. Yeah. You're already called Peter Scholl-Latour, which I think is like 85. But thanks, Rainer. So yeah, let's talk about IPOs. And probably first, let's talk about a little bit, or explain a little bit why IPOs are so important. Or exits in general are so important. I mean, you already said it, Rainer. VC is about making money. I think we can also achieve good things besides that, but I think you have to create decent returns. And why is that particularly important right now? The problem is if interest rate rise, which we've seen right now. I mean, you can now put your money into bonds, US government bonds with like 5% return. Yeah? That basically means that PE, like private equity and VC, have to even create better returns to be relatively evenly attractive to investors, because that's always the thing. Yeah? If you invest money in a venture capital fund, your money is like gone for 10, 12 years sometimes, and PE is a little shorter, but so you have to pay, or you have to pay your investors an illiquidity premium that's relative to the risk-free interest rate. And US government bonds are obviously not very risky, and if they yield 5%, that means you have to get more money back to your investors. And right now, as you've probably seen, the market is not overly supportive of exits, whether it's on a strategic level and also on the IPO level. So we need IPOs to pick up again in order to get the system running, yeah? Because if distributions come back from us to our investors, they will again invest in new funds. Yeah? And that basically what we need to get the market going again. And that's why that is not just something that we discuss because we like to have successful IPOs and have some returns, but the market, the startup ecosystem is dependent on it. So, and we've invited very distinguished guests here. We have Stefan here from Deutsche Börse. He's basically the guy at Deutsche Börse responsible for all things IPO. Yeah? So if Schott Pharma, which was your recent IPO, or Porsche does an IPO, or Zalando, he's the one that's in the end responsible. Yeah? And then we have Mirko from Mr. Specs. We know each other for a very long time because Mirko is an esteemed marketing expert. So, but that's not why he's here. And we're not going to talk about marketing. But he's here because he works as a co-CEO at Mr. Specs. And Mr. Specs has been an IPOing company in 2021. Just to give you some background, they went IPO. They went up to 850 million enterprise value. And now we just checked it. You're down to 100 million enterprise value, yeah? Or market cap, not enterprise value. That's a different thing. Yeah? So market cap. So you lost 7/8 of your market cap, and that obviously causes some problems. And you do, like last time I checked, your revenue was 210. Yeah? So you're right now valued half of your revenue at the stock exchange. And 2021, it was quite normal that e-commerce companies with your kind of profile were more like 1.5 to 2.5x revenue. Yeah? So the market has really gone down, and I mentioned that earlier in the Goldman panel, or I cited a Goldman study. They have one index with non-profitable tech companies that lost from the height to today 75% of value. And you are not even non-profitable, you're profitable. Yeah? So that kind of shows kind of the situation that we have right now in the market. But let's, just to give it some context. So we've seen some recent IPOs in the US, in the tech sector. We've seen Birkenstock today. That's unfortunately not Frankfurt, but that's happening in Nice. But can you give us a little bit of a context? Do you think that the IPO window now with Klaviyo, Instacart, Arm, and Birkenstock's not really a tech company, but they're valued like one. That's crazy. Can you give us a little bit of a context whether the IPO window is opening again?
Yeah, absolutely happy to. What we're seeing is a soft opening. We have seen post-summer, as you mentioned, we had Instacart, we had Klaviyo and Arm in the US, but also in Germany with Schott Pharma, a company that IPO'd, which in today's world is really in the sweet spot of what investors are looking for. It's very sizable, 4 billion market cap at IPO, 900 million issue size, fast growing, highly profitable, and it was a very successful IPO with the first price 10% above issue price, and now trading roughly 20% up. So there's definitely green shoots that we're seeing, but at the same time, the aftermarket performance of US IPOs has also been mixed. Some of them traded up 40% on day one, but have lost that on day two and are now trading between -10 and +10%. So clearly not a state of the market where you say it's wide open and investors are back to buying virtually everything that they're being offered. But there's a broad selectivity in the market. Investors are very much scrutinizing what companies they're buying, and there's, as we've seen, I mean, unfortunately in Frankfurt, we'd also won an IPO that then decided not to go ahead because of investor selectivity and the market really turning more fragile on short notice. But overall, I think it's a more constructive market, and especially with a very strong pipeline of IPO candidates also in Europe, investors are engaging early stage. And that's a positive sign that we're looking to, and we're quite confident that we will see one or another IPO still in 2023, and then 24 to be a better IPO year.
Okay, but what does it need to be not only a soft opening of the market, but like a clearly visible opening? Is it just more IPOs that work, right? So that's basically what is required? Or would it also help if a company like Ionos, that went IPO in March, I think,
in February,
this year, which had a not so great performance, although the business, I mean, the business is very profitable, has great numbers, but still it's not perceived. I mean, what's the problem right now in terms of, you know, the sentiment of investors towards tech businesses?
Well, I think what we have to realize is that over the past 18, 20 months, we had a tectonic shift in the investment environment. You mentioned the treasury yields at 5%. 2 years ago, they were at -0.5 or at 0. And investors back then in 2020, 2021, in order to make some returns, they basically didn't have any other way to go but equities. In today's world, they have much safer assets that they can invest in. And I think there's still a rebalancing taking place, and it's a valuation rebalancing and also an asset allocation aspect. So I think that once we have clarity on the interest rate path of both the Fed and the ECB, then I think the market will be more broadly constructive, and more IPOs will work. But in tech especially, but for companies generally, what we've also seen is a much bigger focus on profitability, on cash flow, and how a business will grow organically in a profitable way.
Mirko, I mean, I like your constructive markets. That's, I think, a term I will pick up and use from now on. That's, I think, a very good term. What needs to happen, or do you feel already that the markets or your investors are more constructive with you guys? Because, I mean, in the end, you can maybe also give us your take on the situation. With 100 million market cap, it doesn't make so much sense to be an IPO company. So you need to have some momentum to get back to like the 300, 400, or 500 levels that you've been at. I mean, what needs to happen from your perspective, and do you see any path towards that happening?
Yeah, I think I know that there's multiple perspectives, but let's start here. In the current rebalancing of capital markets, right, we see that people value, they're risk averse, right, because they're not 100% sure what happens. So the first thing that they want to know is, how interest rates developing, right? And until that is very clear, they are cautious. What means cautious? Cautious means they only invest in high liquidity titles because they want to pull out the money if they need it, right? So anywhere that's any title that's subcritical in liquidity is devalued automatically just for not having enough liquidity because they cannot pull out the money. And the other thing is that they say, well, if I invest, right, and low liquidity, medium or high liquidity, then I need to be damn sure it's profitable, right? And that thing is not going to go down the drain. So that's why the profitability in cash and high liquidity has been so much more preferred by investors. Now that rebalancing also had to happen on the company level, right? Because if you see all those companies that had been in consumer markets that were open for new products, for growth, etc., right? And they had built organizations for growth and market capturing, right? Now suddenly the market doesn't give any money for that. So what you need to do, and every tech company has done it, you need to rebuild your business. And you need to rebuild your business for more profitability, right? Less cash burn, and you need to see what consumer markets are doing. And the consumer market in Germany is shit. Yeah? I mean, we're the only developed country in the world that's going to shrink, right? And by probably 0.5%, at least the latest news, right? So long story short, but I now switching to the positive side, rebalancing a company takes a while. Right, and when I look around and I look at my own companies, we've done the job, and now you see that picking up. So just in the first half of the year, we added. So we are a 200+ million euro business. We added 5 million euros EBITDA in the first half. We went back to 10% growth based on the higher profitability level in Q2. So we've done our homework, right? And I think a lot of companies have done their homework, but when they're starting from a low level. So it takes a bit of patience, but I think the rebalancing has happened or is at the end of happening, and then we'll see from a new platform people picking up growth again, and that's when the magic starts, when you can start storytelling again about the future, right? So I think it's going to take a while for the interest rates to stabilize. We need a stabilization of consumer markets. The world, the political spectrum in the world is not helping, but I think fundamentally things are going to get better, definitely. And I think we've seen the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's probably also a good message. The likelihood that interest rates will rise further, I mean, nobody of us is a prophet, I guess, or not that I know of, but I think the likelihood that we've seen the ceiling in terms of interest rate, and therefore also very likely the bottom in terms of equity valuations, at least in the non-profitable tech sector, is quite high. And as you said, I think as long as there's certainty that we've hit the ceiling in terms of interest rate, that is definitely one impulse that is needed. Let's probably also from your experience, and then you probably also chime in. I mean, I think we all agree that 100 million market cap, that doesn't, it's not sufficient to be, and also with the liquidity that goes hand in hand with that, that's not sufficient to be successfully stock exchange listed. Because I mean, the main advantage you can probably add there is that you get capital very efficiently from the market, and that doesn't make any sense at that valuation. But maybe starting with you, Mirko, what would you say is kind of the minimum requirements if a company here, or in a few years considers to do an IPO, what's kind of the minimum size in terms of market cap, likely market cap, the minimum size, like what are requirements to successfully go public? Also, probably in terms of the nature of the business. Yeah. So we've heard about Schott Pharma that appears to be working well. So what's different about Schott Pharma than about Ionos that makes it better explainable to the capital markets?
Yeah, and maybe I'll explain a little bit how I see the fundamentals, and you can chime in also with the numbers, because the fundamental logic, if you ask about, you have to have something really interesting, a winning strategy, a secret sauce, or whatever that people are interested in. At the end, you are telling a story, right? And I'll get back to that quite a while. So then the other thing is, obviously, it's got to be in a market, right, that is big enough so people say, okay, they have way to go, right? The other thing is that if you're not a pure dividend title, but we're talking about tech here, right? So I assume growth titles. The other thing is that you have to have a proven track record, right? And probably they're not just going to look at a quarter, but you're going to have 2-3 quarters of proven track record from a strategy perspective and also from a financial performance perspective. So that's fundamental. Now we're talking about size. The size is one thing. You need a critical size to have a stable business that's predictable. The other thing I think that's more important for the capital markets is the free float, right? You need to have enough free float capital because there's a lot of international investors, right?
Can you explain what free float capital
means? I mean, how much of the value is really traded actively on the stock market, so that an investor, let's say, give you an example. There's a lot of international investors, and yes, you can talk to international investors and get them on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, which is positive. So, but they say they don't invest in anything that has a free float lower than 50 million, for example, right? Why? Because if they invest 10 million, they want to be able to pull out, and if 50 million are floating or on the market, they say, well, maybe 20% of them are going to buy if I want to sell. So to keep that market liquidity going, there needs the cake of traded stock needs to be large enough in terms of valuation.
And I think that's, for example, just to give it some color, if you look at Ionos, at least to my understanding, United Internet, which is kind of the mothership of Ionos, that's one potentially of the problems that the United Internet is still an anchor investor, a major anchor investor in Ionos, which again obviously reduces the free float, which
absolutely
obviously is a problem when you want to achieve. And I think that's very important to understand. So when today Birkenstock goes IPO, it's essential that El Catterton, which is right now the anchor investor or the only owner, that they reduce their share enough as part of the IPO that the free float is big enough. I mean, obviously, it's easier for them than for Mr. Specs to achieve a large enough free float just because of the sheer size. What's Birkenstock's enterprise value? You know that roughly?
Market cap just below $9 billion.
Yeah, $9 billion. Okay, then it's obviously easier to achieve a free float of 50. Yeah, but still, that's important to understand that.
Yeah, and that's why. And then over to you maybe for the size. But it is exactly the logic. And then you can count it up. You say whatever. You have a company that's $1 billion. You want to say you want to have old investors that go out for 250 million. You want fresh cash for 250 million. Well, then you have a free float of 250 million, right? Because you want to, there's a third of the investors base you want to get out, and you want to have fresh money. So there you have it, 250 million. I think that's probably on a lower level that's probably okay-ish, right? But over to you, what would be a free float and then a valuation that you think is sizable?
Yeah, I think, it always depends also on the market cycle. In 2020, 21, we have seen a lot of companies with also lower market caps come to market because there was just a huge interest in equities and IPOs. In today's market, the focus from investors is really on size and liquidity, and that means IPOs below, let's say 350, 400, 500 million euros struggle to really grab the broadest attention with investors, especially on the long-only side. Investors want to ensure, as you said, if I invest in the company, I want to have a decent liquidity and I want to be able to at least manage my position also through volatile times. Schott Pharma worked so well because it was a sizable IPO, 900 million euro issue size, that really, as I said, hit the sweet spot in the current market. And typically what we've seen in history is that once IPO markets reopen, we have seen larger IPOs first, and then as investors get more constructive and more positive around new investments, then also smaller cap companies can efficiently tap the market at a valuation where investors do not require a liquidity discount or an additional risk buffer to invest in a new company. So I would say it really depends. Today, it's really more about larger cap deals, but when I look at what is rumored to go public, I think those are the companies that will open the market again. And as we get more companies like Schott coming to market that trade positively, then obviously it's easier for investors also to consider other companies.
One thing, let's probably stay with you for a second and then switch for a similar question to you, Mirko. Why do people IPO? I mean, the goal is not to basically, first of all, to generate exits for VCs like us. That's obviously great, but that's not the main purpose. I mean, that's kind of a side effect. The main purpose is to be efficiently able to raise capital. Absolutely. I mean, that's the core idea. Can you probably also describe for the audience? I mean, if you have a well-run company like Zalando that are now, I think, at 7 billion or so market cap, if they, that's probably also lower than they want to, so they're probably not. But if they were still back to like 12 to 15, which probably is more the target, if they want to raise like 500 million, because all of you guys that have raised 5 million know how painful it is to do that. Yeah? How does it work if you are Birkenstock or if you're Zalando and you want to raise 500 million? I mean, how does the process typically work? Can you explain that? Because I don't know. I don't think that a lot of people actually know that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the reasons why you should consider going public, because it's a very efficient way to raise capital. I mean, in Germany, fortunately, after many years, we have now also the political support with the Future Financing Act to improve the conditions for companies to raise capital. Today, you can raise up to 10% excluding subscription rights. That means you go overnight to investors, don't allow your existing shareholders necessarily to subscribe to the capital increase and then raise money. For a company, 6-7 billion market cap, you can overnight raise 600-700 million euros from new investors, existing institutional investors that can participate in that. But you'll also have the additional benefit that you have alternative forms of raising capital like convertible bonds, which Delivery Hero has used in multiple instances, which Zalando has used, HelloFresh has used that to raise capital. And also you have a positive side effect because your debt financing also oftentimes becomes better because you have higher transparency, you're a public company, you have very different means to raise capital. So there's multiple benefits for companies efficiently to raise capital.
And I think that's a very important aspect because I think if you look at German Mittelstand companies right now that are not publicly listed but that are family owned, also due to regulatory reasons, have a huge problem to raise capital from regular banks, and they pay much higher interest rate than if you are Volkswagen, for example. Yeah. For that very reason, and I don't know whether a lot of people actually know that. Yeah? That if you're a well-run, publicly listed company, there's a lot of benefits not only on the equity side, but also on the debt side.
Absolutely.
So we're talking about 2-3% interest rate difference and a lot quicker processes. Yeah?
Definitely, and I think that's why our mission is really to have a strong capital market, and that's why we also work with the various associations, but also politicians, to really ensure that companies can efficiently raise capital. And if we think about the transformation that was mentioned before as well, it requires a huge amount of money to actually be achieved, and that cannot be solely financed by public funds or by banks, but we need an efficient capital market and a strong market. And that's why we are also very, very keen, and we think it's a must that those companies that are, let's say, the lighthouse companies, the blue chips that like Birkenstock, which we would have loved to see go public in Frankfurt, obviously, or the short farmers really use the capital market and to go to the next level of their evolution.
Mirko, can you give the audience or shed a little bit of light on how it is to be a publicly listed company, operationally? I mean, how much cost is incurred by just being listed? And obviously, you're not using the capital markets right now very, very extensively. But can you just explain a little bit of how things change once you're publicly listed? How often do you have to report? How many people do you need more? How much does it cost to do that? Just to give people kind of a feeling here.
Yeah. I mean, and maybe let's start with one aspect, the positive side of things, not only the cost. I mean, like I said, we had to also rebalance the business model a little bit more on profitability and then stable growth on top of that. And we have more than 100 million euros in the bank. Yeah, so much.
That's also very interesting. I mean, your market cap is about what you have in cash.
Yeah, absolutely.
So your operational business is worth nothing.
It's worth nothing right now, but and that'll change. I'm pretty confident. But the reason why I'm, why my life is good generally is that I do have 100 million in the bank because it is difficult to raise capital, and I want to run my strategy and our strategy and roll out the business model across Europe, and I can. which is so being publicly listed for me as someone who wants to build a business in Europe is great actually right now because I got the money.
But you got the money already. That's the money you got from the IPO.
I got the money from the IPO. I don't need it right now. And yes, sure, I need to be a bit patient to go back for more, but I don't need it right now. So that's maybe one more thing. If you consider going IPO, be damn sure you get enough money, right? Because you never know what happens, right? Or you have an incredibly cash-generating business. But if you talk about a growth path, a company that wants to capture, market share, etc., and that is highly likely going to need a bit of money for that, get enough. Just get enough. Don't be nitty-gritty. So how much effort is it? I mean, the first thing, obviously, it's the reporting stuff, quarterly reports. A lot of that is audited, which costs quite a bit, I would think. Then you have around that, you have those analyst conference and you discuss with those investors to keep them on board and to warm them up for better times. So that is just a lot of communication effort, I have to say. I think that's mostly it, right? It's a lot of communication and it's a lot of corporate governance to have the reporting in order. And what is that in terms of cost or effort? I would think it's probably 25% of the time of a CEO that goes to capital market once they're public, right? Because you just do all that storytelling and that prepping and whatever, and then you probably have investor relations. You have maybe you have someone for audit that has the head of audit, but at one point in time you probably have someone who does internal audit, and it's one person, right? And then you have legal counsel that is probably one person on top for corporate, right? But then it doesn't get that much more, I would think. So I would think 4 or 5 people you will probably need on top to get the thing going. I don't think more.
Okay.
But I would just add, if you look at the benefits, I mean, it's obviously the efficiency to raise capital, but it's also visibility, it's talent retention and acquisition. It's also when you think about the professionalism of the company, because with the implementation of the reporting structures, you also get to know your business from a different perspective. And the IPO process really turns your business upside down in a way, because you look at every bit. And then one additional aspect, what Mirko, you also said, is you get constant feedback from the market on your business performance, your strategy. You also get input from your institutional shareholders. And that's really valuable when you think about how do I develop the business, what strategic initiatives should I also plan. So I think obviously there's a cost attached to it, but clearly if you think about the benefits, an IPO makes a lot of sense. So.
And I think if you look at, for example, Delivery Hero, I think that's an excellent example of how they used their shares
to do a lot of M&A.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as long as their share price is up, it's also a very good incentive system. Yeah?
True.
But as we all know from Yahoo, the older ones might remember, if the share price always goes down, that obviously turns around in terms of incentive system. Yeah? But yeah, I mean, it definitely is a good tool. That's probably, I mean, one criticism that we often hear is that German analysts are not tech savvy enough. They get short pharma, yeah? But if you want to discuss, and that's different at, for example, Nasdaq, yeah? Not because the Americans are a lot smarter, but they just have so many more tech businesses with different business models that the pattern recognition of these analysts is just a lot stronger. What's your perception? I mean, is that one of the reasons why we have a lack of tech IPOs? That the analysts that we have in Germany or in Europe in general are not so tech savvy and they have to cover too many things from Coca-Cola to Mr. Specs at the same time?
I don't think it's really the knowledge or the tech savviness of analysts. I think if you look at the venture ecosystem and the different companies that we have here versus the US, I think the US has been in the tech space much earlier or much more prominent. And when from my previous banking life, we at the bank where I worked last, they covered companies out of Europe, both in the US and in Europe. So I don't think it's the knowledge or the tech savviness. I think what we really need to work on in Europe is the demand side. We need to mobilize the capital that is available here, both from private households, i.e. foster an equity culture where the stock market really plays a crucial role in the wealth building and in the pension scheme. So those are topics how to really also develop the capital market. And then you have the institutional investors that from Europe can actually support the IPO transactions. So I think the demand side is something that we need to work on as an economy and politically, but I don't think it's necessarily a lack of knowledge or understanding.
Okay. But is it a German problem or is it a European problem? I mean, is Germany big enough to solve that on the German level, or is that something where there's more cooperation needed on a European level?
I think we need a strong European capital market, of which Germany obviously is a core part as the largest economy. So I think we need to do our homework here to have a prospering European capital market. And I mean, we're an advocate of the Capital Markets Union, and I think it's supposed to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. You want to add something? And then we have to unfortunately get to an end.
Yeah, but I think yes, both, but I think we should just raise our ambition level in Germany, right? It's just the lack of ambition, right? We were always waiting for Europe or whatever. Macron came and he said, okay, digital is important, and suddenly an economy that is significantly smaller than ours, right, raised more capital for digital, has created more market value for digital because one guy said this is important, let's do it, yeah.
But we have a chancellor that proudly says stocks are too risky.
I know, but
But he was still a finance minister, which doesn't.
I know, which doesn't make any sense. But no, I think it's also a competitive advantage if you have a good capital market. And one more thing that we also can tell the chancellor, it's the value creation for the German citizens has been dismal in the last 20 years compared to any other developed country in Europe. And one of the main reasons is that they didn't invest in the capital market, and part of the reason is that it was so small. But it's we have taken away so much value creation opportunities also for the citizens by not pushing a capital market. A capital market is good for everyone.
Absolutely.
That's a good way to end this. The capital market is good for everyone. Yeah. Thanks a lot for listening, and hope you enjoyed the talk. Thank you.
We take a very short break. The next session here is the Online Marketing Rockstars podcast, again with Florian Heinemann, together with Philipp Westermeier, who has just arrived. That last session here will be held in German because the podcast is in German. So I just want you to know that it's still great. Willkommen zum Online-Marketing Rockstars Podcast. Ist mittlerweile schon ein bisschen so eine feste Institution bei der Project A Knowledge Conference. Wir haben einfach das unglaublich große Glück, dass wir den Philipp Westermeier in unserem Netzwerk haben. Wir haben, glaube ich, mal in eine Firma von dir investiert. Das war sogar vor meiner Zeit mit Trigo. Flo. Das ist großartig.
Ja.
Das ist ja schon,
was wert in diesen Zeiten?
das ist schon überdurchschnittlich für so European VC. Also von daher ist das eigentlich ganz cool.
Aber die 5 sind wir nicht, ja.
Von daher, vielen Dank, muss ich glaube ich nicht lange ankündigen. Philipp Westermeier, Florian Heinemann, OMR Podcast, letzte Session vor dem Closing. Ich hoffe, dass möglichst viele auch noch für das Closing im Anschluss bleiben. Wir machen es dann noch kurz. Aber die Bühne gehört euch. Viel Spaß.
Vielen Dank. Ja, hallo zusammen. Danke für das Interesse so kurz vor Schluss. Danke für die nette Anmoderation. Wir vermissen natürlich vor allen Dingen erstmal auch unseren Freund Sascha Lobo, der eigentlich traditionell auch mit dazugehört. Ich weiß nicht, was hat er als Entschuldigung vorgebracht?
Er hat vorgebracht, dass er jetzt im 4. Quartal 40 AI-Vorträge halten muss, unter anderem auch einen heute. Und Sascha ist ja im Hauptjob Vortragsredner. Und das Aufklärungsinteresse der deutschen Wirtschaft ist gerade sehr groß. Und da konnten wir natürlich nicht mithalten.
Okay.
Ist ja auch gut. Also lieber den Mittelstand retten, als mit uns einen Podcast machen, sag ich mal.
Absolut. Also insofern hoffentlich nächstes Jahr wieder mit Sascha. Ansonsten aber natürlich, so wie es ja jährlich oder biannually ja schon auch gute Tradition ist, Flo Heinemann zu Gast. Auch natürlich für euch hier, aber auch für einige Hörerinnen und Hörer da draußen an den Endgeräten in den nächsten Wochen hoffentlich. Steigen wir jetzt also ein. Nochmal richtig
Herzlich willkommen zum OMR Podcast live aus der Kulturbrauerei in Berlin von deiner Konferenz, Flo.
Ja, von meiner jetzt nicht unbedingt, aber genau, da ist primär andere Leute hier, aber genau, Project A macht eine Konferenz und wir machen das alles selbst auch, also ist vielleicht auch aufgefallen. Es ist wirklich ein Team-Effort, also wenig externe, sondern wirklich von Project A für sozusagen das Berliner Ökosystem und darüber hinaus. Ja.
Und ihr gebt euch immer jedes Jahr ein Motto und dieses Jahr heißt das Motto The Obvious. Und ich dachte, dann frage ich auch natürlich die Obvious Question bei einer Konferenz, bei der man zum Lernen kommt. Was hast du heute gelernt?
Ja, also ich habe eine Reihe von Dingen mir angeguckt. Ich hatte ein Panel, was ich mir angeschaut habe, war die Kollegen, die Defense Tech und Dual Use Tech machen. Und da ist mein Partner Uwe, den du auch sehr gut kennst, recht federführend unterwegs. Und man muss schon sagen, es haben ja immer Themen einen gewissen Rückenwind. Und das Thema hat eben gerade einfach massiven Rückenwind aufgrund der geografischen Gegebenheiten oder sozusagen geopolitischen Gegebenheiten, die wir gerade im Markt haben. Und da waren ja mehrere Vertreter dabei. Und ich glaube, das Thema wird leider, muss man eben auch sagen, es hat ja jetzt etwas traurigeren Hintergrund, dass so ein Thema jetzt auch relevanter wird. Hat einfach massiven Rückenwind gerade. Und es wäre natürlich schön, wenn diesen Rückenwind eher der ClimateTech hätte, als jetzt so ein Thema. Aber ja, das wird auf jeden Fall auch eine investierbare Kategorie. Und wie gesagt, wir als Project A versuchen uns da auch sehr konstruktiv dem Thema zu nähern. Ich denke, dass das für die nächsten Jahre auch so bleiben wird. Das war nochmal so ein Takeaway für mich. Anderes Thema war sicherlich das ganze Thema, wie kann ich Efficient Growth, ne? Also das ist sozusagen ein Motto hier oder ein Mantra hier, was sich durch viele Vorträge zieht. Wie mache ich eine Firma, wir sind ja hier in einem Wachstumsbusiness, ne? Das heißt, Tech-Firmen müssen wachsen, die sind in der Regel unprofitabel, das heißt, die müssen wachsen, sonst sind sie im Prinzip wertlos. Aber die Frage ist eben sozusagen, wie stark können die eigentlich wachsen und wie viel Ineffizienz ist okay, wie viel Ineffizienz kann man in Kauf nehmen, eben vorfinanziert durch Venture Capital, aber was ist dann eben auch nicht mehr okay, ne? Und ich glaube, wir kommen ja aus einer Zeit, wo halt die Wachstumsraten so ausgestaltet waren, dass sie eben nicht mehr okay waren. Aber das ist jetzt eben die Frage, wie wächst man noch schnell genug, um im Prinzip attraktiv zu sein als Wachstumsunternehmen. Und viel von dem, was jetzt hier heute besprochen wurde, dreht sich um dieses Thema Efficient Growth. Also wie kann ich Kosten rausnehmen, wie kann ich effizienter agieren und mit weniger noch ein gewisses Wachstum erreichen.
Wie viel Prozent muss man denn wachsen heutzutage?
Ja, und das ist eben natürlich so die nächste Frage. Also wir hatten das Thema jetzt gerade so als im Wachstumsbereich, ne? Und da siehst du eben schon, dass du in der Series B, C man eben schon noch 50-75% wachsen muss als Firma. Das ist also gar nicht so. Also da bist du ja schon auf einem gewissen Level.
Fast eine jährliche Verdopplung. Ne?
Genau. Aber vor 2021 hätte es halt gesagt, wenn ich 150% wachsen kann für 10 Millionen Mitteleinsatz, ne, dann mache ich das, auch wenn ich sozusagen 50% wachsen kann für 2, dann ist es trotzdem sozusagen der wertstiftendere Weg, sozusagen 150% für 10 Millionen zu wachsen. Ne, so, und die Frage beantwortet sich halt jetzt ein bisschen anders, wo ich halt jetzt mir überlegen muss, okay, was ist wirklich sozusagen, was sind die Grenzkosten meines Wachstums? Das eigentlich zu verstehen und da ein Verständnis dafür aufzubauen, wenn ich jetzt an gewissen Hebeln ziehe, wie sehr senken sich dann vielleicht auch meine Aufwände.
Aber das heißt, 70%, 75% Wachstum, das muss es schon noch sein.
Das ist im Prinzip, solange ich unprofitabel bin, ne? Wenn ich jetzt in dem Moment, wenn ich mich profitabel drehe, dann kann es natürlich sinken, ne? Aber auch erst in der späteren Phase. Also in den frühen Phasen, die Frühphasen-Startups, die wir sehen, da bist du immer noch bei 100% plus, ne? Weil du natürlich auch erstmal eine ganz kleine Basis hast. Also kein Mensch ist halt uninteressiert, ist halt interessiert an Firmen, die letztendlich auf einer zu kleinen Basis sich bewegen und dann 10-20% wachsen, ne? Also wenn du 2-3 Millionen Umsatz machst und 10% wächst, damit wirst du halt nie ein VC-Case, ne? Also das sogenannte Power Law, dem wir ja unterliegen, ne? Das heißt also, kannst du jetzt drüber streiten, aber wir sind nicht in der 2080-Welt, ne, wo 20% der Firmen 80% der Returns machen. Wir sind eher in einer 5-10%, 95-Welt. Also 5%, 10% der Firmen machen 90-95% der Returns. Das heißt, und das geht halt nur mit Outliern. Und das kannst du immer noch nicht aushebeln. Ne?
Dann ganz kurz zu eurem Portfolio. Auch da sprechen wir regelmäßig drüber. Aktuell, wenn du nachts ins Bett gehst oder wenn du jetzt hier vor allen Dingen auch deinen eigenen Investoren ja so ein bisschen Rede und Antwort stehen musst, wer macht dir am meisten Hoffnung, dass das diese 5% ist bei euch, der das alles returnt?
Ja, ich glaube, es hat sich immer noch nicht großartig geändert. Ne? Ich glaube, es ist auch nochmal ganz wichtig hier so, da komme ich gleich drauf auf die Frage, nur vielleicht nochmal vorneweg. Und das darf man eben bei allen Valuations, Discussion und so weiter nicht vergessen. Das Wichtigste ist halt, dass Firmen operativ gut performen. Firmen, die operativ gut performen und wachsen und kapitaleffizient wachsen, die werden immer einen Wert haben. Die Frage ist halt nur, welchen Wert genau. Aber und die Firmen, die das bei uns sind, hat sich eigentlich nicht großartig geändert. Also es steht immer noch Trade Republic relativ weit vorne. Kollege Graf mit Spryker setzt sich immer noch große Hoffnung rein. Genauso wie auch in Sender. Da kommen in der zweiten Reihe so ein paar Firmen wie jetzt Quantum Systems zum Beispiel, ne? Eben also auch im Defense-Tech-Bereich. Aber das ist eben, wir sind ein hitgetriebenes Business und das hat sich auch nicht geändert. Das heißt, bei allem effizienten Wachstum darf das eben nicht dazu führen, dass Firmen auf eine mittelmäßige Wachstumstrajektorie kommen. Bloß vielleicht auch nochmal ein ganz wichtiger Aspekt dabei, und das war auch das Riesenproblem in dieser 2021 Phase. In dem Moment, wenn du halt zu kapitalineffizient wächst, ne, und das ist ja, führt das halt dazu, dass du sehr viel Geld aufnehmen musst. Und wenn du sehr viel Geld aufnehmen musst, dann hast du halt einen sehr hohen Liquidations-Preference-Stack vor dir als Gründer. Ne? So, und das siehst du jetzt ja bei einigen, ich will jetzt keine Namen nennen, aber da hast du halt das Problem, wenn du einmal 1 Milliarde Liquidation-Preference-Stack vor dir hast, dann muss die Firma halt schon wirklich erfolgreich sein, damit bei den Frühphaseninvestoren jetzt gerade auch noch Geld ankommt oder bei den Gründern, ne? Oder bei den Mitarbeitern. Das wird ja auch nochmal ein sehr spannendes Thema, wenn du halt Firmen hast, sozusagen, die Hunderte von Millionen geraced haben und dann werden sie für 300 Millionen verkauft, dann kriegt da halt keiner Geld, außer den allerletzten, die da Geld investiert haben. Und deswegen ist es, glaube ich, auch so wichtig, diese Kapitaleffizienz immer im Auge zu behalten, weil dann ist natürlich der Liquidationspräferenz-Stack, den ich aufbaue, ist geringer und ich habe einfach deutlich mehr Möglichkeiten, gegebenenfalls auch nicht, weil nicht jede Firma ist für 1-2 Milliarden gebaut, ne? Sondern es gibt Firmen, die sind sehr gut, die können aber einfach nicht größer werden als 250, 300 Millionen, was ja eine Riesenfirma ist. Aber wenn du dafür natürlich 300 Millionen gebraucht hast, ist die Firma de facto für viele der handelnden Personen wertlos. Und ich glaube, das ist eben ganz wichtig, auch als Gründer, ne? Weil ich glaube, vielen Gründern ist das auch nicht immer so hundertprozentig klar. Da sind wir auch nicht hundertprozentig aligned. Also wir als VCs und die Gründer, ne? Weil für uns als VCs sind ja eigentlich die Firmen nur wertvoll, wenn sie zu diesen 5 oder 10% gehören. Ne? Das heißt, wir haben eigentlich immer den Anreiz, die Gründer zu einem maximalen Hit bestreben zu bringen. Und das ist für die Gründer natürlich gar nicht unbedingt immer gut, wenn sie halt erkennen, oh, ne, unser Wachstum wird einfach zu ineffizient, wenn wir zu stark aufs Gaspedal treten. Für uns wäre es eigentlich besser, wenn wir vielleicht halt nur 30% wachsen oder 20%. Ne, und dann werden wir vielleicht in 10 Jahren eine 200 Millionen Firma. Ist auch super. Wenn wir dahin mit 20 Millionen gekommen sind, ist es ein riesen Erfolgscase.
War denn das letzte Jahr für euch das Schwierigste, seit es Project A gibt?
Das Schwierigste, was es für Project A gibt, also auf der Portfolio-Seite ja. Ne? Für uns als Firma war wahrscheinlich das schwierigste Jahr, als wir es geschafft haben, sozusagen unseren ersten unabhängigen Fonds zu raisen. Das ist jetzt ehrlicherweise eher so eine Insider-Geschichte. Wir waren ja mit Otto und Springer, hatten wir einen Fonds geraced. Und wir hatten 3 Jahre Track Record und dann mussten wir mit diesen 3 Jahren Track Record einen neuen unabhängigen Fonds raisen, wo zwar Otto und Springer noch dabei waren, aber im Prinzip eben nicht mehr die großen Investoren. Das heißt, wir mussten im Prinzip einen 140 Millionen Fonds zusammenzimmern, 2015, da war ja auch noch nicht so viel Geld im Markt. So, und das war wahrscheinlich die als Organisation größte Herausforderung, dann 140 Millionen Euro von eben verschiedenen neuen Investoren. Das war als Project A wahrscheinlich die größte Herausforderung, die wir bis jetzt hatten. Auf der Portfolio-Seite ganz klar jetzt, ne, muss man sagen.
Weil ihr auch Abschreibungen habt im Portfolio?
Klar, also ja, und das ist ja vielleicht auch nochmal ganz interessant. Ne? Normalerweise schreibst du als VC-Fonds ab, wenn die nächste Finanzierungsrunde stattfindet. Ne, dann, sprich, wenn die nächste Runde eine sogenannte Down-Round ist, dann würdest du die Bewertung runternehmen. Das ist anders als bei Private Equity. Bei Private Equity kommt jedes Quartal der Wirtschaftsprüfer und guckt quasi, was ist die Firma wert. Ne? Und dann verhandeln die so ein bisschen mit dem PE und dann schreiben die Firma rauf runter. Bei uns ist es im Prinzip immer die letzte Finanzierungsrunde. Davon sind viele Fonds abgewichen, jetzt in der Krise, wir auch. Ne? Das heißt, wir haben proaktiv gesagt, gewisse Firmen, da haben wir jetzt nur die sehr wertvollen angeschaut, sind weniger wert, weil wir halt gesehen haben, wir hatten gestern den Kollegen von Economist von Goldman bei unserem AGM, das ist unsere Hauptversammlung sozusagen, da hat der Kollege von Goldman berichtet, dass der Index der Non-Profitable Tech Stocks, also Public Stocks, die nicht profitabel sind, ist vom Höchststand Februar 2021
bis heute 75% gefallen. Zwischendurch war er 90% gefallen, jetzt ist er wieder auf minus 75% hoch im Vergleich zum Höchststand. Das heißt, nicht profitable Tech-Stocks, und das ist ja das, was wir zu 90% im Portfolio haben, haben einfach im Schnitt sehr viel an Wert verloren. Und wir haben einfach gesagt, wir passen proaktiv diesen Wert an. Fairerweise ja auch, und das ist die Schwierigkeit im VC, ist jetzt ein bisschen nerdig, ich weiß gar nicht, ob das für eure Audience so relevant ist, aber du hast ja sozusagen bei uns das Problem, bei einem Trade Republic hast du ja nicht nur uns drin, sondern da hast du Creandum drin, Excel, Founders Fund, Sequoia, Thrive, TCV, ne, so. Das heißt, du hast da ganz viele verschiedene Investoren, die dann ja alle eigentlich so ein bisschen synchron die Bewertung anpassen. Ne? Und das haben wir versucht, also wir haben uns mit den wesentlichen Investoren abgestimmt und haben bei einer Reihe von Assets auch wirklich relevante Abschreibungen durchgeführt.
Also wir reden dann von 20-30% oder noch mehr?
Teilweise noch mehr. Nicht, weil die Firmen operativ schlecht laufen, sondern weil wir einfach gesagt haben, die Public Market Comparables, und das ist ja der beste Referenzwert, den du hast, sind halt einfach um 30, 40, 50% eingebrochen und dann passen wir unsere Bewertung proaktiv an. Das hätten wir nicht gemusst, ne? Also Best Practice. Und daran sieht man auch, dass VC immer noch eine relativ junge Industrie ist, dass es da eigentlich keinen klaren Standard gibt.
Wann kommt denn der nächste Exit bei euch?
Ja, das ist, wenn ich das wüsste. Ne? Also das ist ja so ein bisschen auch die Schwierigkeit im VC. Im PE-Bereich kannst du eigentlich immer verkaufen. Da ist nur die Frage, was ist halt dein Multiple. Ne? Eine profitable Firma kannst du immer verkaufen. VC hast du halt immer ein Fenster. Wir haben gerade auch über IPOs gesprochen. Es gibt ein IPO-Fenster. Wenn du das nicht nutzt, dann dauert es erstmal wieder 2, 3 Jahre. So. Und genauso ist es auch bei den relevanten Exits. Also man kann immer Exits herbeiführen. Ne? Also wenn man sehr günstig verkauft, und das machen wir auch gerade, das natürlich schon, und das ist auch eine Entwicklung, die wir gerade im Markt sehen, dass schon Firmen, die zum Teil auch wirklich gut sind, aus unserem Portfolio, aber auch aus anderen, dass die letztendlich in eine Art Exit getrieben werden, zu einem ja wirklich suboptimalen Zeitpunkt. Warum? Weil halt klar ist, dass die nächste Finanzierungsrunde, die stattfinden wird, sehr wahrscheinlich nicht von internen Investoren getragen werden kann und das Interesse von externen auch überschaubar sein wird. Und deswegen sind sie quasi gezwungen, den Exit-Prozess herbeizuführen. So, und das führt natürlich gerade zu keinem besonders guten Resultat. Und das machen wir jetzt gerade an einigen Stellen, da sind wir nicht alleine mit. Da musst du dich aber natürlich immer abstimmen, ne? Das ist natürlich immer die Problematik. Man denkt ja immer, das höre ich auch häufig, ja, treibt ihr jetzt euer Portfolio, verkauft ihr jetzt da irgendwas? Wir können ja, ne, wir sind 10%iger Shareholder, 12%iger, wenn es hochläuft, mal 20, aber wir können nie sagen alleine, wir wollen jetzt irgendwas verkaufen. Das geht ja nicht, sondern du musst im Prinzip immer im Gesellschafterkreis eine Einigkeit herstellen und die ist natürlich gerade sehr schwer, ne, das herzustellen. Warum? Weil in dem Moment, wenn du jetzt eine Firma, die du mit 20 Millionen in deinen Büchern hast, wert, wenn du die jetzt für 5 Millionen verkaufst, realisierst du quasi eine Abschreibung. Ne? So, und das ist natürlich etwas, was viele auch nicht unbedingt wollen.
Und die Zahl der Investments ist auch runtergegangen in den letzten Monaten?
Ja, die Zahl, also im Frühphasenbereich geht's. Also wir sind auch weiterhin recht aktiv. Generell die Frühphase ist recht aktiv. Wir sind ein bisschen langsamer. Ich würde mal sagen, dass wir machen sonst so vielleicht 15 Investments im Jahr. Wir machen 14, wir machen jetzt vielleicht gerade 10. Ne? Warum? Weil letztendlich aus mehreren Überlegungen. Ne? Ich weiß nicht, wer das von euch auf dem Schirm hat. Die kürzeste Investmentperiode, die ich so gesehen habe im professionellen Investieren, war Tiger Global 2021, wo sie halt in einem Jahr einen kompletten Fonds deployed haben. Aus Risk-Diversification-Gesichtspunkt natürlich komplett bescheuert. Ne? Also in einem Vintage-Jahr einen kompletten Fonds zu deployen, macht eigentlich gar keinen Sinn. So, und früher war es eigentlich üblich, dass die Investmentperioden, früher, das hört sich an so wie nach dem Krieg, ne? Also Venture Capital ist ja noch gar nicht so alt, also so vor 10 Jahren war es eigentlich üblich, dass Fonds 4 Jahre Laufzeit hatten im Frühphasenbereich. Das heißt, dass du über 4 Jahre investiert hast, über verschiedene auch Themen hinweg. So, das hat sich so ein bisschen verkürzt. Wir waren auch auf 2,5 runter, 2 Jahre. So, und wir gehen jetzt vielleicht wieder auf 3,5 Jahre hoch. Dadurch, und das hast du eigentlich bei vielen, das hast du bei Cherry oder so, siehst du das eigentlich auch. Das heißt, die Vorlaufzeit, die Investmentperioden verlängern sich und dadurch reduziert sich gefühlt die Anzahl der Investments. Das größere Problem oder die größere Zurückhaltung siehst du eigentlich gerade im späterphasigen Bereich. Also auch wenn du dir irgendwelche Crunchbase-Statistiken oder so anguckst, Frühphase ist eigentlich ganz okay, spätere Phase ist das Problem. Warum? Ne? Weil natürlich dort, solange wir so eine Unsicherheit haben, was das neue Bewertungsniveau ist, das ist halt noch nicht ganz fest etabliert.
Was haben denn die Typen von Birkenstock richtig gemacht? Oder zumindest die Investoren? Die haben jetzt irgendwie, ja, während wir sprechen, quasi IPO. Ja. Und zwar innerhalb von Einstieg von dem Fonds. Also der Fonds ist ja das Geld von dem Herrn Arnaud, also dem LWM Asch Chef oder Eigentümer. Und die haben das, ich glaube, übernommen vor 4 Jahren oder 5 Jahren für 4 Milliarden, 4,1 Milliarden. Und jetzt ist irgendwie IPO heute fast 9 Milliarden. In diesen Zeiten mit Sandalen. Können die Zeiten ja gar nicht.
So viel zum Thema ohne
also du
Gen
jammerst jetzt hier, aber wenn ich das sehe, dann denke ich mir, okay, besser geht's doch gar nicht.
Ja, das stimmt. Und das ganz ohne Gen, AI und so weiter, das ist eigentlich ganz gut. Ja, sollte einem auch zu denken geben ab und zu. Ja, also genau, erstmal vielleicht Catterton ist der Fonds sozusagen ursprünglich nur reines Arnault-Geld. Arnault kennt er ja, ne? Also reichster Mann der Welt, immer so mit Jeff Bezos und Elon Musk, je nachdem wie der Aktienkurs steht. Aber rock solid, ne? Also für den Franzosen echt unglaublich, stehen die wirklich sehr gut da. Und haben ja im Prinzip ihr Geld verdient dadurch, dass sie halt Luxusmarken zusammengekauft haben. Und Catterton, das machst du natürlich so, also das ist also ein eigener PE-Fonds, das ist sozusagen, also wenn die Yacht nicht mehr reicht, dann machst du sozusagen, oder nicht zum Mars fliegen willst, weil du sagst, so, nee, ist irgendwie zu weit, dann machst du halt einen eigenen Large-Cap-PE-Fonds. Und das hat die Familie Arnault gemacht. Da können aber auch Dritte investieren. Also wenn ihr mit Arnault investieren wollt, könnt ihr das...
scheint gut zu laufen, ja.
Scheint ganz gut zu laufen. Und die haben sich halt sehr stark spezialisiert auf Konsumenten-Plays. So, und die sind aber im Prinzip ein normaler Private Equity Fund. Das heißt, was machen die? Ne, die gehen rein und das ist schon eben sehr wirkungsvoll, holen in der Regel ein neues Management, das haben sie auch bei Birkenstock auch gemacht, was sie wirklich bis an die Halskrause incentivieren. Ne? Also das ist ja sozusagen das Private Equity Playbook. Du holst dir 5, 6, 7 neue Leute, die wahnsinnig gut auch bezahlt werden, wenn das richtig gut funktioniert. Ne? Also du kannst als, ich wäre mir jetzt relativ sicher, ohne dass ich jetzt die Details kenne, das Management, was dort jetzt gerade aktiv ist, die entscheidenden 5, 6, 7 Leute werden alle zweistellige Millionenbeträge da jetzt verdienen. Und das ist ja auch völlig okay, die haben ja richtig viel Wert geschaffen. Was passiert in der Regel noch? Ne? Die arbeiten natürlich mit Fremdkapital. Ne? Das heißt also, du hast nicht nur, das ist schon nochmal etwas, was viele Leute unterschätzen. Man könnte ja sagen, 4,5 Milliarden gekauft, jetzt ist es neuen Wert, haben sich verdoppelt. Wahrscheinlich haben die sich eher verdreieinhalbfacht, weil natürlich der Fremdkapitalhebel, ne, ihr kennt das von eurer eigenen Wohnung, die ihr kauft, ist halt ein Hebel. Ne, so und das ziehen die in der Regel auch. Das kannst du nur bei profitablen Firmen, das wird da funktioniert haben. Das heißt, die wäre meine Schätzung, zwischen 30% und 50% Fremdkapital eingesetzt haben, was natürlich die Rendite nochmal steigert. Und was sie natürlich super machen, und das ist eben so LWMH Playbook at its best, hat man auch schon bei Rimowa gesehen, ziehen Preispunkt hoch, ne, machen die Distribution exklusiver. Also haben wir im Prinzip auch Rimowa, war das sehr schön zu beobachten, haben im Prinzip bei gleichbleibender Kofferqualität einfach mal den Preis um 60% gesteigert und die Distribution deutlich exklusiver gemacht. Und aus irgendwelchen Gründen, wo ich nur meinen Hut ziehen kann, funktioniert das. Ne? Weil wenn du sozusagen in der Lage bist, deinen Preis hochzuziehen bei gleichbleibender Produktqualität, bist du natürlich unfassbar profitabel. So, und das ist eben auch das, was du ja bei LWMH sehr schön sehen kannst, ne? Weil die es halt geschafft haben, dass Menschen Handtaschen für 8.000 € kaufen, die halt einen Materialwert von 200 € haben. Das ist natürlich ein super Business. Ne? So, warum Menschen das tun, erschließt sich mir jetzt nicht, ne? Aber es gibt offenbar genug, die das tun. Und bei Birkenstock ist es natürlich nicht ganz so extrem, ne? Weil natürlich die Preispunkte da deutlich niedriger sind. Aber auch da haben sie es halt geschafft, ein Stück weit diese Premium-Strategie zu fahren, der Distribution und Produkt. So, Barbie, ne, ist natürlich auch ein Faktor, darfst du nicht vergessen. Auch ein Riesenfaktor beim IPO. Ne? Weil es ja diese Barbie-Birkenstocks da irgendwie gab. So, und das hat in den USA für Riesen-Hype gesorgt. Und was ja auch spannend ist, wir hatten ja gerade den Kollegen von der Deutschen Börse hier, eigentlich ist es natürlich auch ein Witz, dass ein deutsches Familienunternehmen, was ja irgendwie der Herr Birkenstock oder wie er hieß wahrscheinlich.
250 Jahre alt ist die Firma.
250, also, dass die halt an einer NYSE, ne, also New York Stock Exchange, listen. Und ich weiß nicht, ob ihr es gesehen habt, die werden halt irgendwie so mit 20 Mal EBIT bewertet. Also das ist halt ein Tech-Stock. Ne? Also schon beeindruckend. Also insofern, da passt schon alles zusammen. Storytelling, Equity Story, Incentivierung des Managements, FK-Einsatz, ja, also insofern, aber das passiert nicht immer bei L. Catterton. Ne? Also L. Catterton macht auch mal komische Sachen, aber das war jetzt offenbar, kann man nur einen Hut ziehen, wobei, ne, das muss man immer sehen, man könnte ja meinen, IPO total super, ist ja auch grundsätzlich super. Ne? Die Problematik, und deswegen machen Private Equity Fonds eigentlich gar nicht immer so gerne IPOs, du musst natürlich auch raus aus dem Ding. Ne? So, das heißt, wenn jetzt wirklich, Herr Arnault ist wahrscheinlich relativ geduldig, was seinen Cashflow angeht, aber normale Investoren würden jetzt natürlich sagen, jetzt ist das Ding 9 Milliarden wert, jetzt will ich aber auch an mein Cash. Ne? So, und jetzt muss natürlich sozusagen L. Catterton das Kunststück vollbringen, wenn sie nicht Shareholder bleiben wollen, sukzessive Gelder abzuverkaufen. Weil das ist eben die Schwierigkeit jetzt bei normalen Private Equity Fonds, wenn die was an die Börse bringen. Die haben gewisse Laufzeiten, dann müssen sie ihren Investoren das Geld zurückspielen. Dazu musst du halt Dinge an der Börse abverkaufen. Wir hatten jetzt heute ja gerade den Mirko Kasper hier, wo die geschätzten Freunde von Goldman gerade einen größeren Teil Mr. Specs Aktien verkauft haben und damit den Aktienkurs nochmal von 4 Euro auf 3 Euro gedrückt haben. Und das passiert dir natürlich bei Birkenstock nicht so schnell, weil du da natürlich einen viel größeren Enterprise Value hast und dadurch auch einen größeren Free Float. Das heißt, du bist in der Lage, relativ schnell größere Mengen an Aktien zu verkaufen, aber trotzdem wird das Monate dauern, bis die ihre Position da relevant reduzieren können. So, aber deswegen ist natürlich ein Trade Sale besser, wo du einfach sagst, ich verkaufe 8 Milliarden Cash, Bums, und dann kriegt der Herr Arnaud sein Geld und gut ist.
Habe ich jetzt zwischen den Zeilen richtig rausgehört, dass du jetzt dort nicht investieren würdest als Aktionär?
Also mir fehlt so ein bisschen das Upside-Potenzial, ehrlicherweise. Aber vielleicht unterschätze ich das auch. Ne? Also vielleicht kommt jetzt irgendwie der Ghostbusters, Birkenstock und es wird irgendwie der nächste Riesenhit. Also man ist ja teilweise erstaunt, wo die Nachfrage herkommt. Deswegen, USA ist mittlerweile der größte Markt für Birkenstock. Ne? Also, und wenn sie es irgendwie schaffen oder Jay-Z fängt an, Birkenstocks zu tragen, ne? Da passieren ja teilweise wundersame Dinge, die dann zur Nachfrage führen. Da kennst du dich ja besser aus, wie aus irgendwie relativ viel Hype entsteht. Also jetzt nicht, dass das bei dir so wäre, aber
auch natürlich.
Aber du triffst ja sehr regelmäßig Menschen, die das sehr gut können. Ja? So, und das gelingt ihnen jetzt vielleicht auch. Ja.
Okay.
Also so Influencer und Deutschrapper und so.
Hast du die Biografie von Elon Musk gelesen, von dem Walter Isaacson?
Nee, leider nicht.
Eine vorherige auch nicht gelesen?
Nee.
Hast du die Biografie von Sam Bankman-Fried gelesen, von dem Michael Lewis?
Nee, leider auch noch nicht.
Das gibt's doch gar nicht.
Ja, ich habe 4 Kinder, ich lese nicht so viel, ehrlicherweise.
Und dann dein letzter X-Post ist auch jetzt 2 Jahre her, habe ich gesehen.
Ja.
Ist das schon so ein bisschen so, du hast geahnt, was kommt und willst da nicht mehr drauf sein? Das ist ja gerade so ein bisschen unter Tech-Leuten. Ich habe jetzt kürzlich häufiger gelesen, dass auch sagen wir so, Tech-Leute sagen, jetzt X, da bin ich nicht mehr mit dabei. Ist das bei dir auch schon so?
Nee, also ich versuche ja immer die Dinge sehr unideologisch irgendwie zu sehen. Also vom Grundsatz wäre das schon okay, aber auch mein letzter LinkedIn-Post ist leider wieder 4-5 Monate her. Also ich bin einfach nicht so ein Social-Media-Typ, muss man sagen.
Okay, ja. Aber du...
Also es hat jetzt keine tiefergehende Überlegung, die dahinter steht, dass ich jetzt nicht, also ist jetzt nicht so, ich unterstütze Elon Musk nicht oder so. Also das ist jetzt nicht mein Problem. Also es ist einfach bei mir selten so auf der Prioritätenliste, dass ich sage, ich verbringe jetzt viel Zeit mit Social Media und ich habe irgendwie kein gutes Gefühl dabei, das irgendwie jemand anders für mich machen zu lassen. Deswegen muss ich dann immer mit Podcast-Präsenz vorlieb nehmen. Ja.
Verfolgst du denn trotzdem so die Aktivitäten von Elon Musk der Tage so?
Ehrlicherweise auch nicht so. Nee.
Okay. Ja. Charmant, clever aus der Sache rausgekommen. Und ich nehme an, auch das zweite große Thema, was ich gerade schon hatte, das Trial von Sam Bankman-Fried verfolgst du auch nicht so?
Ja, doch, das schon ein bisschen mehr, weil natürlich schon das wieder total relevant ist in der Gestalt, dass natürlich die Frage ist, was passiert mit Krypto, ne? Perspektivisch und wie wird eine Regulierung da ausfallen und welche Rolle wird Krypto spielen, ne? Also wird das doch wieder stärker in den Mainstream kommen, also die Krypto-Ownership hat nach meinem Verständnis ja doch in der Bevölkerung wieder ein Stück weit, also prozentual etwas abgenommen. Klar, das ganze Thema Tokenization und ICOs und so sowieso, ne? Und ich meine, was ja kommen muss, das ist, glaube ich, relativ klar, dass du in irgendeiner Weise eine stärkere Regulierung in dem Bereich brauchst. Und ich würde vermuten, dass das, wie jetzt das hier verläuft und was auch da alles noch bei rauskommt, sehr stark beeinflussen wird, wie eben die USA darauf reagieren wird, regulatorisch. Und das wird natürlich sehr wichtig sein dafür, wie sich dieser Markt insgesamt weiterentwickelt. Und das ist ja wiederum für uns jetzt ein relevantes Thema, ne? Weil ich bin, wie gesagt, ich versuche auch da wieder die Sachen nicht ideologisch zu sehen, sondern einfach zu sagen, zurzeit hast du schon Blockchain-Anwendungen, die du auch bei verschiedenen Portfoliofirmen eher unter der Haube siehst, aber du hast jetzt ja noch nicht die breite Killer-App als B2C-Use-Case, außer eben Kryptowährung. Ne? So, aber für uns ist natürlich schon wichtig, alert zu sein, um zu verstehen, was passiert da, was könnte da kommen. Und da ist natürlich jetzt Bankman-Fried deutlich relevanter oder was da rauskommt. Insofern verfolge ich das ein Stück weit. Ja.
Okay. Wie eng verfolgst du AI-Entwicklung? Hast du gerade schon ein paar Mal erwähnt. Muss man wahrscheinlich als VC dieser Tage, wahrscheinlich ist auch jeder Pitch bei euch, stelle ich mir vor, ist irgendwas mit AI drin?
Viele, ja. Nee, das versuche ich deutlich genauer zu verstehen, ja, aus verschiedenen Blickwinkeln. Ich bin ja recht aktiv auch im deutschen Mittelstand, was so Beiratsgeschichten angeht. Und da ist das natürlich überall ein Riesenthema, ist aber natürlich auch für unser Portfolio ein Riesenthema, operativ. Und ist natürlich auch potenziell für uns als Investmentbereich ein Riesenthema. Aber ich glaube, man muss eben wirklich diese Bereiche separieren. Ich glaube, als Entwickler oder im Bereich Marketing oder im Bereich Customer Service gibt es ja jetzt schon sehr, sehr viele Use Cases, die wir da bei uns praktisch im Portfolio sehen, die jeden Tag passieren. Und das macht, glaube ich, total Sinn, sich damit auseinanderzusetzen und da auch ein gewisser, Vorreiter gedanklich irgendwie zu sein als Gründer. Also ich glaube, da die Möglichkeiten zu verstehen, macht total Sinn. Als Investmentfeld deutlich schwieriger, ne? Also zu sagen, wo kann ich jetzt da wirklich als VC investieren? Was macht da wirklich Sinn? Unsere These eben auch so ein bisschen, dass man auf diesem Application Layer sehr genau schauen muss, passiert da wirklich etwas, was eben, wir nennen immer das Competitive Mode, also gibt es da irgendwas, was wirklich verteidigbar wird, was zum Beispiel sowas sein kann wie ein vertikal integrierter Ansatz in einer gewissen Funktion oder ein vertikal integrierter Ansatz in einer gewissen Industrie, wo du dann wirklich in der Lage bist, durch eine Spezialisierung auf ein Vertical oder eine Spezialisierung auf eine Funktion in der Lage bist, auch vielleicht ein proprietäres Datenset zu generieren in dem Tool und das erzeugt dann die Verteidigbarkeit. Ne? Also ich denke mal so Themen wie jetzt so ein Jasper AI, ne, was ja relativ viele nutzen, oder auch so ein Midjourney oder so, würde ich halt sagen, ist wahrscheinlich für uns jetzt kein Investitionscase, ne, weil ich jetzt nicht sehe, dass du dort über 5 bis 10 Jahre, und das ist ja unser Horizont, dass du da wirklich eine systematische Verteidigbarkeit herstellen kannst.
Hat denn der Mittelstand Angst vor AI?
Was heißt
freut er sich drauf?
Ja, also mein Eindruck ist schon, die sind aufgeregt. Ja? Also der Mittelstand ist
über Weihnachten.
Der Mittelstand ist aufgeregt und sieht schon, dass das total relevant ist irgendwo für sie und natürlich auch irgendwo Effizienzthemen hebt und vielleicht auch sozusagen beim Fachkräftemangel hilft und so weiter. Aber du siehst eben schon sehr unterschiedliche Ansätze, wie man eben als Corporate oder etabliertere Organisationen jetzt diese Themen reintreibt. Ne? Und viele haben natürlich auch so ein bisschen Angst, dass daraus das nächste Big Data wird. Ne? Also Big Data war ja so ein bisschen, da hast du irgendwelche Typen, die sitzen auf irgendeinem, mein Lieblingsbeispiel ist immer der Teradata Cluster, ich sage jetzt nicht von welcher Firma, aber da gab es immer ein Teradata Cluster bei einer größeren Firma, wo wir sehr involviert waren. Und dann die Leute waren total excited über ihren Teradata Cluster, aber nur die Typen, die mit dem Teradata Cluster gearbeitet haben, weil alle anderen haben von diesem Teradata Cluster oder dem, was da rausgekommen ist, eigentlich nie irgendwas gesehen. So, das heißt, die operative Relevanz von Big Data war dann doch nicht so richtig spürbar.
Also der Spruch, um das mal offiziell zu sagen, ich habe das über Jahre auch auf Konferenzen immer gehört, Daten sind das neue Öl. Ja. Der Spruch war falsch.
Ja, also potenziell schon, aber die Grube war halt da hinten, ne? Und es ist halt nicht gelungen, das Rohr irgendwie da zu verlegen, um das Öl aus diesem Ding rauszuholen. So, und das soll halt diesmal nicht passieren. Ne? So, und ich glaube, was halt jetzt die Herausforderung sein wird, ist, du willst ja, dass möglichst viele Leute AI nutzen und ChatGPT nutzen und so weiter. Gleichzeitig musst du aber natürlich sicherstellen, dass du sozusagen eine gewisse Vorauswahl triffst, welche Tools sollten wir verwenden, welche Daten laden wir da rein, was holen wir da wieder raus. Ne? Was sind auch, muss ich jetzt eine eigene Instanz aufsetzen von ChatGPT, wo halt nur gewisse Daten über eine API reingegeben werden, aber eben ich ganz genau kontrollieren kann, was da fließt. Ne? Weil wenn du jetzt anfängst, alle deine sensiblen Daten in ChatGPT einfach ungefiltert reinzuladen, das kann es auch nicht sein. Ne? Das heißt, du wirst wahrscheinlich, um auch nicht so, ich nenne das immer so AI-Silos zu erzeugen in irgendwelchen Bereichen, musst du wahrscheinlich in irgendeiner Weise eine konsistente sozusagen Konzept oder Struktur finden. Wie kannst du es eben schaffen, dass gewisse Tools vorausgewählt werden, dass auch eine Art Produktmanagement dann eingeführt wird. Und die Frage ist halt, wer tut das, ne, in den Corporates?
Aber wer verdient denn jetzt an der ganzen Sache bislang Geld, außer unser heute fehlender Freund Sascha Lobo als Vortragsredner zum Thema AI? Wer verdient denn wo ist denn das? Also der Mittelstand, wen geben die Geld schon aus? Oder können die das für sich?
Also erstmal die Berater natürlich, die jetzt dabei helfen. Ne? Also die verdienen auf jeden Fall schon mal Geld. So, und du siehst schon, klar, Entwicklerproduktivität, siehst du ganz klar. Du siehst auch bei uns jetzt im Portfolio, aber auch in diversen Sachen, die ich sonst so sehe, dass auf einmal sehr viel Content generiert wird mit Hilfe von AI, Übersetzung. Ne? So. Es wird auch lustigerweise, und das ist jetzt mit AI nicht zu verwechseln, ne? Aber das wird häufig so in einem Zug, du hast eine sehr starke Zunahme an Automatisierung. Ne? Also wir haben ja auch hier die Kollegen von Make als Sponsor, aber gibt es natürlich auch Zapier und wenn es da noch alles gibt, dass die Leute auf einmal anfangen, ihre Prozesse zu automatisieren, was jetzt ja mit AI gar nicht so viel zu tun hat, sondern es ist einfach eine Ablaufsautomatisierung, aber dass eben solche Themen natürlich schon dazu beitragen, dass du einen Effizienzgewinn hast.
Also so ein Peak AI haben wir jetzt noch nicht. Man könnte ja argumentieren, die Zugriffszahlen auf ChatGPT und all diese ganzen Sachen gehen ja schon wieder stark zurück. Also der erste Neugier-Rush ist durch und gleichzeitig ist jetzt noch nichts, zumindest bis heute nicht so richtig greifbar, wo man sagt, okay, wow, da verdient jetzt aber einer richtig Geld und das ist jetzt wirklich Impact auf zahlreiche Firmen. Ist mir noch nicht so bekannt.
Ja, wobei, aber wie gesagt, also eingesetzt wird es schon an vielen Stellen. Ne? Gerade im Bereich Customer Service, Content-Erstellung, Marketing, Entwickler. Ne? Also fast jeder Entwickler, wo ich jetzt zumindest das mitbekomme, auch jetzt bei Project A, nutzt halt einen GitHub Copilot in gewissen Teilen. So, und das steigert auch die Produktivität, also ganz klar. Ne? Und auch jetzt alles im Bereich Steuern, ne? Also einfache Verträge erstellen. Und wie gesagt, ganzes Thema Produktdaten. Also es gibt schon sehr konkrete Use Cases per Gen AI, die auch funktionieren. Und wie large scale die dann immer sind, ne, muss man sehen. Aber klar, ne, also erstmal, wer sicher Geld verdient, ist natürlich sozusagen jetzt die Googles und Amazons und so weiter, innerhalb deren Cloud-Infrastruktur die Sachen laufen. Was auch spannend ist, dass jetzt zum Beispiel ein Bloomberg hat ein eigenes LLM, auch wirklich wohl from scratch.
Also ein Large
Language Model gebaut, auch nicht mit Dritttechnologie, sondern wirklich wohl komplett, wo sie halt sagen, wir haben so viel proprietäres Wissen, dass es halt Sinn macht für unseren Finanzbereich, quasi ein eigenes Modell zu bauen. Vielleicht würde man das heute auch nicht mehr in einer eigenen Technologie komplett bauen, sondern vielleicht würde man jetzt irgendwie ein Open-Source-Modell nehmen, was ja Facebooks Strategie ist, ne, oder Metas, dass man sagt, man nimmt ein Lama-Basis und packt da halt Bloomberg-Wissen rein und hat dann natürlich in dem Bereich natürlich auch eine sehr hohe Zahlungsbereitschaft. Ne? Also Bloomberg ist ja ein Riesenladen, weil sie natürlich sehr finanzkräftige Kunden haben und denen kann man natürlich auch sehr schön jetzt noch quasi ein LLM verkaufen, weil das natürlich oder eine Oberfläche dazu, weil das natürlich die Zugänglichkeit der Bloomberg-Daten nochmal oder des Bloomberg-Wissens nochmal deutlich erhöhen würde. Also wird schon eine Reihe von Use Cases geben, die, glaube ich, sehr konkret sind und die Firmen realisieren können, wo sie sofort Wert schaffen. Also das glaube ich schon so. Aber man muss natürlich eine gerichtete Entwicklung in den Unternehmen erreichen. Ne? Weil ich glaube, wenn jetzt jeder anfängt, irgendwelche Sachen da seine E-Mails vorschreiben zu lassen und so weiter, das hilft zwar vielleicht auch so ein bisschen und ist auch gut, weil die Leute dann Interesse daran haben, aber es wäre natürlich gut, wenn man da auch ein Stück weit top-down vorgibt und sagt, so, wir verfolgen jetzt das im Customer Service, wir fliegen nicht mehr nach Südafrika und machen irgendwelche Shootings, sondern das wird jetzt alles per Midjourney gemacht. Und die Übersetzung, wir sorgen jetzt mal dafür, dass wir für unsere 50.000 Produkte in 47 Sprachen vernünftige Produkttexte haben. Das machen wir jetzt so und so. Was natürlich auch toll ist, die ganzen sozusagen Übersetzungsvideos, die du jetzt erstellen kannst. Aber klar, du brauchst immer Leute, die das einmal vordenken. Also
die Killer-Applikation ist noch nicht da. Und
ich glaube, viele kleine.
Ja. Aber in deinem persönlichen...
Außer dem Large Language Model an sich. Und das kostet jetzt primär natürlich OpenAI mal eine Menge Geld. Ne? Aber wenn ich weiß nicht, ob ihr schon mal gesehen habt, jetzt den Copilot in Word, ne? Oder in PowerPoint. Da gibt es ja jetzt die ersten Beta-User, lustigerweise natürlich auch wieder nicht in Deutschland, die das nutzen. Aber wenn du da so die Videos siehst, wie das jetzt deine PowerPoint-Experience verbessert, das ist schon cool. Ne?
Also generell glaube ich, Copilot ist ein Begriff, den man sich merken muss. Also die Häufigkeit, mit der ich das Wort Copilot oder Copilot in den letzten Wochen gehört habe, hat sich stark erhöht im Vergleich zu den Jahren vorher.
Und ist ja auch ganz spannend, ne? Warum ist das so spannend? Jetzt nicht nur, ne, weil alle jetzt so einen Copilot machen, sondern auch sozusagen, was heißt das? Ne? Ich meine, wir haben jetzt so ein bisschen von der Vollautonomie verabschiedet. Ne? Also das ursprüngliche Versprechen von künstlicher Intelligenz war ja autonomes Fahren. So, wir fahren jetzt alle dann. Ne? So. Das klappt ja so semi-gut. Ne? Was heißt das jetzt letztendlich? Eine Copilot ist ja nichts anderes als die Erkenntnis oder das Anerkenntnis, dass die Vollautomatisierung überproportional viel Geld kosten würde. Ne? Sondern die Anerkenntnis ist ja, der effizienteste Einsatz von künstlicher Intelligenz, egal ob jetzt generativ oder predictive oder so, ist halt eher die eines Co-Piloten, ne? Eines hybriden Einsatzes, wo halt auch noch irgendwie ein Mensch mitdenkt und es halt diesen Mensch unterstützt. Und das scheint ja jetzt irgendwie so das Prinzip zu sein, was sich durchsetzt. Nicht Vollautomatisierung um jeden Preis, sondern Teilautomatisierung. Ne? Und das ist ja letztendlich, weil die deutlich günstiger erreichbar ist. Und das entspricht dann eben konzeptionell diesem Co-Piloten-Gedanken.
Okay, aber wir halten mal fest, so generell du als Mittelstandsexperte mittlerweile, und da hast ja ein großes Portfolio an Firmen, bei denen du irgendwie beteiligt, also oder nah bist. Ich glaube, Oetker und Henkel und Fressnapf und Körber und also viele, die du da kennst, aber es gibt keinen Grund zur übertriebenen Sorge, sogar vielleicht zur Hoffnung. Deswegen will ich schon mal weitergehen zu einem anderen Feld, wo du auch nah bist und warst, E-Commerce. Zalando und About You irgendwie mit geprägt. Ich verfolge jetzt so die Diskussion, die du auch mit dem Alexander Graf führst im Kassenzone-Podcast oder Alex Graf irgendwie ab und zu äußert sich da mal hier und da. Und da ist jetzt schon die Sorge groß, dass diese Firmen vielleicht ganz schwere Zeiten vor sich haben. Gar nicht so wegen AI, sondern eher wegen China.
Ja, also es ist eigentlich ja recht erstaunlich. Also ich gehe davon aus, dass hier das viele auf dem Schirm haben, aber dass so Firmen wie Temu oder Shein, also die schon eher so H&M-Größenordnungen erreichen. Also das ist jetzt nichts irgendwie irgendeine D2C-Brand, die jetzt keinen Menschen interessiert, sondern das ist schon wirklich Milliarden Umsätze. Und gerade Temu hat eben gerade eine explosionsartige Entwicklung und viele tun das so ein bisschen ab und sagen, ja, ist alles nicht nachhaltig, jetzt auch im ökologischen Sinne, aber auch nicht nachhaltig im ökonomischen. Und das mag alles sein, so. Also im ökologischen glaube ich völlig klar, aber im ökonomischen sind wir uns halt aktuell nicht so sicher, ne, ob das nicht deutlich nachhaltiger ist. Und was wir halt sehen, und was das Spannende an sowas wie Temu, ne, vielleicht auch vom Konzeptionellen, dass wer das noch nicht für sich gesehen hat, was Temu ja erreicht oder auch ein Shein sozusagen auch ein Stück weit pioniert hat, ist, die lassen halt relativ viele Konsumentenvarianten zeigen, die in der App den Konsumenten. Dann reagiert der Konsument darauf, kauft, schaut sich an und so weiter. Und auf Basis dessen wird dann mehr von den Varianten produziert, die halt beim Konsumenten besonders gut ankommen. Entweder durch sozusagen Engagement mit diesen Varianten oder durch tatsächlichen Kauf. Und das ist ja schon mal total cool, eigentlich, vom Grundgedanken. Warum? Ne, weil, das wisst ihr wahrscheinlich, aber traditionelle Fashion-Industrie ist ja im Prinzip so, du hast 2 Saisons, ne, und dann wird Ware produziert und du hast eine Vororder und eine Nachorder. Du hast eigentlich immer von den Sachen, die gut laufen, zu wenig und von den Sachen, die schlecht laufen, viel zu viel und dann wird irgendwann rabattiert. Ne? Also Wahnsinn. So, und das war ja im Prinzip der Witz bei Shein, bei Zara und H&M, dass sie diesen Zyklus im Prinzip verkürzt haben. Ne? Also wir haben nicht mehr diese 2 Saisons, sondern Fast Fashion. Ne? Das heißt, ich sorge im Prinzip dafür, dass Designs eine kürzere Halbwertszeit haben und dadurch reduziere ich idealerweise den Ausschuss. Ne? So. Und die treiben das ja noch mal eine Spur weiter, indem sie halt sagen, ich verbinde im Prinzip das Konsumentenverhalten direkt mit den produzierenden Fabriken. Der Grundgedanke ist ja gar nicht doof. Problem ist natürlich nur, die schippen den Kram direkt, auch relativ viel per Luftfracht. Ja, per Luftfracht muss man auch mal, ne, werden da irgendwelche 30 Euro, 10 Euro Teile aus China hier hingeflogen, auch innerhalb kürzester Zeit. Ne? Also nur, dass ich auch mal so, also was ich phänomenal fand, zum Beispiel ein sehr schönes Beispiel, und da ist eben China schon wahnsinnig beeindruckend. Die haben halt wirklich es geschafft, als die Queen gestorben ist, ne, also natürlich wahnsinnig trauriges Ereignis, aber innerhalb von 24 Stunden waren halt Queen-Devotionalien mit dem Todestag der Queen im Container auf dem Weg nach Europa. Ne? So, und das ist halt, da ist halt H&M Lichtjahre von entfernt. Ne? So, und diese Dinge kommen halt gerade massiv eben über Temu in Shein auf uns zu. Und wie gesagt, ein Shein in Deutschland ist wahrscheinlich größer als ein Bon Prix in Deutschland mittlerweile. Also das nimmt den Leuten ernsthaft Marktanteile weg, gerade natürlich eher im unteren Segment, also im unteren Preissegment. Aber es gibt keinen Grund, struktureller Natur, ne, warum jetzt diese Produkte nicht auch in höheren Preissegmenten relevant sein sollen.
Muss also Fashion sein, kann ja auch dann irgendwie Elektronik sein oder sonst
whatever, ne, genau. So, und das ist ja auch das Prinzip von Temu, da bist du ja nicht nur über Fashion. Und deswegen glaube ich, ist so dieses, das ist nur Schrott aus China, was nicht nachhaltig hier nach Deutschland oder nach Europa oder in die USA kommt, greift, glaube ich, zu kurz, weil ich glaube, die grundsätzlichen Wirkmechanismen, die da genutzt werden, ist so ein bisschen auch so ein Moment wie damals, als About You quasi die Mobile-App eingeführt hat und das einfach besser war als Zalando in der Mobile-Welt, ne? Weil Zalando war ein Search-zentriertes System und dann kommt ein Browse-basiertes System auf Mobile und das war eben dann About You und deswegen waren sie in dem Bereich besser und das ist jetzt eben nochmal eine Disruption quasi des Konsumenten.
Also hast du jetzt Angst konkret um einen About You? Ich habe heute bei Exciting Commerce gelesen, da stand schon so ein Post von dem Jochen Krisch, About You hat noch 129 Millionen Euro Cash, also so ein bisschen wie so eine Drohung stand das da und da dachte ich, okay, so habe ich jetzt da noch nicht drauf geguckt.
Also ich glaube, About You, das darf man immer nicht vergessen, ne? Der About You oder auch Zalando, das ist ja nur ein Bruchteil des europäischen Fashionhandels. Also der Markt ist ja viel größer. So, ja, da würde ein About You auch in Mitleidenschaft gezogen oder auch ein Zalando. Aber das Problem, wer leidet da zuerst drunter? Ne? Ist jetzt nicht ein Zalando oder die leiden da auch drunter, aber sag mal, die sind ja vergleichsweise wehrhaft. Ne? Das wird natürlich sozusagen den Abgesang auf quasi den kleinen und mittleren Fashionhandel nochmal verstärken. Und ich glaube, es ist halt wichtig, dass wir verstehen, auch Leute wie Deichmann und andere große Händler in dem Bereich, dass die halt verstehen, wie machen die das eigentlich? Ne? Weil dieses Prinzip der direkten Anbindung von Fabriken mit dem Konsumentenverhalten und das intelligenter zu vernetzen, das ist ja ein sehr komplexes Thema. Da musst du die Fabriken entsprechend anpassen, Produktionszyklen und so weiter. Da hängt ja viel mehr dran. Ne? Also Leute denken immer so, da wird so ein bisschen billiger Scheiß aus China hier hingeschifft. Aber das grundsätzliche Prinzip ist halt hochkompliziert. Und ich glaube, das zu verstehen als deutscher, europäischer, amerikanischer Einzelhändler, das ist, glaube ich, total gut. Weil wenn wir dieses Prinzip hier, gerade für Dinge, die du nicht so brauchst, ne? Also Fashion, ja, man braucht Kleidung, aber das ist jetzt nichts Lebensessentielles, dass das jetzt wahnsinnig toll aussieht oder so. Aber gerade bei solchen Dingen wäre es natürlich toll, wenn wir dieses Prinzip auch hier stärker beherzigen würden, vielleicht auch mit näher dran liegenden Fabriken, ehrlicherweise, wo halt die Wege nicht so lang sind. Das ist sozusagen die eine Komponente, die da dran ist. Und was du halt auch wieder siehst, und das ist schon spannend, ne? Das siehst du ja auch ehrlicherweise schon bei Amazon-Sellern, die ja zum Teil sich einfach an keine Mehrwertsteuerregeln und so weiter halten, ne? Produkthaftungsthemen und wo natürlich auch ein europäischer Regulator und auch ein amerikanischer Regulator sich überlegen muss, was lasse ich da eigentlich zu? Ne? Weil du hast mehrere Komponenten dabei. Wir subventionieren derzeit billige Pakete laut Weltpostvertrag, die jetzt hier nach Deutschland kommen.
Also da ist Regulierung klar gewünscht.
Absolut. Und natürlich auch gewisse Mindeststandards, was Produkte angeht und so weiter.
Du hast ja auch Nähe zu anderen Politikern. Spricht man darüber?
Klar, aber es ist natürlich jetzt nicht irgendwie on top of mind, ne, was glaube ich schon eigentlich natürlich, also du siehst jetzt schon, dass der Lobbyismus der Händler aufgewacht ist. Die sind leider nicht so professionell wie die Finanzlobby oder Versicherungslobby oder Autolobby, die da deutlich besser aufgestellt sind, um solche Themen anzugehen. Also du siehst schon ein gewisses Aufwachen, hast du ja auch bei Tarek, glaube ich, wahrgenommen. Also da läuft, glaube ich, schon hinter den Kulissen einiges, ne, aber eigentlich ist es natürlich ein Witz, dass wir es zulassen, dass solche Produkte auf dem Weg unabhängig davon, ob das jetzt beeindruckend ist vom Prinzip, dass wir das zulassen und eigentlich hat das keiner so richtig am Schirm. Also ich habe schon mit diversen Politikern auch gesprochen, wenn du denen sagst, kennen Sie eigentlich Temu? Kenne ich nicht. Ne, so. Und,
aber es gibt ja schon jetzt auch verschiedenste E-Commerce-Firmen.
Und vielleicht noch mal ein Aspekt. Ne? Dahinter steht halt hier Pinduoduo, also börsennotierte chinesische Firma, mehrere 100 Milliarden wert, trotz sozusagen jetzt chinesischem Kapitalmarktabschlag. Ne? Also chinesische Kapitalmärkte haben ja gerade einen massiven Abschlag wegen des politischen Risikos. Das heißt, die werden Temu weiterhin ordentlich finanzieren.
Die geben ja auch Geld für Marketing aus.
Absolut. Und Temu ist gerade die Equity-Story von Pinduoduo. Ne? Das heißt, die sozusagen gegenüber dem Markt zeigen, unser eigentliches Modell kränkelt so ein bisschen, aber jetzt haben wir das da und that's the fastest growing E-Commerce Play. Und was natürlich auch schade ist, ne, das ist natürlich auch, was mich auch ärgert. Ne? Du hast natürlich einerseits Konsumenten, die mehr Nachhaltigkeit fordern und Fridays for Future und so weiter. So, und dann hast du aber sozusagen die am stärksten, mit Abstand, stärksten wachsenden E-Commerce-Konzepte der letzten 5 bis 10 Jahre sind halt Shein und Timo. Ne?
Also
Nachhaltigkeit hat es mal gar nichts zu tun.
Ja.
So, und das ist natürlich schon auch, ich verstehe das ein Stück weit, dass wir natürlich jetzt gerade in der aktuellen Krise das Konsum, Zurückhaltung und so weiter, dass man da spart, das verstehe ich. Aber das ist natürlich schon, also in der Masse, ne, muss man wahrscheinlich, ich versuche ja immer ideologiefrei auf Sachen drauf zu gucken, kann man jetzt nicht feststellen, dass sich der Konsument viel, viel nachhaltiger verhält über die Zeit. Also siehst du ja auch beim Konsum von Bio-Lebensmitteln, der wieder zurückgegangen ist jetzt und so weiter. Also insofern, und das ist, also es gibt mehrere Angles. Ne? Es gibt Konsumentenverhalten, wo wir eigentlich was tun müssen. Die Player an sich, also Deichmann, Bonprix, Otto, About You, Zalando, die halt sich überlegen müssen, was kann ich davon übernehmen, ne, und was ist davon vielleicht auch gut. Und dringendstes Thema wahrscheinlich, wie kann ich eigentlich als Politik für Level Playing Field sorgen, unter Einhaltung auch unserer Regeln, ne? Weil da werden Dinge hier eingeführt, da werden keine Inhaltsstoffe geprüft und nichts. So, und das ist natürlich, und die Plattformen übernehmen noch nicht mal die Haftung dafür. Das wird jetzt so ein Stück weit, habt ihr vielleicht auch verfolgt, Digital Markets, Digital Services Act, wird das ein Stück weit geändert, gerade für die großen Plattformen. Ne? Das ist eine EU-weite Regulierung. Also insofern, da wird schon dran gearbeitet, aber die hat sich jetzt weniger an Temu in Shein gerichtet, sondern das ist eigentlich eher eine Regulierung, die sich gegen Amazon und, was heißt gegen, aber also sozusagen nennen wir es mal an die großen amerikanischen Plattformen richtet.
Dennoch kann man jetzt, glaube ich, sehen, viele E-Commerce-Firmen haben es wirklich schwer oder ist es auch vielleicht schon vorbei. Signa Sport würdest du jetzt nicht mehr investieren aktuell?
Ja, ich weiß ja nicht, also wenn ich jetzt so ein Distressed Asset Investor wäre und eine richtig gute Idee.
Aber wenn man sich den Burn anschaut, dann sieht das schon gefährlich aus.
Auch schwer, ja. Also nur wenn ich echt einen sehr geduldigen Kapitalgeber hinter mir hätte. Ja.
Die ganzen E-Commerce Roll-Ups hatten wir auch im Podcast in den letzten Jahren zu Gast. Habt ihr keine Beteiligung oder doch?
Nee, also wir haben uns ja
Bist du auch nicht traurig drüber? Dass ihr diese Chance verpasst habt?
Nee, also in dem Fall jetzt nicht. Ja, und ich meine, wir hatten es ja gerade auch, E-Commerce ist gerade eben, ne, und ich finde ja, Zalando ist eine super Firma, ich finde auch About You ist eine super Firma, aber du hast eben gerade einfach das Problem, dass E-Commerce ja, sich sehr, sehr schwer tut am Kapitalmarkt und das spiegelt sich natürlich dann auch 1:1 im VC-Bereich wieder. Ich finde aktuell wahrscheinlich ein bisschen übertrieben. Ne? Es kommen halt sehr viele Dinge zusammen. Du hast einerseits so erhöhtes Zinsniveau, du hast erhöhtes Inflationsniveau, Zurückhaltung auf Konsumentenseite und sozusagen ein paar Sachen, die echt nicht gut gelaufen sind im E-Commerce, die dann noch, ne, sowas jetzt wie eben Signa Sports, die dann insgesamt auch Firmen abstrafen, glaube ich, die es nicht in dem Maße jetzt auch verdient haben. Also ne, das ist ja immer so leider, wir haben ja immer Übertreibungen nach oben oder nach unten und ich glaube, E-Commerce wird gerade so ein bisschen zu hart abgestraft, also das wird schon zurückkommen, aber es ist natürlich schon ein Uphill-Battle und wie gesagt, ne, und E-Commerce hast du halt häufig, das ist ja generell bei Tech-Titeln aktuell das Problem, die jetzt auch börsengelistet sind, wenn du einfach einen relativ hohen Abzinsungsfaktor hast mit den höheren Zinsen und ne, du hast natürlich sozusagen Investoren ziehen Geld aus dem Kapital, aus dem Aktienmarkt ab, weil sie halt im Public Equity Markt, ich meine, du kriegst gerade US-Staatsanleihen, kriegst du wieder 5%, ja, also wo du sagst, ja, das ist halt Risk-Free Return. Du hast natürlich ein Währungsrisiko, aber viele Investoren wollen sowieso im Dollarraum investiert sein. Das heißt, du hast jetzt natürlich dann sozusagen Public Stocks oder Stocks, die sich relativ schwer tun dagegen, gerade dann in einem relativ unsexy Bereich. Die werden dann natürlich überproportional abgestraft. Also ich glaube schon fundamental macht das schon Sinn. Ne? Also eine Firma wie Zalando oder About You wäre ich mir schon relativ sicher, dass sie sich wieder erholen werden perspektivisch. Gerade wenn sie auch sozusagen jetzt diese Hausaufgaben da Richtung was kann ich eigentlich von Temu, Shein lernen, ein Stück weit auch jetzt vielleicht den Gen-AI-Kram nutzen, weil da kannst du wirklich Geld sparen. Ne? Also in dem Bereich, was jetzt Customer Service angeht, was Produktcontent angeht und so weiter. Also ich glaube, da geht schon einiges, aber du musst jetzt eben deine Hausaufgaben machen und du musst halt kein Geld brauchen. Ne?
lass noch ein paar Worte über die Plattform Deutschland sprechen. Das ist ja auch irgendwie immer wieder jedes Jahr ein bisschen Thema. Und ich habe das Gefühl, die Sicht vieler Unternehmer, Unternehmerinnen hat sich da schon nochmal verschlechtert auf unsere Plattform eigentlich. Wie ist denn da deine Wahrnehmung?
Ja, also es ist, also es gibt wahrscheinlich jetzt wenig Dinge, wo man jetzt sagt, wir stehen jetzt wirklich, also entwickeln uns da eine total richtige Richtung. Ne? Also ich meine, wir haben die Energiethematik noch nicht gelöst, wir haben alternde Bevölkerung, wir haben jetzt ein Einwanderungsgesetz, wo man, glaube ich, mal gucken muss, was dabei rauskommt. Ne? Wir brauchen ja dringend mehr Fachkräfte. So, aber wir haben gleichzeitig sozusagen eine Bevölkerung, die das nur zum Teil will. Ne? Also die Einwanderung eher als problematisch ansieht, obwohl wir Einwanderung brauchen, ist völlig ohne Zweifel. Klar, wir brauchen auch qualifizierte Einwanderung, ne? Also so sehr es natürlich wichtig ist, auch syrischen Flüchtlingen zu helfen und so weiter, da haben wir auch eine gewisse Verpflichtung, das weiß ich, aber wir dürfen natürlich auch diesen Block der qualifizierten Einwanderung nicht vergessen. Und die Hoffnung ist ja jetzt genau von diesem neuen Einwanderungsgesetz, dass das hilft, aber wir sind natürlich als Standort, wenn du jetzt, gibt ja eine Reihe von Studien oder Statistiken für qualifizierte Inder, Osteuropäer und so weiter, ist Deutschland einfach kein wahnsinnig populärer Standort. Das muss man so sehen und das ist wahrscheinlich unser größtes Problem, ne? Weil wenn du jetzt eben sagst, du hast eine alternde Bevölkerung, du hast gleichzeitig, haben wir vorhin schon zugesprochen, wir sparen viel und erwirtschaften wenig, ne? als Gesellschaft, weil wir falsch sparen, viel zu wenig Equity, wir haben keinen Staatsfonds, der Dinge gestalten kann. Also wir haben einen Kanzler, der sagt, Aktien sind zu riskant, ne? Also Wahnsinn. So, und da kann man natürlich, es gibt jetzt nicht so wahnsinnig viele Dinge, die jetzt, glaube ich, gerade in die richtige Richtung laufen. Vielleicht ist es das erneuerbare Energien-Thema, wo wir eine Chance haben.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, wenn jetzt, um es mal positive Sachen zu sagen, wenn jetzt in 6, 7, 8 Jahren die Energie wirklich nichts mehr kostet, weil sie halt nachhaltig produziert wird, dann wäre es schon sehr günstig jetzt.
Aber da muss es uns natürlich auch gelingen, ne, Energie aus dem Norden günstig in den Süden zu kriegen, wo Herr Söder sich ja gerade etwas bewegt hat, was Genehmigungsverfahren angeht. Aber wenn wir natürlich irgendwie 10 Jahre brauchen, um eine Trasse von Norden in den Süden zu legen, dann nützt uns das natürlich nicht viel mit der günstigen Energie, weil die dann im Norden ist und die Industrie ist halt im Süden. Und wenn wir da nicht relevant schneller werden, was Genehmigungsverfahren angeht und so weiter, dann haben wir da wahrscheinlich schon ein Problem. Also insofern, ja, es ist jetzt zumindest mal, wenn du das mit anderen Ländern vergleichst, ne, also wenn du es mit dem Inflation Reduction Act in den USA vergleichst, da wird halt systematisch sozusagen Industrie- und Wirtschaftspolitik betrieben und davon sind wir halt meilenweit entfernt. Ne?
Das Geld wäre da. Ich meine, Deutschland ist ja im Vergleich zu allen anderen Ländern auch als mal was Positives sehr wenig verschuldet.
Ja, das stimmt. Aber wie gesagt, ich meine, mit Verschuldung, mit Verschuldung vermeiden, kreierst du jetzt kein Wirtschaftswachstum.
Nee, aber mit dem Puffer, den man noch hätte,
ja, das stimmt. Aber man müsste es dann halt gut und konsequent einsetzen. Und ob das jetzt im aktuellen politischen Umfeld wirklich passieren wird, wo ja sozusagen auch mutige Initiativen auch seitens der Grünen und so weiter auf sehr viel Gegenwind stoßen. Ne, und wo eine AfD natürlich dann auch jetzt mit gestiegenem Einfluss alles kaputt macht, werden wir sehen. Also ich sage nur, wenn du das jetzt auch mit einem Frankreich vergleichst, wo man natürlich auch mal gucken muss, wie lange bleibt Macron. Ne? Also gut, der wird ja sowieso jetzt abgewählt, aber was kommt nach Macron, weil er einfach nicht mehr weiter regieren kann, muss man halt mal schauen, was da passiert. Es ist halt nur, wenn du es eben mit anderen Ländern vergleichst, mit denen wir im Wettbewerb stehen, dann sind wir da wahrscheinlich relativ gesehen nicht so gut aufgestellt.
Wer macht es richtig gut?
Was heißt richtig gut? Aber ich glaube schon, dass jetzt ein Inflation Reduction Act genau das richtige Signal setzt. Ne? Also es werden erneuerbare Energien gefördert, es werden Zukunftsindustrien gefördert, wahnsinnig konsequent. Kann man natürlich sagen, boah, hat das jetzt irgendwas mit Level Playing Field zu tun? Natürlich nicht. Ne? So, aber das ist wahrscheinlich schon Best Practice, was man gerade so machen kann. Und das könnten wir aber natürlich nur auf europäischer Ebene erreichen. Und dass wir jetzt irgendwie sowas auf europäischer Ebene erreichen, das hatte Frau von der Leyen ja mal angekündigt, aber davon sind wir, glaube ich, relativ weit entfernt. Ja.
Ich war gestern auf einer Veranstaltung hier in Berlin, da waren sehr viele so Gründer in deinem Alter, vielleicht noch ein paar Jahre älter.
In meinem Alter, so alt?
Ja, also Berlin 2.0, eine sehr gute Veranstaltung, aber ich glaube, du bist auch regelmäßiger Gast. Ja. Gestern Abend aus den Gründen des Events, glaube ich, nicht da. Aber es war schon so ein bisschen die Gründergeneration, ich würde sagen, fast vor dir oder so.
Mit mir so, ja genau. Das
Und dann ist jemand aufgestanden da in der Diskussion und hat gesagt, also er wollte mal sich eigentlich jetzt hier selbst irgendwie bezichtigen und auch eine Diskussion auslösen. Er sei seiner Generation, das sei eigentlich irgendwie ein Riesenproblem und er sei darüber sehr emotional und auch geschockt, nicht gelungen, in Deutschland oder in Europa eine Firma aufzubauen, die mit den amerikanischen Superscalern oder Großfirmen konkurrieren kann. Also es sei das Versäumnis einer ganzen Generation von Unternehmern in Deutschland oder in Europa, sowas nicht geschafft zu haben.
Ist wahrscheinlich so, ja. Und wenn man die Nachkriegsgeneration anguckt, ist es halt nicht so. Ja, das ist schon so. Also der deutsche Mittelstand, den wir heute haben, da hast du halt eine Reihe von Weltmarktführern und so weiter. Und das ist uns wahrscheinlich im Digitalbereich bisher nicht gelungen. Absolut.
Und woran liegt das?
Ja, ich glaube schon, dass gewisse Dinge auch Zeit brauchen. Ne? Also, dass du natürlich auch ein Ökosystem sich entwickeln muss. Und du siehst ja, was jetzt zum Beispiel aus so einem CDTM entsteht in München. Ne? Und ich glaube, ich kann das sagen, mit BWLern wirst du das jetzt nicht erreichen. Also ich bin selbst BWLer, insofern, sondern du brauchst natürlich die Ingenieure, die da, wo wir Top-Universitäten haben und die dann eben Unternehmen bauen wie einen Celonis und so weiter, die dann eben sowas vielleicht erreichen können. Und davon brauchst du einfach viele. Ne? So, und das darf man eben auch nicht vergessen, ne? Dafür ist natürlich auch ein Einwanderungsgesetz und eine Attraktivität für Hochqualifizierte so wichtig. Wenn du anschaust, was sind jetzt die Unicorns und die Firmen, die dann letztendlich an die Börse gehen in den USA, ein relevanter Anteil wird halt von Migranten, von hochqualifizierten Migranten gegründet. Und das ist schon wichtig, aber das braucht halt Zeit. Ne? So, und ich glaube, was wir schon mittlerweile in Deutschland haben, wir haben eine okay Venture-Capital-Szene. Wenn Firmen später Geld brauchen, dann kriegen sie das. Ne? Also auch Firmen wie Sequoia und so weiter sind alle ja mittlerweile in Europa und auch in Deutschland sehr aktiv. Das heißt, also die Voraussetzungen, die du hast mittlerweile auch eine Reihe von Leuten, die jetzt schon mal gesehen haben, wie gute Tech-Firmen funktionieren. Ich glaube, die grundsätzlichen Voraussetzungen sind da, aber letztendlich ist es in den USA ja genauso. Du brauchst einfach Lighthouse-Firmen, also Leuchttürme, die letztendlich die Entwicklung nach oben treiben. So, und in den USA ist das natürlich für 30, 40 Jahre losgegangen im Digitalbereich oder der Basistechnologie, die dann letztendlich dazu geführt hat und bei uns eben deutlich, deutlich später. Ne? Wir hatten ja im Prinzip eine Venture Capital Renaissance erst ab 2007 und du darfst eben nicht vergessen, im Standard & Poor's Index sind heute fast 50% der Unternehmen, die im Standard & Poor's Index, also die größten 500 Unternehmen in den USA, sind Venture Capital finanziert. Ne? Also wenn du guckst, was ist sozusagen in Deutschland an Venture Capital finanzierten Unternehmen, da hast du ein HelloFresh, die jetzt irgendwie DAX, MDAX sind, Delivery Hero, Zalando. So, und jetzt demnächst vielleicht dann eine Flixbus, aber das ist natürlich von der Anzahl deutlich weniger und natürlich auch weniger wirklich anspruchsvolle technologische Themen. So, und ich glaube, davon brauchen wir einfach mehr, aber das dauert halt. Ja? So, und wir können eben nur hoffen, dass uns bis dahin, bis wir sozusagen da mehr von diesen Leuchtturmthemen haben. Und ich finde, wenn du jetzt siehst, was ist passiert in München, das müsste man im Prinzip, sowas wie das CDTM, müsste es eigentlich an jeder europäischen Hochschule geben. Und dann hast du langsam auch die Schlagzahl, die wahrscheinlich dazu führt, dass dann eben wirklich diese signifikanten...
Also eigentlich die neue WU. Also ich meine, du bist ja selber WUler.
Ja, aber eine WU ist
für Tech-Leute.
Ist halt genau, für Tech-Leute. Ne? Weil BWLer können halt dazu beitragen, dass die Welt ein bisschen besser wird, aber sie können es halt nicht in sich, das muss man wahrscheinlich so nüchtern sehen. Ne? Du brauchst eben schon Leute, die aus dem Tech-Produktbereich kommen, die da voranschreiten. Und davon brauchst du einfach viele. Ne? Weil das ist ja auch in den USA nicht anders. Ich hatte jetzt gerade war letzte Woche auf einem sehr, sehr interessanten Investoren-Meeting von einem Fund of Fund, der in wirklich alle Top-Fonds seit 30 Jahren investiert. Und es ist halt so, es sind 5% der Unternehmen, ne, Venture Capital finanziert. Und wie gesagt, da ist die Grundgesamtheit sind Unternehmen, wo Sequoia, Excel und so weiter investiert hat. Ne? Also wirklich nur in sich schon Picture Perfect, alles toll. Und selbst davon machen halt 5% der Unternehmen, generieren halt 80% der Returns oder noch mehr in dieser Industrie. Und da brauchst du einfach eine relativ große Menge an Unternehmen, damit du halt eine Chance hast auf ein Spotify und so weiter. Und davon brauchst du halt nicht eins, sondern und bei Spotify kannst du jetzt auch drüber streiten, ob das jetzt, ne, ist schön, ich höre auch gerne Musik, aber das ist natürlich jetzt nichts, wo du sagst, das ist jetzt ne, technologically path.
Ist vor allem nicht profitabel. Ist vor allem nicht profitabel.
Ja, das kommt dann nochmal erschwerend hinzu. Sondern, ne, und da brauchst du einfach eine größere Grundgesamtheit an Unternehmen. Und davon sind wir halt einfach noch ein bisschen weiter entfernt. Und da musst du natürlich auch als Europa insgesamt denken. Auf der anderen Seite, ne, Israel, gerade aus anderen Gründen, sehr stark in der Presse. Aber da siehst du natürlich, wie ein ganz kleines Land. Also Israel hat ja, 10 Millionen Einwohner und Venture Capital pro Einwohner deutlich über den USA, ne? Also deutlich, wie auch ein sehr kleines Land durch einen starken Fokus, durch die Verquickung von Armee und Venture Capital Szene es eben schafft, einen wahnsinnig beeindruckenden Wirtschaftszweig zu kreieren. Also insofern, es geht schon, auch im Kleineren, aber trotzdem ist sozusagen das Gesetz der großen Zahlen gilt eben im Venture Capital ganz klar und meine Hoffnung wäre, ja, dass wir da eben stärker agieren. Das Problem ist nur, das ist eben so wahrscheinlich das grundlegende Problem. Wir tun uns halt wahnsinnig schwer mit so einem, ich sage jetzt mal, macronesken Verhalten. Ne? Also sozusagen, wo halt einfach Macron sagt, Tech ist wichtig, Invest in France, gibt es da eine Konferenz im Versailles, da sind alle Minister, da kommst du hin, da kannst du sozusagen alle Minister treffen, we are open for business, wie du immer so schön sagst, wo halt wirklich die Politik sagt, wir finden das wichtig. Ne? So, und dass jetzt Herr Scholz mit seinem Kabinett sich in Meseberg hinsetzt, Meseberg ist nicht ganz so glamourös wie Versailles, und sagt so, wir laden jetzt mal sozusagen Tech-Unternehmer aus der ganzen Welt ein und sagen so, we want you here, was müssen wir tun? Ne? So, das passiert halt nicht in dem Maße und ich glaube, das wäre halt schon wichtig und ich habe halt so ein bisschen Sorge, dass wir diese konzertierte Aktion, die du wahrscheinlich bräuchtest, auch gerade auf europäischer Ebene, in diesem ganzen Gemengelage zwischen Föderalismus, AfD und so weiter, dass wir da halt einfach DPS nicht auf die Straße bringen. Ja. Aber gut, ich hoffe es natürlich, dass es anders läuft. Bloß, wie gesagt, ich versuche ja immer recht nüchtern auf die Dinge zu gucken und ja, in Wahrscheinlichkeiten zu denken. Und ich glaube, die Wahrscheinlichkeit ist nicht so hoch. Auf der anderen Seite, wer hätte gedacht, dass Franz Müntefering und Herr Schröder die Agenda 2010 aus der Taufe heben würden. Ja? Also insofern, vielleicht muss es einfach noch ein bisschen beschissener laufen, damit es besser wird.
Okay, was ein Schlusswort. Also ja. Mir fällt jetzt auch nicht so ein deutlich besseres Schlusswort ein, aber
als Franz Müntefering.
Als Franz Müntefering, ja gut. Als zurück zum Anfang, da hatte ich dir ja von der Elon Musk Biografie erzählt. Ich würde sie wirklich lesen. Der Typ hat immerhin so 3 oder 4 von diesen Dingern gegründet oder beeinflusst.
Ja, absolut.
Das ist jetzt schon interessant. Und dann noch,
übrigens Südafrikaner, ne? Südafrikanische Einwanderer.
Also steht da alles ausführlich drin. Also ich bin jetzt auf Seite 470 von 600. Das ist so ein dickes Ding. Ja. Und ich bin jetzt kein Fan. Also ich habe irgendwie eigentlich gar keine Emotionen zu dem. Oder jetzt, was man so sehen kann, aktuell wird man ja schon ein bisschen auch negativ eher eingestellt. Aber einfach die Story zu lesen ist schon spektakulär und deswegen, also wenn man sich so ein bisschen inspirieren möchte und wenn man das einmal so nochmal nachvollziehen möchte, ist es wirklich wert es zu lesen. Und ich versuche gerade den Herrn Isaacson zumindest mal aufs nächste Festival zu bekommen bei uns in Hamburg.
Das wäre nochmal eine Maßnahme. Gut, ja. Und Herrn Musk. Glaub ich.
Ja, den auch, aber da hatten wir schon mal letztes Jahr auch zumindest mal sanfte Gespräche, da hieß es only appearances that are mission critical.
Okay.
Und wir sind jetzt, glaube ich, leider nicht mission critical.
Ja.
Mal gucken.
Ja. Aber kannst ja auch noch dran arbeiten.
Ne? Ja, genau. Gut. Okay, also vielen Dank euch hier in Berlin fürs Zuhören und vielen Dank allen Podcast-Hörerinnen und Hörern. Danke dir, Flo.
Dankeschön. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ja.
Würdest du noch kurz mit uns hier bleiben, ganz kurz einen Recap machen?
Ja.
Okay. Ja. Okay, auf Englisch. Yeah. Okay, we're basically done. We will, I hope not everybody will leave right away, do a very quick closing. And I would like, together with Jan Thomas from Startup Insider, together with Philipp, and together with Thuy An, our managing director and CMO, do a little recap of the day. And my first question to you is, I mean, you answered that to some extent already in your podcast now in German, but maybe a little recap of what's the most important thing that you learned today? What was where you said, like, I didn't think about it the same way before this day? And Jan, maybe you would like to start.
Yeah, I thought there was a great signal today because I thought there was a lot of optimism today, end of the tunnel feeling, end of winter feeling. And then Florian, just 10 minutes ago, stated something about Germany where I thought, okay, maybe it's not everything is as bright as I thought, but it was a great conference. Congratulations to that, because I attended the conference, I think 4 times now. You starting in Kreuzberg as the Project A demo day, I think. Yeah.
Portfolio day, yeah.
Yeah, portfolio day. So, and seeing how it developed. And now Philip here as an advisor, where it can maybe head to afterwards. Yeah, great.
Who wants to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
For me, it was really about AI, automation, no-code, low-code. There was a very, very cool panel by tech and product people, our CPO, our CTO, then head of products, and I think, another CTO. I can't remember the companies, unfortunately, but it was super, super interesting because it essentially really validated the idea or the hypothesis that we can use it, and we can use it with the way how we work right now. We just have to adjust it, and it's not going to be like a no-code, low-code automation solution only, but essentially just making prototyping easier and still having to migrate at some point.
Yeah, I mean, AI obviously was all over the place. That was expected. Automation was very present, and many people put like no-code automation and AI into like as if it's one. I personally don't think it is. They have overlaps, but I think it's important to differentiate here. And I think automation is probably a little bit like the forgotten thing about these, even though it's something that can be applied everywhere already now.
So easy, yeah.
Yeah, so exactly, so easily, really. And there was this one talk. We get to the favorite talks right after, but yeah, maybe I'll leave it like that. Philip.
I came in late here, so I don't have that many presentations or keynotes that I saw. But my first question was to a friend outside: how much did the conference grow? And he said, "Yeah, we're growing. We are at capacity now here. We need to go to another building next year if we want to grow, keep growing." And that gave me some optimism, so that those infrastructure type of events for the industry are growing. That shows there's, founders, interest, money. So that was my takeaway. Plus the atmosphere, the people here, beautiful people, very positive, very optimistic. So despite all the talk and all those clouds that you hear about, here on the ground, the atmosphere is very productive and very, very, very energetic. So I'm taking the train to Munich later, and I'm more optimistic than I was before, at least.
One thing maybe that's a good moment to mention that is it's one of the fundamental principles of PACON, of Project A Knowledge Conference, that we use all the money that we pour into that for organizing the event, and none of the speakers has ever got a single penny for actually doing that. So this whole event
scandal
would actually not be possible. So a big thank you also to people like you that you do that. I know that you usually can easily pull off a lot of like a high.
Yeah, but thanks for having us as a media partner as well. Yeah.
So
I saw our logo here today, and I saw that. Well, that's
no, but that is also true for all the speakers that you have seen all day long. So a big thank you to all those speakers that they do that, because this is that event where the community does something for the community without earning on that, but we do that for ourselves. Favorite talk?
Well, I think amazing that you got Sequoia and First Mark Capital here. I mean, Matt Turk and Matt Miller, I think. Yeah, great talk, I must say. I think you recorded everything. So everything, because you have such a high standard of quality here, you always have the feeling you sit in a session and you think, okay, I'm missing something in the other track. Yeah, but I think you record everything. I can recommend the talk with Sebastian from Hai. I forgot his second name, but his last name. But about pricing strategy at its best, perfect. For you, interesting as well, I think. Yeah, very good talk. Yeah,
Sebastian Vogt. Yeah,
Vogt.
Yeah. Pricing, very often, very obvious topic, very often forgotten.
Yeah.
Your favorite?
My favorite session was probably the one from Jana and Rasmus about the 3 trends in AI. There was one application that I didn't hear about yet. It's called rewind.ai, that you can basically plug into all the devices that you're using. And essentially, it's recording everything that you're saying, recording everything that you're typing, and so on. So I think I'm going to just try it out.
You probably didn't have a chance to see anything before you arrived.
No, but I've catch up those.
Yeah. So all the talks were recorded. There's one single exception, that is the defense tech panel that we had, that we couldn't stream or record, but everything else is online. We had, during the course of the day, we had about, like on-site here, 1,800 people, online actually 6,000 people watching the talk. So it's also nice to see how this event is growing in these.
Amazing, yeah.
My personal favorites, to just quickly mention them, without even having seen them, but just from hearsay, is Charlotte Niklas. She's leading our venture development team. She did a short but to-the-point talk, recommend watching that if you didn't yet, on how if you are not, in simple terms, if you're not a very good boss, don't expect your team to perform. So I think that is a very fair thing to say, and it seems it was extremely well received.
It was super, super popular.
Us being somewhat her like boss, that is probably also good for us. Self-critical.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah. Then there was a talk of the companies 9x and 11x on how to grow your business 10x. And just for the title, I think you just have to watch that.
What was the title? 9x?
The companies are 9x and 11x, and they talked about how to grow your business 10x.
Yeah,
it's about AI and automation again.
Next level curation.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the defense tech panel, that if you missed it, you missed it. But I think this is something that will still be around quite a bit over the next months and years, probably. Because it's very controversial, but it's also good to handle it in a controversial way and to talk about it instead of it for just to happen or not to happen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having been here. Don't just go home. We have quite a party right now. Jana Pelchen, who Tuingan just mentioned as a speaker, will be the DJ. She's actually a very good DJ. And
she plays amazing bangers.
Yeah. Excellent. Thanks a lot for having come here. There's one group and one person that I would like to thank you before we finally cut it. One is, we had a lot of volunteers. So besides all the speakers doing that for free, we had, I think, 35 or so volunteers who signed up, signed a contract, and were helping us left and right and everywhere for basically no money, just so that we can organize this event. So thank you very much for having done that. And the other is one person. It's Jane Lipovska. Is she here somewhere? Jane, please come down here. Yes. So Jane used to work for Project A, and about a year ago she left Germany in order to live in Canada. And we said, okay, last year we very much liked how she organized this event, and we just tried hard to find a way for her to still organize that. So basically we did this with I think 1 hour time overlap in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. And thanks so much for having done that for us. Excellent job.
Thanks for the opportunity. It was amazing, exactly as expected. Perfect.
So,
thank you, everyone, for attending.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
That's it. Have a lot of fun, party hard together with us, and see you again next year.
Perfect. Cool.
Thank you.